Hey, Dark Oblivion, first is you. Thanks for coming on by. Hope your Sunday has been going well. Thank you for that hydrate also. Yeah, been going well so far. Had some internet issues yesterday, hence no stream, but it seems better today, so hopefully. Plus, I'm kind of excited to an unhealthy amount about my Express visualizer, so that is trying not to let it consume all of my time, considering we got all these actual deadlines coming up. And let me. Oh, the timer is negative. Don't worry. I'll extend the timer. Wait a minute. Okay, you redeemed it though, so I guess it's another 2 minutes till the actual start of the stream. Um, there you go. So yeah, two more minutes for this little break. Well, I guess this isn't even a break. This is a good old warm up. Okay. We'll add it to the next one. And here we go. So I also realized that I closed the tab before I went to show it, but this is the Express visualizer I'm referring to. Basically, you have Express application, my thing visualizes it, shows you where all the middlewares are happening, and come on, video. Eventually, it shows you what files they're being executed in. And then it does that for basically all the things. And when you're doing MVC, it breaks them into these three, technically four categories. And yeah. But that's not what we're going to be doing first today, of course. We're going to first be doing the leak code of the day. The medium one, but not too scary, I don't think. So let us set this timer and get started. Oh, that's not how you set the timer. There we go. And the music is off. And now the music's back on. There we go. Here is the leak code in question in the chat. So, sort the matrix diagonally. So a matrix diagonal is a diagonal line of cells starting from some cell in the topmost row or leftmost column and going in the bottom right direction until reaching the until reaching the end. For example, the matrix diagonal starting from 2, 0, that is the second row, 0th column, in which case 0, it's here, and second column is, yeah, so it's this one right here, where mat is a 6 by 3, includes cells mat 2, 0, 3, 1, and 4, 2. Well, I've obviously failed already, because my example does not match theirs. So let me see. 3, 3, 3, 1. So that is that top row. 2, 2, 1, 2 is the second one, and 1, 1, 1, 2 is the third one. And they say mat 2, 0 is 2, 0, 3, 1, and 4, 2. 0, 1, 2. So we have 0, 1, 2. Then we have 0 here. So it's bottom left corner. Includes, and then it includes 3, 1, 3. There's no 3 on this. Wait, are we referring to different? So 0, 1, 2. Oh, let me turn that back on. Oh, we get back drawing mode. It's this one. Is that 0, 1, 2, 0? Then includes 3, 1, and 4, 2. Well, there's no. understanding the problem is the first step to solving it, and this example is throwing me off. The visualization makes perfect sense though. Basically, you want to sort all these numbers, and then put them back in their exact position. So 2, 1 becomes 1, 2. 3, 2, 1 becomes 1, 2, 3. So the graphic actually makes more sense than the this textual part here, which I suppose does happen. That's why they include the graphics. So I do believe I understand that. Going full prep, our parameters include a matrix, which is a two-dimensional array, aka an array of arrays, as also denoted by the type right there. What are our lengths? So m is equal to mat length, n is equal to mat I length, so it's basically saying the length of how many rows is for the letter m, and it can have a different number of columns as we've visually been shown. Then the numbers are between 1 and 100, and the numbers are between 1 and 100. Okay, so the matrix is never going to be more than 100 by 100, and the numbers in the matrix are never going to be more than 100. So those are our constraints. I didn't really feel that the number limitation would have been a factor, but I'm sure there's some fancy efficient way that it would. And we are returning the exact same matrix, but sorted. Now, it did not tell us if we are to, or we are allowed to actually manipulate the existing matrix, or we have to return a copy of a new matrix. I'm probably going to manipulate the existing one for simplicity, but if that fails, I can make a new copy of it at the obvious expense of m times n of memory. So those are pretty good examples. My pseudocode is going to be traversing. So what we're going to do is we're going to create an array of starting positions, which is going to represent all of the leftmost and topmost positions. So all of these coordinates. Then once we have all of them, we will take each starting coordinate, and this one, I guess, technically gets duplicated, but we'll handle 0's duplication. And we will, for each one of them, go forward until we go off the screen. So this one will go forward to here, which is off the screen. 2 will go for, they've already kind of drawn the visualization for us. I do believe that is the goal. So let me actually write that out. Generate array of starting positions. Get rid of duplicate 0, 0 position for each position. There goes our lovely for loop. So for each position, we're going to create an array of their locations. Create array of locations. In my lovely example, will be an array of, for example, 0, 0. The next location is, hold on, 1, 1. And 2, 2, representing 3, 2, and 1. Then it will be traversing. Oh, of course. Sure thing, Gratcane. Did not. When did that get turned down? My bad. Is that better? I can see it should be a little better now. Thanks for coming on by the way. Don't know how that got turned down. I think I was missing one with some audio dampening stuff, maybe. I appreciate it. Oh, by the way, I hope your Sunday has been going well. Yeah, of course. We're just, guys, at the perfect time. We haven't even written any code yet. We're still prepping through this elite code, which is actually a pretty interesting one. We're sorting a matrix diagonally. So once we create, and yeah, booyah, it's a good one. It's the elite code of the day. was able to stream yesterday because the internet was just atrocious, so figured I'd make it up today and crossing fingers tomorrow. So we are creating an array of locations for each position, being these positions. So these are all our positions that we. If I say position one more time, I swear. But we're going to create an array of all these positions, and for each of those, we will create all the locations concerning that position. And then we're going to do the logic of getting values of all locations. Once we have all the values, sort values gotten. Then it'll be traversing through both values and locations. Through values, setting ith location to ith value. I mean, I'm just gonna swap it out for the word location, I suppose, but it's up to you. It's just that semanticsation or whatever it is. Like you keep saying a word over and over and over, it loses meaning. I'm starting to feel like, oh boy, here it comes. I mean, if it's bothering you, that's what it exists there for. As long as you don't bear the word the or something crazy like that. For sure. Especially when you're like mulling over a problem and you got a pseudocode, you're speaking it out as if with an interviewer and all that. And it's like, you keep saying this word so many times because you do need to talk about it, but then it's like, well, it now has no meaning. So, creating an array of positions. I suppose I technically needed to do more pseudocode. Horizontal, vertical. I'm going to misspell both of them. Horizontal. Hey, pseudopix. Am I going to solve this without any extra auxiliary space? I actually am a pseudo please, rather. Apologies. That I'm going to do it in place. So I'm going to modify the existing array. I will, like, at the end after I solve it that way, I'll see what it looks like with auxiliary space, which would basically be making a copy of this matrix, but they didn't ask for it to be done in any particular way, and I would do it because it's just like how array.sort modifies this array in place. It's kind of the way of JavaScript, so I don't feel like I'm breaking any rules, and the code weenies aren't going to come and get me for sorting an array in place, because that's what JavaScript does. I'm glad, pseudo-players. By the way, I hope your Sunday is going well. So we need to get horizontal positions. So doing the math, basically our row stays the same while our column increments. So for let c equals 0, c less than column count. And since this is a square, the column count is basically the first row. Hold on, is there a first row? There is at least one. So at the very minimum, our matrix will look like this. So I can accurately access the 0th index and not have it explode. Yeah, of course, pseudo, yeah. I always love the elite code of the day. Yesterday's one was not fun. I will admit, I kind of just looked at the solutions, but these ones are fun. I'm going to put it in a variable because I feel like we're going to be accessing this a fair amount of times. Hey, nerd and iron. Hope your Sunday's going well. We are just doing the elite code of the day. Just finished our pseudocode, and now writing the actual code. Hey, thanks for the follow there, pseudo, please. So we need to get basically all of our starting positions. Oh, and I just figured out how to get rid of the duplicate 0, 0 position. When I do rows, I'll start it at 1. So now we're going to say positions.push. I'm going to push. It's going to be in row column format because that is the way my brain likes it. So the first number is going to be row, which is guaranteed to be 0 because we are currently adding all of these positions where the row is 0 and the column is incrementing like that. So it's 0, and then the current column, the letter C. Now we're going to write this on one line because we are baddies. Now we're going to do the same thing for rows. For funsies, I'm also going to declare row count, because again, I feel like we're going to be needing these quite a lot. I'll just do some weird organization. There we go. Now for the second loop, these are the rows. So the first one got those positions. The second one is going to get these positions, where the column is 0 and the row increments so many times. But wait, we skipped the first one. So in actuality, it's just of these two. It's a square. Don't worry about it. For row count, and then r++. So our row is what's changing, the r, and our column is staying the same. There we go, folks. And with that, those are all of our starting positions. I'd like to lovely verify this with the console log, because you can never be too sure. So let's look at the positions for this example. We have 0, 0, 0, 1, right here, 0, 2, 0, 3, then we have 0, 0 again, so we have this one done twice, then 1, 0, and 2, 0. Here for the cookies. We got code cookies, we got leak cookies, I don't know. I mean, we're going to be using local storage later, so I guess we got authentication cookies. Oh, depends what, we got all kinds of cookies. Hopefully one that matches your taste X metrics. Your Saturday is doing well. Now, we're going to remove that duplicate 0, 0 entry by starting the rows at 1. Do we have Girl Scout cookies? I mean, we got them all. If someone remembered to bring them, right? I hope someone remembered to bring them, or else we don't have them. Because I didn't remember to bring them. I brought the leak code, obviously. Yeah. So yeah, now we're going to iterate over the start positions, and yeah, I did not give myself nearly enough time for this, so double that. Okay, y'all, not enough to share. Okay, X metrics, the cookie dough. Okay. Okay, well, okay, it sounds like y'all are trying to figure out which one's gonna bring it, so I'll leave that to you for this time. The cookie dough. I mean, those are the ingredients, right? Rat cane, we just need to crank up the heat, right? So if I go to a hard leak code, will those turn into cookies? Is that the plan? Is that what you're trying to say? Oh, geez, X metrics. Oh, now pizza. I think, yeah, you'll get a much wider net with pizza for sure. Oh, decoder. Thanks for coming on by. Share some M&Ms. I mean, we got that. We got the cookie times. We got the cookie dough. So yeah, we can make full cookies at this point. Is this my break timer? No, I didn't assign myself enough leak code. If we don't take a single break until the leak code actually starts. And I didn't pause the timer, so it's all good, folks. Don't you worry about it. Deliver pizza. That function is not defined, Nerd and Iron. Okay, so we're going to rename positions to start positions. Lovely. We love being descriptive with our variables. RIP, yeah. Someone's got to get a library from it. It's not like Python where you're just like, import anti-gravity. Nah, someone's got to write that. And now we're creating another array of positions, including start. And the great thing about incrementing, or basically going diagonal, at least from top left to bottom right, is that the change is 1 to both values. So what we're going to do is whip up a while loop. We could do a for loop, but I ain't about to do all that math. So this is going to be while current position, which is positions dot length minus 1. So the position at the end of the array equals, well, it just is real, I guess. Hey, Dan Bull, thanks for coming on by. Hope your Sunday's been going well. We're just knocking out the leak code of the day. Those who don't know, Dan Bull does some pretty cool streams. Got some TypeScript, React, all kinds of Next magic. Super cool stuff. If you want to hear what those new texts do, check them out. Okay, so we have the current position. I'll try to put too much on one line. So we have positions, and then we have current, which is the last of this magical array. Yeah, gotta clean. Can't work in a dirty / unorganized environment. That is for sure. Well, I mean, you can. I'm gonna show you a code base that's very disorganized, but yeah, that is quite hypocritical coming from me. Because I'll take you a little peek here. Look at this lovely code base with it's super clean. It's broken into 0 functions. It's all in one file. The JavaScript is in the HTML. I've got 15 script tags. So yeah, I can see it. I probably should clean at some point, but we ain't doing that. Yeah, it's for the, I don't know if you, I'm not self-promo. It's the only place I have the actual video. 15 script tags. I mean, each one's a plugin, and to be in my defense, GratCane. But yeah, so where's the thingy, Bob? Where's the thingy? I'm not going to my Twitter to plug my Twitter, because where I have the video at. Yeah, so this thing is something I've created, and maybe we'll work on it. It visualizes, insert your Express app here. So you inject it into your app, and it generates this lovely graph with Cytoscape, which requires 14 plugins to make cool. And it shows the position and stuff of every single middleware. And then, oh, you like that visualization? I spent an hour getting this thing to animate over the line. Pew, pew, pew. It's fun to watch, And it does this for every single request. I personally have been using it for debugging, but some people have been like, hey, if I had that, I would understand MVC better. So I was like, oh, I guess this is my third 100 hours project now. Is this what I did? I wish it was, GratCane. This is what started inspiring it to be finding the charts and being like, none of these charts look good enough, the ones just off Google Images. So I was like, gotta make my own. I don't want to make my own. That's mainly because when helping people with their Express apps, there's a lot of moving parts, and when you just jump into one, it's hard to tell where to start. So I just inject that into people's code, and then it's quicker than actually reading the code to see when things catch on fire. But that is, again, a complicated, horrible proof of concept version of the code base. Eventually it'll be pretty. That is all after our leak code. So we have Matt, goldfish memory. We have the current. We want to make sure the current exists on the board. So it's current 0. And then I guess we'll use dot colon optional chaining in case the row goes off first. Current 1. And you know what? We will destructure the current variable to CR and CC, standing for current row and current column. There we go. So while this isn't, so numbers are guaranteed to be at least 1. So I don't have to worry about zeros in here breaking my falsy check. So basically, while that is going on, we are going to get the next one, which will be NRNC, which is CR plus 1, CC plus 1. So we're incrementing the current row and column by 1. So if we are here at 0, 0, we're here. We increment them both by 1. That puts us at 1, 1, which is right here. So we have diagonally moved like so. Hey, what is that? Thanks for coming on by. Hi. That is a lot of I variables. How many loops are you making? Your Sunday's been going well? So now I gotta do some logic here to push it 2 positions. Technically, this is just a while true loop because my conditional logic is on the new row, not the old row. So then we check if new row, basically all this stuff. So if the new row is out of the loop, then we break. Otherwise, if it's in the loop, we add it to our positions array. You use J for loops. Hey, there you go, there you go. I, J, and K. If you've made it to if you make it to the L loop, you have too many nested loops. Am I right? So we're pushing the new row and the new column, and this will break as soon as it goes out of bounds. Now what I'm gonna love to do is I'm gonna console log these positions, and I'll put a break statement because I only want to look at one. We should expect 0, 0, 1, 1, and 2, 2. Let us see. Sadness. Wow, I did real great. I broke. I'm not sure what I did, but I did it. Oh, did we have an infinite loop here? Is that... Aha! So here's what happened. So let's see what happened. We set the new row and new column to the current row and column plus 1. Then we loop again. So the current is never updating. So this needs to go in here. There we go. That's always a pretty good sign. Like, when you see bad allocation, that's usually memory related. So, because it couldn't allocate memory enough for whatever tarnation you tried to do, which, as you can see, points to an infinite loop. And there we go. So now it's running, and now we have our expected output 0, 0, 1, 1, and 2, 2. Now with our expected output, we need to turn that into values. So const values equals, we're going to go a little crazy. We're going to use the map array method. So that is positions.map. The reason we're using the map array method is because we have 3 things and we want to turn them into 3 different things. So there's a one-to-one transformation we want to make, which is perfect for map because it takes in a thing and it outputs a different thing. So it's a one-to-one relation. So with our map, we will destructure out actually row and column. We will access that in the matrix, which is mat R and mat C. And if we console log values, we should expect to see 3, 2, 1, because we're on this chart, not this chart. So let's run that code. We see 3, 2, 1. Okay, we are nearly there, folks. So now that we have our values, we would like to sort them numerically, ascending to descending. Now, since sort is a very cool method on arrays that actually returns the sorted array and sorts it in place, we can just chain this to the end of our map function. So we map our original positions into a brand new array of numbers. Then we call sort on that array, and sorts the original array and then gives us the same array back. Now we can't just sort it with passing a number, because our numbers can range from 1 to 100, aka they can have multiple digits. And by default, sort converts things to strings and sorts those strings. That's a good X metrics. Yeah, I was just saying, so we have ourselves a bunch of positions. This is an array of little things, so there are 3 of them in here. Interesting X metrics. But yeah, I mean, usually I see arrays, or the map method at least is a one-to-one, because if you have 5 things and you map them, you're going to get 5 things out. That's right. Okay, I was talking about, just maps. But when you get into flat maps, then you're going really cool. I have used flat map before. Do I have a flat map around here? Yeah, here you go. So yeah, I do have a flat map. Yeah, here you go. So here's a map which I return an array of two objects. I want them to be squished to one array. So yeah, flat map, pretty cool. Okay. Yeah, you cheating. So statistically speaking, for everyone except X metrics, map is a one-to-one transformation. Yep, and we're doing a sort here because they're numbers and we want them to be sorted numerically. Then we use the good old trick A to B. If you like to think about this, A is less than B, so it's going from smaller value to larger value. If you want it to be ascending, or no, if you want it to be descending, you can say B to A. It's a cool little trick to sort numbers. Just read it as a range instead of math. And now we should have the values, a 1, a 2, and a 3. Hey, there we go. So now, going back to our pseudocode, we have done a lot of these things. And this is the last thing we do. Traverse through the values, setting the ith location to the ith value. So note that we do need the I, aka a index. You're right, Nerd and Iron. It is success. See, this is why test often as you can, folks, because it makes you, like at this point, I am confident all this code is doing what it's supposed to be doing. Which means if there's a problem, it's going to be in this new code. I like testing it often as possible. Now, our I is going to be on the number of technically both positions and indexes. Let's pick which one we want to iterate over. Positions. Pick one, they're both the same. I++. So for every position, we're going to say positions I. Here comes that in place modification equals values I. And then if we console, we won't be able to really visually see it because the visualization is not up to par, but we can do before and after. So we can say after is this, and we can say before is values, just to see if it did the needy. Sadness, it did not do the needy. Number one is not iterable, cannot read property, blah, 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 blah. Okay. You can see I really love that error. So it's this one, it's doing something. Number one is not iterable. Positions, so whenever you have a complicated thing, trim off what you can. Just try to console log that. Because that's not positions, those are values. No, wait a minute. Hold on. Oh, okay, so hey, this is why we test, folks. I wrote it a little different. Yeah, X metrics, it can be a curse and a blessing, right? Curse and a blessing. I haven't used anything too complicated to hate it, but I'm sure if I did, I would feel one way about it. Hey, Ryan, thanks for coming on by. And yeah, test-driven development or just console log-driven development, CLDD. Your day's going well. We are slowly making way through our elite code of the day. We just hit our first real problem because I wrote the code wrong. That's always the reason, is it not? It's always some variation of problem in chair, not in computer. So what we need to do is we need to update the matrix of the current position, setting it to the new value. So it is RC equals current position, positions I, and then matrix. Where is it? Oh, it's a bat. Apologies for that. Yeah, it's always pebcac, or it's an error ID 10T. Am I right? So it's this matrix. So now we're accessing the actual matrix, setting its value to the current value. So again, also like while console logging, I could have just ran along and been like, what is breaking it? But now, since we tested early and quick, we know that there was an error, and now it is not an error. You're not wrong, X Metrics. That is it. So it looks good, but I just realized we had a sort on this, so we can't actually see the true before and after. So before, we have to grab the unsorted one, and then after, we have to grab the unsorted one. There we go, folks. So before, it was 3, 2, 1, but after, it's 1, 2, 3. Those are all the pieces of the puzzle together, I think. Unless I've done any egregious errors. We're cleaning up all our consoles, getting rid of our breaks, and I assume we need to return the matrix. Alaka so. Oh, it's running for the first test case. We click here, it's on LeetCode. You can click use example test cases. It will add all of the examples, because by default, it only has example 1. So, click that button. We get example 1 and 2, and it passes. Before we go on, is there anything we can do better? I'm trying to think. We need index. I mean, this is a little unneeded. I could do position 0, but I do like the readability. We do need to assign values because we access it. We need the current position. We can use .at -1 here for funsies. Let's do that. .at -1. Less accessing, I guess. I don't know. We do need to make 2 loops to grab all our positions. Did we need row count and column count? We did not. Which means you no longer have the privilege of being variables. You did not carry your weight. I will swap it to be row first, because that looks better on the good eyeballs. Hey, C-Films, how's it going? I'm doing pretty well myself, just getting through the LeetCode of the day. Those who don't know, C-Films does some pretty cool streaming. Movies, TV, Seattle expert here on Twitch. I think we just about completed it. I probably should have tested it, but there we go. And there is our lovely shiny elite coin. Great sadness of numbers. I didn't beat the things, but let's see what the other LeetCodians came up with. And let's look at it in JavaScript. Okay, look at this. 100% in place. Let's see what they do here. Oop, they create a helper function to do all that instead of creating 2 positions. Okay, so yeah, this one, good point, uses less memory. This one uses practically, well, it uses m times n, like a diagonal's worth of memory. But it doesn't use as much as mine, so that was fancy. Does result in more function calls, but that's nothing, I think. We push the values, we sort, then we go through and do the thing. Okay, yeah, that's basically it. 45 C-Thumbs, how many do they have left? And yeah, whoa, dude, I'm channeling my inner Leah here, because there was a little bit of math. There was a little math, so Yarver script. Ah, you're not right. Wrong, Grat Kane. You got a whole Pokedex there. And with that, that is our LeetCode finished. Now, I did have an idea. I don't know. Looking at the actual solution now, though. I don't know if it's going to be possible. Maybe tomorrow. I would like to generate a visualization for this, because I used to do that for problems, but they get tougher and I ran out of time. So yeah, maybe tomorrow I will generate a visualization for this, but I think we squashed this pretty well. If we did want to do a non-in-place sorting, hey, thanks for the follow there, RJ. RJ? Sounds like it's the letter RJ. Hope your Sunday's been going well. 58. I mean, I think you probably got the most out of anyone in 100 devs. That's quite the variety for sure. But yeah, folks, that is the LeetCode of the day. If there are no questions or interesting quirks y'all got, we will take the break and then move on to, well, after the break, we'll jump into our project. Pairwise Sorter. Da-da-da. Unrelated question. An unrelated question still falls under the umbrella category of question, Grat Kane. Bring it on. Let's see what the most popular one is while we get that question in. 4.3 thousand views. Oh, we got memes in here. Ooh, gotta love a good meme. Clear. Oh, sorts. Clear. Okay, so they just. Oh, so they kind of duplicate the code to basically just do it in one. So yeah, even the fancy C people do it the same. Love to see it. Let's see if there are any alternative JavaScript hash map. That's a good question, Grat Kane. What am I targeting for companies I want to network into? Remote, global reach. People that will welcome my dog. I ain't got a dog, so although I suppose that would be of like, if you're not welcoming the dogs, are you worth working for? Honestly, I'm open to most things. I mean, I'm willing to relocate, but I mean, it's 2022. I should be able to get a remote job. Global reach, I'm honestly fine with whatever reach they got. You know, it's gonna be a first jobs or a first full job, not counting fast food and freelancing and all those just little ones. So I'm really open to anything, which ironically is kind of like, well, if I'm open to anything, then I'm up for anything. So Agda the Factory Fourth. I've heard of Groovy. That's in the Java ecosystem. And Solidity. That is in the Ethereum NFT blockchain ecosystem. I have not touched Groovy. I have looked at a Solidify tutorial. But yeah, for me, Grant Kane, it's basically just the list of 60 companies is just the first 60 companies that make it to the list. So nothing too preferential. I mean, I have like, obvious preferences of things products I like Discord's pretty high up on the list. Pretty great service. GitHub's on the list. Microsoft's on the list. VS Code's awesome to work with. Like those things are up there. MUI's on the list, though it's not. I don't think they have an actual position. So, besides that, it's just any job available. Yeah, we're all just looking, aren't we? Whoa, dude. Ooh, a hybrid job going once a week or less. I mean, yeah, I'm also open to hybrid. I mean, I suppose when you say you're willing to relocate and willing to work remote, that's both sides of the like the spectrum. So if you're good on this side and you're good on this side, you're good on anything in the middle. So yeah, I'm also open to hybrid. Yeah, Gratkin, I appreciate that, and that is the general response I have gotten. Yeah, I think hybrid might be the best fit. And yeah, I'm sure y'all will. I mean, I've seen some of y'all, most of y'all's code in some form or another. Y'all got what it takes. It's just like Leon said, it's not the coding that gets you the job. It's the networking. It's the coding what lets you keep the job. I mean, you gotta know a little coding, but besides that, it do be time for the break. So, sure to stretch, hydrate, and relax if you can. When we make our way back, we will be working on adding a users page to our pairwise sorter. So you'll be able to be like, look at all the list insert person here has. And that's honestly it. It's not that big of a feature. We're gonna start off easy. That I will catch you at the end of the break. Welcome, welcome, welcome on back, folks. Is the end of our break. Now let's have a looky-loo at our code. So, gonna be working on the pairwise sorter, as probably as for the last few ones. Ah, really? Only using the code words tag. Yeah, I think I added that a bit ago. Yep, leet code using the let code tag. You're not wrong. I mean, I'm not really into the tags. I just added the ones that I do. That the system is not like there was an improvement. It was like one step forward, one step back kind of thing. Because now there is no like. Firstly, we lost internationalization, so RIP to all of our friends in other languages. Those tags are gone. Ah, I mean that's kind of why I added both of them. Also, the fact that I added leak code and not leak code S, it's that fact that there's no more, it's kind of just whatever. It's cool because they're custom, but also impacts discoverability. At least I've heard. I am not an expert enough to know how I'd even really look for that. No, I did still have the videos. Look at that. Let's delete these because they're not useful. Don't know what that is. Let's delete that. And okay, we are ready to add user info on list page. So what do I mean by that? I mean, when you come on over here to the home, you hit this error, which is great sadness. So we will npm run dev to not do that. It's gonna spin up in a hot momento. Pew pew pew. All the things are happening. Pew. Come on. There we go. And now it will load, and we will look at the home page, the lovely home page, and we're not logged in. So what I would like to do is to show user info. So the top's kind of already cluttered, so I'm guessing it's going to be bottom left, where we will display their username. Yeah, we're going to start with just ye old username, and then you click on it, and it'll take you to the user page, which is also part of this feature that we're going to develop. So, let's get that started and start writing the code for this. So, this is the page. This is our home page. So, this is our index view. Lovely index view. Click the wrong one. I clicked the right one now. Did I turn screencast on? I just turn it back off. The goldfish memory. Don't worry. There it is. Okay, now it's on. You can all see the things. For those who are not familiar, I'm using JSX as my view engine, not React. And now we have to look at all of our cards. I made a card component that takes a header, body, and a footer. And we can see right here that we want an anchor right here. And first we're just going to make sure it looks all right. So, an anchor to nowhere with the text of username. Yeah, Ryan, goldfish memory, it happens. And when you look at that, this is kind of exactly what we want. Now, if you have an enormously long username, that's up to you how you're going to break my website, but that's okay. For now, we have a little thing that says username. Now, we want them to link to a user profile page. So, I would like this. Let's pick up a good name. Users/username, right? Hey, Driftwood, thanks for coming on by. Your Sunday's been going well. We just finished the leak code of the day a few minutes ago. Well, we came back from the break from finishing it. I'm glad to hear the pluralization is the same. Yeah, Driftwood. So I was supposed to stream yesterday, as you know, but internet doing internet things. Couldn't use it for basically the entire day. Then today I was like, oh, I'll stream at like 6 o'clock when everyone's done. And then Leon was like, nope. And then my mind was like, gonna be healthy. I was like, okay, I guess I can stream a little earlier then. Yeah, I got that, C-Films. So yeah, no one, all our scheduled folks, they're all being healthy and stuff, which is good. They should be healthy. I figure it's like, oh, I'll stream a little earlier then. Nice, Driftwood. Yeah, I mean, I would say, I mean, yeah, I'm obviously saying good luck, but yeah, I'd say this is basically turned into one of my 100 hours projects for sure. Ooh, look at that, tab 9. By the way, my GitHub Copilot thing ran out, so I am using tab 9. It is not as good. Surprise, surprise. Probably gonna go and sub to the GitHub Copilot thing, despite the data collection. I think I'll go user. Then what do I want to render? Well, let's look at our data in our model for the user. His usernames are not unique, but I have made it so in the controller you can't access you can't create one if one already exists. So they are unique. I just didn't put it in the model. Bad on me, but that's okay. If we find the controllers and we look in the controllers, when we do a sign up, if you're looking for a username that already exists, and I've already made it case sensitive, good job, Pastas. So usernames are unique. So I would like to put the username in the URL. Because the ID just ain't pretty, is it? And then we would also like to render their username as the actual text. And it would help if I spelled username correctly. Now, none of this is gonna... Okay, VS Code being slow. None of this is gonna work yet, because we don't have a user. So we need to receive that as our props, which I guess... that is a user that belongs to the current list. So it is list.user. Aha, there we go. Yes, spelling schmelling. It only matters in coding a little bit, obviously. You mistype things, it'll figure it out for you, won't it? Okay, so list user equals username. So that means that my list plural with an S, needs to be an array of a list, each with a user object. So let us work on that. This is where things actually start getting useful, and that caught on fire because big angry. This also is a good testing ground for my thing, so we're gonna be just a little experimentation. See how these work through when the server dies. Except so we made a GET request, we got 15 requests. Please restore. There we go. We made it all the way to... Aha, so look at that. It's the render homepage controller that does the badness. Oh, that thing went to the wrong. Again, this thing goes pointing to the wire all the time, but render homepage is the one we want to look at. So clicky clacky, here we go. Some sequel Code Wars, nice C films. I did a few of them. Not that many though, just enough. So we know this render homepage is our problem. So what we want to do is want each list to have added to it a user. So I want to do like a populate, right? So populate. It's been a hot minute since I did this, so Goldfish memory is kicking in. It's not supposed to be render homepage. Yeah, so they're all public ones with their user. Yes, I do want that. Ooh, an 8Q and nice C films to 532 points. I mean, you're gonna keep talking about Code Wars. You're gonna make me take a little look at it. Let's have a quick little peekaboo. Come on. We've also got to update this site sometime too. Hey, there you go, Nerd Iron. Gonna do your own stream, of course, of course. What do you stream, if you don't mind? I mean, I probably just look, but yeah. Outlast a bit. There's also a bot command that tells me what you stream, so there you go, Ryan, on the game. Outlast Part 1, interesting. Never played, but I wish you luck. If anyone wants to check out some Outlast gameplay, you know where to find it. There's good graphy. Good graphy. Graphy. Oh, the graph's not updating. Graphy's dead. RIP Graphy. Hey, Graphy. Ooh, Unreal Engine. Nice. Never got into it myself, but here it's between that and what's the other one? Unreal versus. I cannot remember the other one. But yeah, those are the two big ones. For the game dev, yeah. Wish you luck. Okay, so this is the populate thing. So looking at our lovely models, we have a list. Nope, that's not a model. That's a controller. We have a list that has an owner. So we want to populate the owner. So how do they do this? So they say dot populate and then field name. That looks easy enough. Let's do it. Let's shove this Lego on top of this Lego. See what happens. Dot populate owner. This also is fixing my naming over here. There it's not list.user, it's list.owner. Unreal Go.Unity. Yeah, that's the one I was thinking of. Unity. Oh, this thing caught on fire. I love. Did not mean to catch uncaught exceptions. Be gone. Unexpected token. Semicolon. Yep, that's not supposed to have a semicolon. You were right, as always, JavaScript. Oop, lots of thinking. Oh, it looks ready. And is it? I don't think so. Nope, is it? It is. Look at that. Okay, we have gotten ourselves a link to the user in question. Now, when we go here, we find nothing because we don't have a user's page yet. But that is the next thing we get to write. So again, I am going to go view first. Yeah, Nerd and Iron, catch you later. An error too, we are together. Yeah, y'all, we always get errors, folks. You never don't get errors. You're not coding anything cool if you're not getting an error out of it. All the cool stuff, you gotta get an error first. Now I'm going to go view first, so in the journal MVC of thing, get your M, you got your V, nope, your V. I mean, technically it doesn't really matter, and your C. You generally want to start from either the M or the V, never the C, because, I mean, I don't start with the C. You can do what you want. As you can tell, I am starting from the view. User.jsx, so we are looking at the user view, which is going to look like, which view is this going to look most like? This is going to look most like the home page. It's going to show all of their lovely list. So we're going to take the home page and be like, that's awesome, yoink, and plonk it right over here. Then what are we going to do? We're going to call this user page. Then we're not going to have that lovely text. So then we're going to go to the profile page. We're going to steal something from there. Here it is. It's a little header that spits out the username, because I was not about to retype that. Boom. So we say main prompts user username. Absolutely loving it. Ooh, that's awkward, because main prompts user is currently logged in user. We want visiting user. So, visiting user. Hey, yeah, I appreciate that. Notification. Yeah, it's a little code inspired, if you couldn't tell. A little VS Code typey animation. Nasil Vac Telon. Okay, I know I got all that wrong, but yeah, appreciate the follow there, Telon. Hope your Sunday has been going well. Try to figure out a good variable name here. We don't have a list. We have visiting user, and that's the one I'm gonna go with. So we already have main props user, so it is visiting user dot username. Then it's visiting user dot list. For each list, we're gonna basically do the same thing, but we won't render the username because you're already there. Now I can already see the people like, this code is so wet. We haven't gotten there yet. We don't write good code first try. That ain't how any of this works. We write bad code first try. So we've got ourselves a lovely, absolute, pristine view here. We got no controller and we got no router pointing to this. So to the routers, and let's see, we got index, list, and user. Technically, user is just for authentication. The list is kind of the stuff, but no, this is a user thing, so welcome to the party. Let's add. So we have profile. Oh, that's awkward. Oops, I already have a profile page for users. I mean, this is current profile. Okay, so what this is eventually going to do is this will render the user to their profile. We're just gonna add another one. Don't no one tell no one. Router.get. This will be user and then username. We'll pass this off to thank you tab 9. Log out of provider is not what we're doing. Render user. Again, we're gonna squish merge these in a moment, but gotta get working code before we can get pretty code. Now we're gonna save this and fire is going to happen because that's an error. Shorten that code. Okay, C films. I'm not. This code's pretty short. I mean, I could drop the user controller. We don't have any other controller, so we can drop that to controller. That's shortened it. We can also drop middlewares, but I don't know. I think that's fine to destructure. All our IDs, we kind of do need those. Not gonna get that much slower. I don't think I can tweak anything too much X metrics. I don't know. Okay, I'll find some code to shorten, but we ain't got any at the moment. Hold on, wait a minute. Did I not inject? Oh no, I did. I was really confused for a second there. We'll find something to short. Don't you worry about it. Oh, twerk, not tweak. Okay, I thought it was a typo. It's like they wouldn't be doing exclamation point twerk. Yes, they will. Okay. That's not a channel point redemption. So I'm not obliged to do it. Yeah, you challenged it, C Films. You challenged it. I mean, what can I say? It's perfect. Nah. Ah, okay, here's a good one. This is a good one that can be fixed. This is a little expensive, and it can be optimized. I appreciate that, Talon. I do not have a YouTube just yet. I do have all my VODs. Currently, he's taking up storage space, but I have not YouTubified them. Yeah, I do plan to, so nothing's ever lost. It's just sitting on my hard drive until I get around to it, you know? But they say here for like, what, 14 or 60 days, so you can always catch the VODs. I mean, you can always, probably find some way to offlineify them. Don't ask me, I wouldn't know about that, though. So here is our cleanification. So currently we are creating a new object every time. What we're going to do is assign to the object provider equals false, and then return OAuth available. So this optimization means that you don't have, like, every time you access it. Oh, good one, Ryan. It's add -command. That is a good thing that I probably should also have, just normal add. Yeah, that is a... Did not think of that one. Yeah, so this optimization means that instead of creating a new object for every iteration, all 5 of these iterations, it uses the existing object, just setting provider to whatever it is. Auth available, provider equals... this can be even optimized further. But setting it straight to the variable I care about. Hey, there we go. Whoop, great sadness. I think I know what happened. My bot instructions are not that great. Oh, okay, so this thing's on fire. Don't worry. It's not you, Ryan. It's me. I obviously have not looked at how all the other chat bots do the command things. I got this. There we go. I don't know why, but for some reason it needs to... The value got chopped off, so maybe this will work. There we go. Again, Ryan, sorry about that. As you can tell, the... You're not wrong, Gat King, just no. Mm-hmm. Yes, strings, don't you love it? Because all commands are exclamation point, and apparently I'm doing some shellac splitting for a reason. Don't ask me though. I don't remember the reason. There we go. But here is your optimization C films. We simply assign it and return it, so we are never creating a new object. Ta-da! It's not that impressive, but it works. You know, we can go even further and just flip this around. Might as well, if this logic, we put it in some curlays. Tab, 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 and always return. So make the flow much more linear. Yeah, they can be tough for sure. Oh yeah, I mean, you're not wrong, Ryan. At almost, I mean, they're trying to like go full Pokemon, catch all the languages. Nah, to listen. You know, it's a fun project for sure. Yeah, with that, refactor is complete though. I'll try to find something bigger to do. We have our lovely error from this line, not that line. Got object. Oh, this is interesting. My handler is yoinking it. Here we go. Line 46 because we didn't write this controller yet. So into the controllers for users we go. We will scroll on down and be like, shut at the bottom of the file. That's where all new functions live. Function render user. And then you'll take request response. So we want to expose this, we will add it to our export object, and then it writes the wrong thing. Thank you, tab 9. And what is our prep here? So what we need to do is get user by username. We want this to be case insensitive. Then what do we want to do after that? Assign to user.list all of that user's public list. Unless you are that user and what you want to see all the lists. Okay, we're not going that fancy. Then what do we want to do after this? We want to render the user view. Yes, this is some pretty good pseudocode, I think. Now, where is the actual user? Oh, I appreciate it, Talon. Yeah, I type fast. I try to do that at least, you know. I'm just there happy to help, you know, because I'm a fellow 100 dever. For those who probably know one in here, but for those who don't know, Mindwolf is a fellow 100 dever streamer. They stream all kinds of projects, educational, super educational stuff. That is who we're referring to, and they have a chat, and people ask questions, and sometimes I answer questions. Just like here. So we want to get the user. So const user equals. So user find one. Let us look at the rest of our code and see how we find users. Find one. There we go. Oh, look, there's a regex up there. It would be a shame if someone copied and pasted it. What a shame. Such a lovely Lego piece. Now it is request params username because params are the request parameters in the URL by request or by express. Ooh, okay. Undefined function error. Operator does not exist. Text. Yeah, I'm happy to be your rubber ducksy films. For those who didn't figure it, the exclamation point needs to be left of the equal sign, not to right of it. At least I assume that's the solution. Correct me if I am wrong. It's going to be if not user, where are my 404s? Oh, this is what a 404 looks like. Yoink, eventually we gotta make a cool page for this, but we ain't there yet. So, try to get user don't exist, poof away. So is that pseudocode complete? I'm gonna do some population. There you go, see films. Yep, see that's what these help channels streams are for. You just ask your question, or even you might not even hit enter on the question as you're typing it out. We are your rubber ducky. Because this is a weird thing in which I'm referencing another thing, but I need to do it virtually. This is what I want, right? Sometimes with the right choice. For example, virtual, reference, local field, foreign field. This is a very SQL kind of way of doing it, or at least relational. And this is what I want. So I add to the user schema a virtual of list, telling it to go to this model, and that I am looking for this field to match this field on the author to match this field on the blog post. This is such good code, I'm just going to copy it. So to our model. 535, there you go, see films. So they say author schema.virtual. That is a new schema thing. It looked weird because I am not naming mine capitalized, but we're too late now. Oh, that's not how the clipboard is supposed to work. User schema virtual, and this is going to be list. The reference is list, local field ID, foreign field, owner. Okay, I think those are all the things. It's time to YOLO this. We want to do a populate and the list. And, before we go any further, I would like to get a little log on this. Just console log. Which means this page ain't going to do anything, but should at least make it this far. Let's put a breakpoint here. Let's be super fancy. So when I go to this page, and I'm like, hey, let's look at all your list. Ka-chow. Great sadness. So I know what happened. We got a 404. That part's not the mystery. But why did we get the 404? So our router did not route the request to where we want it to go. But why? Aha. Good old typo. So I put /user username. I put /user s username. That's the problem. I'm actually, again, since I am trying to improve this tool as much as I can, I'm actually going to see what that looked like in the visualizer. So don't leave us waiting there. Okay, we refresh, we fail, sadly. Go back to my visualizer and let's see what it looked like at failure. So yeah, we got 17 steps of failures. Lots of doing stuff in the server. We authed. Then what did we do? We went to the index router. Then we went to the user router. Then we went to the list router. And then we didn't do anything. Okay, so that went to the default express handler, but that did give me information. So again, I should try to use this tool. So we can see that if we go back, we first went to the index router, as expected. Then we went to the user router, which is where we wanted it to end. But then we went to the next router. So by this point, I would be realized, uh-oh, the user router, you didn't do your thing. Oh, I didn't mean to click that. Why didn't you do the thing? Then I would be like, you're the problem, and then figure that out. But sometimes it can be quicker to just look at the code. And now, express MongoDB willing. Oh, I was too fast. I was too fast for it. Nope, here's our breakpoint. So we are here on the user. Do we see the list? Probably look at something around here. Ooh, looking at a raw Mongo document. We have lists, and if I click it, we see 3 lovely lists. This is what we want. They're not all public, though. So we don't want to see these unpublic ones. We want to populate at the settings. Oh, I don't know if we won't be asking too much for this one, folks. I don't know, we're in trouble. Took the old code building blocks from old codes to make a phone book. Ran server, local host shows blank. No clue how to fix it. causing that? So there are a lot of things that could be causing that. Running server and seeing no errors is good. What do you mean by blank? Do you mean this kind of blank? Localhost, like, do you mean this blank as in unable to connect? Or do you mean blank as a pure white page? Because if it's unable to connect, then I'd make sure your port is correct, the server is listening, and you have a handler on the / endpoint. So I have handle on the / endpoint right here to handle when I go to a home page. If all those are well, and you're not getting this, you're getting maybe a blank white page. Ooh, blank page with only an opening and closing curly. Okay, so it's not completely blank. We do have content, an opening and closing curly, so that looks like a JSON response. So I would look at your get / wherever you have that at, and make sure, like, whatever your response is, I assume you're doing response.json. That's my current assumption. What are other reasons for this? Are you using a templating language of any kind? Using response.render, maybe? It's kind of hard to tell. I mean, if you were willing to show... Oh no, pause. Ad coming in 20 seconds. Okay, it's all good, all good. Tell me when the ad is done. Again, bad one on me for not not running ads during the break, but we will catch this. Why is my emoji not working? There we go, EJS. Okay. Feel free to tell me when the ad is over. We'll continue figuring it out. Okay, so populate is what we want to do. We want to pass like some arguments. Field selection. That's not specific fields we want to know. We want all the fields. Populating multiple. Query connections. Here it is. Well, if we wanted to populate our fans based on their age, here it is. So we say, ooh, we make an object. Spooky object. Let's copy that spooky object. Spooky object. So path is list. Match is public equals true. And select, well, we kind of want everything, so I'm not going to do anything there. And now if we have a save and a reload, in this case we have to keep that open because we're coming home. Take a looky-loo here. We look at user, and we look at list. We see 2 lists, because only 2 of them are public. There we go, folks. So assign to user list all of the user's public fields. I guess we did there. Yeah, RJ, I am not, so I don't have scheduled ads turned on. So unfortunately, you're seeing, I mean, I assume Cassava is seeing an ad just put on by Twitch, like without my notification or anything. So I don't have them scheduled turn on. I guess you're just getting hit by one that Twitch feels that you as a user need to see. So yeah, question as good as mine. You all wouldn't get that if I was a good streamer and I played the ads during the break, but I forgot to do that. Speaking of break, I forgot to turn my timer on. Yeah, that's how long is left. Yeah, your guess is as good as mine. Maybe you gotta be like a partner or whatever the next level is to know that secret sauce information. So we want to render our view. What view do we want to render? We want to render the user view. And what information we want to pass to it? I don't know what information we want to pass to it. Called .render. Let's look. I don't remember. We want to pass all of this stuff. Well, those two things at least. So we want to pass the current URL, current user, and the visiting user. 10.4. Yeah, that's the best of my knowledge. Yeah, well, I have all of that turned on, actually, turned off, actually. So all the scheduled ads are off, though. Maybe that's why people are getting the random ones. Gotta hit up Rufio because they were able to figure all that out. Is your ad over, Savannah? I mean, how long of an ad are they hitting you with? Bezos really wants your attention, apparently. Tell us what the ad is if you're back. And then visiting user is user. Look at that. I like to call this, since we're might as well use the variable name. Visiting user. There we go. So I think these are all the things we want. Goodbye console lag. And we're going to see if this renders. Now, if we have any errors, they should be just in the view. Great sadness. Okay. Cannot read of undefined regarding slice, so that is in this line 28. List.order. So the list does not have the order. So in my home page, the list did have the order because we're rendering the list with all the stuff on it. So list.order equals, okay, so it's going to be, obviously it's an assignment, order colon. Hey Kid Neptune, chat and things are going well. We are currently adding user pages to our Pairwise Sorter, while in the meantime experimenting with my visualizer to see how useful it actually is. At least in its MVC state. Okay, get user here. Let's zoom. We'll restore that to a cooler shape. Yeah, we can see that we made it all the way to render user, and then do we make it to the thing? We made it to the views user, so big yikes, went to the wrong place, but I tried. Yeah, I'm working on it. Figured it makes this easier for debugging and for visualization, so. And we're using the Pairwise Sorter as the guinea pig project. You can see the generated one. It tries. I mean, it's a library. It tries to put these in the right places. That's why I have a save button, but I just added a new view. So now when we render the user, it's going to take us to the blue one. There it is. It made it. We made it all the way down here. Then if you click this, it's the cool part. It takes you to the code that did the thing. That's the coolest part in my opinion. But yeah. Doesn't really tell us any more about this error, because that is a us error. So we're looking for the render home page. Because you are the one doing it right, and I'm the one doing it wrong. So it's this code I need to yoink. So here's the thing. I need to modify the visiting user list, which means I want this to be a lane. So I can say visiting user equals the visiting user. But your lists are actually, so yeah, they are this. I just need to copy this part. So it is visiting user dot list dot math. Let's see if an auto format will save this. It tried really hard. There we go. Again, the baddest of bad code. Ooh, to object. This is a lean, so I don't think we're gonna have a to object. We'll find out though. Find out right now. Gotta connect to that database, don't we, folks? Go database. Da 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 da. Okay. Okay. Any moment now. So something is stuck somewhere. This is one of the things that Visualizer actually does help with. So again, we gotta keep refreshing this, but so we made it through 17. Nope, clicked on the wrong thing. 4, 5. I really need to turn this animation down. We made it to render user. Okay, so it's somewhere in here we're stopping. So let's go back to the code and be like, halt. You have done the bad thing. So restart. Node mod's not attached. Oh, save the code base. It's always a good way to get node mod to restart. Okay, listening. Re-execute the request. There you go, see films, nice. If no visiting user, we do the thing, then we respond to render, and I assume the fire is in here. Let's step in. Okay, so we're doing a list to sorter. What is a list? A list is all this good stuff. Let's step in there just to be sure. Oh, great, we stepped into the wrong place. Gotta get out. Escape! Let's hit the pause button on this. Okay, we know list to sorter is doing the badness. Where is that function existing at? Here it is. So, for while there's a question, basically. No. Oh, where have we gone? Okay, let's see what happens if we're just like, you're the old list. Because maybe my lenification is the underlying issue. And folks, it's all about dividing your possible target for bad errors in half. Okay, so yeah, that part is fine. It's this part that's doing the badness. So yeah, specifically list to sorter. Let us... This method exists in here, right? It does not. Okay, so it's essentially undefined, or it's accessing a variable that doesn't exist. Two variables, actually. I'm not getting the error, though, so... Interesting. What if? So, this is kind of an experiment. So this is the user. Let's drop it off. Nope, not the model. The user router. So this is what you get when using experimental tools. It's hard to tell why something is breaking. Is it you, or is it the thing? So if I remove my express handler tracker doohickey, will I then get the big bad error that we're supposed to have? Okay, finally connected. Aha, so we do get the error we're supposed to have, so I am throwing away the error somehow. That is of great sadness to me. I will add it to a to-do listicle. Let me go find... I don't know what's in the list, that's why I'm blurring for a moment. I have to also find it. There it is. Errors... Well, it's specifically async errors are thrown away. Try to reference variable not available. There we go. That's how we're gonna do that. I do have some secrets in there. Yeah, you're right. You're right. It does prefer to be all uppercase. Hey, there we go, Casavana. Let us appreciate the GitHub. That will help immensely when I shove this in my thing. First, we'll just try to look at the code. So, the Goldfish, remember, you're getting a blank page. So, we're just going to start at server, the entry point of all good code. So, I do see you have app use / home routes. So, home routes should be the one doing the stuff. So, let's look at routes home. We have a get on the / good, for get index from the controller. Let's look at that. Wait for GitHub to load. We made it. Okay, we have exporting all of our cool things. And then we, so we get index and then we do the good awaiting. Yeah, well, that's one line. I guess that's supposed to be one line. That could be the issue, formatting. Then you render index EJS with your tasks, which I think that's cool. If there's an error, yeah, formatting aside. Wait a minute, that curly to that curly. It's curly. Okay, yeah. Do status 500 send error. So the error, that could be what you're getting sent, or it could be anything going on here. We're gonna see what it is. So fortunately, ye old code inspection doesn't always give us our answers. So let us get a clone into there, and then phone book. And we're gonna open a VS Code over here. No, we're not doing that. Hope that. Okay. VS Code is about to be like, let's debug VS Code. It's just being very explicit. I don't know. I mean, it does feel like everyone who writes SQL is yelling, right? It's like, rah, rah, rah. It's like, what are y'all doing? But yeah, it's just being very, because caps are easier to read, I guess, right? I'm sure there's a real historical reason about it, but I did not research it. So I'm assuming this thing needs a database. DB, the path database. I'm just whipping one up real quickly. I'm assuming this is also going to need it as an environment variable. So let us Control Shift F for processed env. Ah, that's actually not a bad explanation there, Xmetrics. Thanks for that tidbit of info. Let's npm run to see all the things we have. db connection equals MongoDB. All my autocomplete is missing. Localhost 27017 / name for funsies. Then it is npm run start. Ah, great fire. I did something wrong. int32 is not defined. Okay, phone book JS. I'm getting an error. Can't even run your code yet. Hey, of course, Xmetrics. Thanks for coming on by, dropping in the hot facts. So I think this you want a number, not int32. The JavaScript world does not have types that specific. Mongoose might, but that's neither here nor there. Let me actually look at the GitHub. There's not. Yeah, you linked to me this thing. I don't know. I assume I cloned the right thing. Localhost 8700. Let's do a git log. Just to make sure I'm on the right thing. Yeah, I'm on the right thing. Exit, not exit. Exit, please. There we go. So, we're at the home page. We are getting JSON. Great sadness. So what we want to do, what I'm going to do, is look at the controller for home and put a breakpoint right here and right here. So, we know something's around here bad. Let's do a refresh and see what is bad. Ah, we hit the error. What is the error? Phone book is not defined. Now, you're probably asking, well, this is a great error. Why didn't I get the error? It's a great question. I don't really know. Error. So I see lovely error. Error.to JSON. JSON.stringify error. Okay, so don't ask me why. When you send this error, maybe it's all errors, I don't really remember. It turns into JSON. What I'm gonna do is be like, send error to string, because we really love our strings. This is not NodeMon, so we have to stop and start it. And then if we cross our fingers, it works. We get the actual error, which again isn't helping us, but the problem is that you are referencing phone book when the variable name is to do task. So we're naming this variable to phone book. Probably gonna have to fix that one too, but I'm gonna get me some NodeMon here, npx NodeMon server.js. Okay, now it should be running, and if we look here, cannot find module EJS. Okay, another lovely error. I'm assuming it's not installed. Nope, it's installed. I am wrong. So this is a good error. Let's try and track down a line. This unreadable mush. Server.js. Okay, so server.js maybe is doing something up. Got any EJS talking? Set view engine to EJS. Right. So let's put another breakpoint here because we know the error is hitting here. No, what is this? That's cool. C films, yeah. 4 sequels. I mean, that's pretty good. They don't have too many sequels, so that is a pretty good completion. render. So it's the render thing that's doing the angry. There is a view called index.ejs. What if we're just like, just index? I'm just trying messing around here. Board games, nice. Yes, see films. Hope it's a good time for sure. Ah, you know what happened? I made a crucial error. So this isn't you, this is me. I didn't do npm install. Can you believe it? And it worked because I have Express in the parent application. Don't forget the basic steps, people. And there, ooh, look at this, fancy. That's an interesting font. I wonder what this font would be. Yeah, this looks like good UI, and then, yeah. So your problem, Casavannah, is that you had, so, firstly, you're going to want to say error to string, just for funsies, because that is going to make it readable. Secondly, you're going to want to rename your to-do task require to phone book, because that's what you reference it as. But to catch all these errors, you're going to want to error to string basically everywhere you send error. And I don't know, see films. I mean, I guess I am. Yeah, I was planning on streaming, to like late night, but yeah, I guess it is an all-day stream. Hope that helps, Castlevania. Not sure if the thing is doing the rightness, but so I will send you a message in to do. Oh, where is it? Hold on. Online 2. There you go, just in case it didn't. You missed it. Or these. Got another ad. Hopefully that helps you get some progress, and then, you'll be able to actually see the errors moving forward now. I'm awesome. I'm glad to help. Yeah, just, always appreciate it. Thank you for coming in with the good question. That was a good little scavenger hunt. And yeah, you do have that same or relative error of like things still being called to do thing and not phone book. So, but with hopefully that error to string, you'll actually be able to see the error instead of Express just being like, you want some curlies? I got you curlies. Because that is, even for me, I was like, what is this? npm run dev. Jump back into our pairwise sorter, and this is on fire because I'm in the phone book. Oh, we should probably. Phone book, very cool. I'm going to delete it now until there's another issue. And yeah, folks, y'all appreciate any and all questions or debugs we got. You're right, yeah. You're on your own. And I mean, I will be honest, like, I would like to know why Express figured, oh, this error, I'm gonna turn it into JSON. Like, I don't know, it feels weird that it did that, but I don't know. It's like what Leon says. We ain't here to figure out the inner workings. We're here to move Legos and put them together. So, put a two-string on the end of your errors and move along with your day. Try not to make that same mistake. Hey, Real Scotty. Hello, hello. Hope your day is doing well. We just solved a Casavannah error with their CRUD app. And now we're jumping back into our pairwise sorter, trying to fix an infinite loop. I don't know why it's infinite looping, but it's infinite looping. I don't remember how I got here. Nope, don't know what this is. Continue. Okay, I remember now. Hey, Uberflystorm. Hello, hello. Funk's funny seeing you again. Your day is going well. There you go. This is the breakpoint we want. This is the breakpoint we need. List to sorter is not defined. There's our error. Goldfish memory did not help, did it? So yeah, my errors are being consumed. But yeah, now I can see the error. I love seeing errors. More Legos to my collection. I'm not sure what Legos to add. Yeah, well, dude, it can be tough. It's just whatever you want is them to. Wow. My brain was like, you want words? You're not getting words. Depends on what you want to do. So if you want to do X, Y, and Z, you look up node XYZ libraries and stuff like that, and that might try to figure it out. And yeah, Driftwood, I can definitely help you out tomorrow. Today, it would be a later time today, so probably probably be in 6 hours today. I mean, unless you're fine with it. I'm trying goldfish memory. If your thing's on GitHub into tiny chunks, yeah, breaking into tiny chunks is great. Oh, I appreciate it, Uberfly Storm. Yeah. I probably should read your entire message, huh? That would be good. You can log in and log out. When I try to render if logged in with is authenticated method, is authenticated is not a function in EJS. I don't know if I can CRUD on all is unique to each user's EJS. Okay, so I'll go ahead and we will jump on a thing later today or tomorrow, whichever I do plan. I do plan on streaming a little bit long tonight, so to 10 Eastern at least. Yeah, if not tonight, tomorrow for sure. But just so we'll jump on then. But if we're lucky, then the fact that using is authenticated is not a function in EJS because it's not exposed as a function. So I will demonstrate how to expose it to EJS. Yeah, OAuth EJS is all confused. Sure thing, yeah. Now that is a great question because that is a very much a thing that people would want to do. So I am curious. So let me find render homepage because I'm also doing some conditional if user logic. I'm doing it a little differently. I'm probably doing it the wrong way now that I'm seeing the way you want to do it. So we have our lovely index, and it's like, hey, I'm on the wrong file. Here we go. So what I do is I check, where is it? I check if the user exists, and that's going to be from request user, which, so if we go to our home page, render home page. So this is what I do to all my requests. I say user is request user. Now, when you're authenticated, this is a thing. When you're not, it's undefined. So then I'm like, okay, if user, then the user's logged in, else the user's not logged in. Obviously that works, but I see the way you're going is going to be I'm going to your message to copy the spelling because I don't trust me. Is authenticated equals, oh look, tab 9 knows what I want for the first time in forever. Now if we go to the home page, thank you VS Code for changing my file. And we're just like, hey, let's spit some stuff out. Curly main props is auth. Thank you, tab 9. Auth. This is gonna be awkward because mine's always gonna say yes, but I do believe this is what you're probably going for. Okay, it might actually be an EJS issue, so then I might need to actually switch to EJS. Ooh, auth equals nothing. Okay, so if this is true, false. I do have an EJS project lying around here somewhere. We will go check it out. If this does work, just so we can prove. Okay, there we go. Auth true. And then if I log out, so technically it says true because I am auth. It's weird how I have this. But if we go to render homepage, this is me, not you. Don't worry about it. There we go. Poof, get away from there. Now, went too fast. Gotta wait for VS Code. We're waiting for the database at this point. There you go. Took your time. And it still says auth true. Well, don't know what that's about. Let's do a clear. Well, I also gotta clear some cookies. All the things must go. That's not where it is. Storage. Delete. Delete. I don't think there's anything's in there. Delete all the things. Okay, it's all gone. It's gonna say false. My goodness, why does it keep saying true? Hey, thanks for the follow there, me maid. Hope your Sunday is going well. I am just being over here confused at why I thought I knew how this is authenticated thing worked, but I do not. What we're gonna do is head on back to the controller and be like, I'm just gonna log you right now. That's a log chow, and we're just gonna quick looky here. See if it's EJS or who in the tarnation is doing the thing. You know, we're putting a breakpoint here because we don't trust anyone. Trust no one, not even the code. I would like to see the output though, so we have to skip past it. It says true, darn it. We make another request, and we're like, I don't trust you. We step in the code. We check if this user property. So I will spit that out myself. It's undefined. I mean, what is user property though? Oh, this property. Ooh, it's not undefined. Okay, so I am logged in. Whoops. I have a middleware that's doing this. Okay, again, not a you issue, a me issue. Very great. The bestest of demonstrations here, I know. Yeah, for sure. I have middleware too. It's all these middleware. It's like, there's so many tower of cards doing things out of your memory, because who can remember all these things? So we gotta step back up to the router. Which router? The index router. And then from this router, we gotta go up to the server router. And then from here, we're like, you're the one. Get out of here. Okay, now it's gonna work. Rest of the page might break, but it will now work. Okay, unregarded created output. Now we can see if I'm just like, hey, rest of page? What if you're just like handling users that don't exist? The lack of that. And that was a view, so only need this part. Ka-chow, there it is. Okay, Driftwood, we made it eventually. So this isn't in EJS, but I'm like 90% confident it behaves the same. So the ingredients is, we call is authenticated just like this, and it's going to return your boolean. It's saying this is not defined because something is wrong in your controller, in which is authenticated is not being passed from request is authenticated. If you are doing this, that means request is authenticated is undefined, which might mean that your response.render is happening before your setup passport line, and more specifically in your app use passport initialize and app use passport session. So you gotta make sure these happen before your router, which will eventually lead to your controller passing request is authenticated. Okay, so that's your middleware to ensure you're authenticated. That doesn't give it to EJS. So I have stuff like, I don't think I have anything like that. Anything like that? Yeah, I have like a middleware here, so I don't have that exact middleware, but what that middleware does is if you're not, like, if you are authenticated, you continue on, otherwise you go to the home page. that doesn't expose the isAuthenticated method to EJS at all. You need to specifically do this here, or I'm trying to goldfish memory this. Locals is, I don't know if this will work also, but we're here, might as well have a look at it. That's right. EJS has access to only what you pass it in this object and like a few other things, but none of those things. I think, what's the way to see all the things? I don't know. We're just gonna see if this still works. Yeah, so another way, if you don't want to pass it to every thing, you can say response.locals is authenticated equals this, and these are additional things that are passed to every object options. And I believe to demonstrate what is in your object, like the stuff EJS passes you, it is the same, despite me not using EJS. What you do is you're like, what's all the things? And you're like, JSON stringify locals. That'll output all the things. Yeah, of course, Driftwood, of course. Yeah, we'll probably, if you didn't, we'll chat later too. My bad. So that's the boring one. This is the one you're probably more attuned to, which is like this. So, get your two flavors, either add it to your object, or you do this at some point before .render. Yeah, of course, give it a shot, and if not, we can meet up later tonight or tomorrow, whenever. Yeah, that was a good little challenge there. Didn't realize so many middlewares. Yeah, that was a good one. Nice. Object.entry sorts numbers, strings, apparent. What are you coming in here saying crazy stuff like that, DM Bull? No, I gotta see what that's about. Why is object entry sorting anything? That's very uncool. I've literally used it at some points where I assumed the order was insertion. That's not cool. Object entries, so it sorts number strings. So if I have an object of 1A, then 3B, and then 2Z, 1, 2, 3. Wow, look at that, folks. So I entered it 1, 3, 2, and it outputted 1, 2, 3. Would you look at that? Wow. Yeah. Hey, Sam Kit Kat. Thanks for coming on by. Hope your Sunday's been going well. I'm over here just being absolutely amazed that object entries sorts your thing for you for whatever reason. I hope your Sunday's been going well. Those don't know, they do some React stuff. Always fun streams, pretty cool themes into. Just go check them out. Yeah, that it seems weird, Deamble, doesn't it? I mean, technically it'll still do it when I stringify this, right? I'm assuming this won't change. Yeah, so it still does that. Does it do it to letters? A, C, C, and B, B. It doesn't do it to letters. What in the world? Hey, of course, of course. Yeah, that's tripping me out right now, Deamble. Yeah, that is wild. The wildest stuff. Not sure how to stop that. I mean, I'm just gonna go to the docs and the spec and be like, why you bad? Why JavaScript bad? TypeScript, save us. Do something, please. Yeah, I'm seeing. I'm just gonna look for the word sort. The ordering returned is the same as provided in 4n. I don't believe you. I do not believe this is the ordering 4n. We're about to shake my entire world. For const key in yield object console log key. 1, 2, 3. Oh my goodness. The 4n loop sorts your object? Absolutely betrayed. And here's the thing, I'm at, oh, what? This is, Don't worry about. I will freak out for all of us. Is it using the keys only? I mean, yeah, I assume it's sorting by keys. It'd be really weird if it didn't. It's the same as provided in for in. Okay, so object entries isn't the blame. For in is to blame, or some enumerable thing. Iterates overall enumerable properties. I don't want to go down that page. Assume you have an order. Non-symbol object. The traversal order is well defined. Oh, okay, this is it. Oh wow, wow, real Scotty, you beat me to about like 30 seconds. I slowly got there. Within each component, all non-negative integer keys be traversed in ascending order. Then string keys and chronological project creation. That is interesting. How do we be like, don't do that? I mean, I think D and Bull. Yeah, it's a good, interesting. I'm guessing, for old JavaScript, right? Yeah, so like I understand at this point that it is happening. I understand the rules behind it. I'm not hearing an explanation though, which is probably what you're getting at, right? So I use forN for stuff. I opened the spec, folks. We're looking at the spec. Unlike for property for visit and does use a for loop for numeric and all bad things. Hey, Sam Kit Kat with a hydrate and some type racer. Sure thing, sure thing. Or typing equivalent game. You want us to all be in the same room, or are you gonna send me out to the wild, wild west? Okay, I've not read the for loop, the specification. I don't really remember how this works. Order. This gonna be a big search. Not that big. Yeah, if you have a negative key, you are screwed. Specific order, new source text order. Search for the word negative. Yeah, map is, the proper thing. This is what we get for, what do you say? Using objects as arbitrary references between keys and values, right? This is our fault. We should have been using maps all along, right, Danbo? Is that the lesson? I usually use TypeRacer, just TypeRacer. It's the only one I actually know of. But I personally use Keyber for like single player thing. Like TypeRacer is for the multi one. Keyber is what I personally use daily, though it's not that daily. And then I hear Monkey Typer is the one other people use, but TypeRacer is the only multiplayer one that I am aware of. Yeah, why is this order? Component non-negative integer. Maybe that's what I can look for in this spec. Oh, you were doing a code war when it hit you, DM. Oh yeah, I already read that part. Oh yeah, we'll definitely be doing this one after the break. So is the solution being like object keys? Oh, thank you for not loading there. Nope, the solution is not object keys. It's any iteration that really does this. Dang. Count the number of occurrences for each character and return as a list. Oh, apparently I already did this. For an empty count, return an empty list. Oh, and when there are numbers, it does the weirdness. I see. Oh, type racer. Oh, okay. Yeah, I would have created the room too. But we are good. Yeah, let's do some type racer and then we'll take our break and jump on to that. Actually, we already did that code war, but we'll take on that code war again because I think I did it with a map. For anyone else who wants to join, it is in the link or in the chat. No, it's good, Sam Kit Kat. I mean, I didn't really make it clear, did I? Didn't make it clear at all. I was just offering the option. Some people like, oh, I don't want to actually type race with you. I want to type race. I want you to type race against the world. And some people are like, oh, I want to type race with you. So I always ask, but I didn't ask clearly, did I? Here we go, though. I'm not really going to talk much because that's not how my brain works. No DM bull. Oh, all these eyes. Oh, this. Oh man. Wild. Yeah, it's wild. It's wild. DM bull with the 7 or the 93. Man, that was a good one. 60. I mean, hey, it doesn't. You don't need to be that fast. You know, it's like what's Leon just recommends like what 40 or 50, right? That's all you really need to type, because for most of us, we're just thinking more than we are typing. Typing is more useful in, typing oriented tasks like responding quickly to a message or I don't know, what else do y'all type with? The stenographers out there, they don't use keyboards, do they? Yeah, 93 DM Bull. I mean, I kind of had a feeling like, oh no, it's DM Bull. Yeah, Sam Kick. I mean, there's the red, yellow, green that I'm aware of, but if you really wanted to, okay, Flexosaurus DM, well, I believe you though. I believe you. Yeah, I think I remember a while ago when it was all starting off, all the people being like sharing their monkey typer screenshots. It can be good, yeah, for sure. It's like if your brain is going that fast, and go for it. But most people need to do thinking. Well, ah, ah. Oof, okay, I got a little better, but yeah, D and Bull, 104. You're not wrong. 80 plenty. Yeah, I think my average is what, 70 or so. Standing up feels weird. Okay, okay, I got you. We get it. You're a typing wizard. Let me just bring up my actual average. I mean, you got a DNF Casavana. Ah, it sucks. Yeah, for exactly, whoa, dude. See, like on Keyber, I'm a bit better because it's just words. Well, we broke Keyber. Never mind, we didn't break Keyber. Average, the monkey type. Yeah, Keyber and monkey type, all those variations. Site ain't loading. Ah, there it is. See, my average is 76, and that's without punctuation, capitalization, all that. Disgusting characters. Precisely, DM Bull. But you had a handicap for sure. Yeah, you want? We can go another one, folks. Either way, when we will, whenever we're all done, if there's probably one more, we'll be taking our break. And being already shared a good code word, we're going to attempt. Although I have done it before, the goldfish memory does not tell me how I did it before, so we won't be doing that. We'll be doing it fresh. Oh, that's okay. Oh, Sam Kit Kat. There you go. You're doing better than me. Okay, you you are the new boss. There you go. Oof. Wait, what am I typing? Ah, it's okay, Driftwood. We can get one more if you didn't make it in. But yeah, 118. Is that you, Real Scotty? I can't scroll. I mean, you said 80, so I don't know who's. I don't think random people can jump in here. Average is 118, last 10. Oh, you only done one. So I think this is one of y'all. Mega Racer, though, huh? Whew, that's a good one. This is not you, you wish. Okay, okay, okay. We got. Obviously, we got a lurker in here doing the flex. Wait, okay, hold on. Let me leave race. There we go. Okay, tell us when you're ready and I'll join. Oh, there you are. There we go. Now we join. Oh, and I am control Fing into my window. I think it takes into account join time anyway. Yeah, it's the modest flexors. Uh, Phew, I made like the least mistakes there, but that was my slowest one so far. Yeah. Okay, DM Bull back. Wait, well, weren't you in this one, Driftwood? Could have swore I saw some. What in tarnation? The words in this one. Yeah, yeah. There's very little punctuation and such, right? Okay, okay. I guess my eyes. I tried. My eyes did not want to do the thing they were supposed to do. Yeah, it is pretty fun. It is. It is. Another guesser into the track, man. We're getting all in here. Okay. It's too slow. Oh man, that is yeah, that's not actually very cool. If it's a custom room, I want to see everyone who joins the custom room. You know? Oh wow, comma. Oh look how long this is. Okay, this is a marathon, folks. That means you can do a cool comeback story. Never give up. Oh, so much punctuation. That what? Who wrote this? Ah, okay. Wow, that was quite the equalizer there. That would make it very slow, DM Bull. I don't think that's an actual setting. Though if that's your free 100 hours project, anyone. If anyone wants to remake Type Racer with a death mode, there you go. Idea courtesy of DM Bull. And yeah, that was the longest one, yeah. Yeah, just rebuild it and add one little feature to it, you know? Okay, well, oh wow, this one got easier. Oh, it is top right. Oh, it's a death mode. Okay. Oh, I didn't. What did I? Oops. Oh. Okay, I didn't mean. I clicked the button and it was like, hey, we're gone. Okay, I made it back at least. I think that makes a new room or something. Yeah. There was that one about the whole romance thing. I was like, wait, what am I typing? Wow, I got it. Man, I don't know. Y'all better watch out. I'm coming for y'all. Better watch out, DM Block. Got me at 0 WPM. Yeah, you know it. I'm coming for y'all, apparently. But look at my speed. It's so fast. It's just speed of light, you know? It's a rollover error. How new low for you, yep. Yeah, I don't actually know how to leave race. Okay, let's do that, I guess. I think I broke it, folks. I don't know. I think I really broke it. Playing the long game. Yeah, that's what it is. How does... Instant death button. Yeah, that button don't really want to work with me, Dumbo. I clicked it. Is on fire. Ah, great. Stuck at zero again, eh? Oh no, I made it. Oh, okay. So I'm lost. I was at 42 before though, so pretty almost halfway through the sentence too. But yeah, Driftwood 60, DM Bull 100, our lurker guest 80, nice. Yeah, that's a pretty good one. 64, yeah. You see, you get. And well, it's like 50 or 40 is all we technically really like what Leon recommends, so I think we are all good, folks. Yeah, whoop whoop. Is that you? Was that you the whole time? There we go. Okay, I think as fun as this is, I think we'll do two more. This one and the next one. So we do gotta take a break at least. Maybe we do more after the break, but we at least gotta take the break. Okay, I'm not doing death mode. That was too early. I'm gonna cheat. Ah, okay, two errors. I'm cheating again. Ah. Well, okay, so three errors at 61 WPM. So that's actually pretty average, I suppose. Brings me back down to human levels. Did I actually tell you your accuracy? Actually, there it is, 98. Oh, it doesn't say the accuracy on here. That would be something cool to show. There you go, yeah. Paragraph caught you off, huh? Oh, well, thankfully we got a sentence. Yeah, it's like there's a lot of random words in here, you know. It's just like we just yoink things from the internet. Be surprised, ain't gonna be surprised what we're typing, are we? What a typo. Oh, okay. Never mind. That's in the way. Phew, okay. Again, 60-ish is my accurate typing space. Yeah, I mean, I'm barely remembering these. You know, I'm just focused too much on the letters to realize. Wait a minute, what was the? Why was that word in there? It tells you what it's from. Middlemarch by George Eliot. That looks like a book to me. Yeah, folks, that was pretty good. Again, thanks for that redemption, Sam Kit Kat. It was definitely a fun little session. Y'all can keep going if you want. I do gotta take a break though. I gotta take a break at some point. If y'all are still going, I'll join a game. If you're all still going after the break, and then we'll move on to our code words and stuff. But with that break, I will be taking. Make sure to stretch, hydrate, and relax if you can, or type to your heart's content, whatever it is you like to do, whatever your break is. And I will catch y'all on the other side, which will be doing the code word DM Bolt dropped. Welcome on back, folks. And yeah, my fingers are on their way out. Yeah, I mainly just do 5 minutes a day. I don't do anything much more than that. I don't really, I don't need to type faster. I mean, I've yet to need to type faster. It's a nice thing to have. Let me actually, I said I'd join if y'all are still going. Oh, I should probably change the screen over. Flippy floppy. There we go. There's one person there. Yeah, it looks like just this is the one. So I'm gonna look at this freaking enumerable logic. I'm gonna see if I can understand the spec. So again, still trying to read this. We'll only spend like 2 or 3 minutes on this. I will guarantee this by setting it to 3 minutes. If I can't figure this out in 3 minutes, we are moving on. Okay, let's see if I can parse through this. Iterator compute. So this is iterator blah blah destructuring or not. Repeat next result. Call iterator record. Yes, so there's an iterator. I get that. Where's the enumerable thing in the iterator? Yeah, Dean Bull, you are blowing my mind. It's not how I thought it was. I thought it was. I knew that in ye old day, they weren't guaranteed. The insertion that you weren't guaranteed to get them back in the out in the order you put them in. But I thought since the year of our Lord ES 2016 or 2015, they stabilized this, which is correct. They did stabilize it. They just stabilized it to an interesting spec. Get iterator. Oop, enumerable object properties. I do love that. Those are things I will understand. String valued keys. Well, I don't have integers. Proxy integer index exotic object. Oh. For an iterator, specific iteration are never directly accessible to illustrate of enumerable object properties. Nice. Okay, I understand these words. Really? Yeah. I never really thought of it that way, but yeah. Abstract, throw and return on all. Yes, it's an iterator. When you talk about integers. Oh, I just looped around. Okay. Integer exotic objects. If it has get property, has property get and set using the definition. And additionally, okay, so this is extra thing. Index property keys. Okay, I'm getting desperate now. Let's look for the word sort. Ooh, that's not there. Order. Multiple parameters. Order, and they're specified must contain to the rules specified below. Do not include symbols. Objects of the property is deleted. New projects are added. Not guaranteed. Good, good, good. Right, so through the prototype, it's not considered. I don't think I'm gonna figure that. I'm not gonna find the magical words. Ordinary order for n. Yeah, I have yet. Yeah, I'm not gonna figure out the spec, but yeah, that was the 3 minutes. Let's get out of the specification. It's like what Leon says when someone asks the difference between apt use and apt get. Just figure out the Legos. Don't go making your own bricks. It's not advisable. Yeah, Dimble. I will hit the solution. I'll drop the link in chat if we don't. Basically, if you're not here when we finish. Here's said link for the code war we're going to start off on. We're actually going to do a number of code wars, but let's start off on this one. So, count the number of occurrences for each character and return as a list of tuples. Now, I know the solution because I kind of already assume it's a map, but we're just going to use the normal thing. Counts equals yield object. And that's going to be for cost car of text. Run it. Pseudocode. Hey, don't forget your prep, folks. So, what parameters are we receiving? We are receiving a string, and it has things inside the string, meaning its length can be anything from 0 to a billion. We're supposed to return an array of the values, or an array of a bunch of tuples, so an array of an array, a matrix containing the character and the count of that character. Now they're supposed to be in the order of appearance. So when we see A first, we return A first, B first, B first, R third, R third. That's our expected return. My pseudocode is it's going to tell me to create an object containing the counts, iterate through this, and for each one assign to the counts either the previous value of the counts or 0, whatever that value is, plus 1. Then I would return all those counts. I would return object integers of that count even without this, and that would be literally the return value. Seeing this problem though, this very much feels like the problem was made with this particular functionality in mind. So counts car equals counts.car or 0. So if it's the first time, we'll value it to 0 and we'll plus 1ify it. And through this, and we're returning an empty array. Object entries counts. And it fails for, this is the one I hit you on, Damble. We return 1, 2, 3 instead of 2, 3, 1. Now my obvious solution is going to be like what? Use a map here. If we couldn't use a map, what would the solution be? Keep track of an order? Could be like what? Const order equals new array. And then it'd be if not order includes car order dot push car. This is the bad way because we're doubling our space basically. New to turn order dot map car to car and then counts for this character. So this would be the non way of doing it. I think it's going to pass. Yeah, so if you didn't know about map and you were just confused, this would be a solution. Is there a way to, I know, I'm asking how to iterate in insertion order. So JS, object keys, and insertion order. But not always insertion orders. I mean, I've figured that out. So use an array or a map object. I know the solution. Guarantees, there it is. Okay, yeah, so I guess again, this is kind of our abuse of the object. So this is what we get for abusing the object as basically, I don't know, I guess. Hmm. Okay, so this person is spitting out the spec on us. To get a deeper sense, look at this. Standards always follows implementation. Wrong order and thing. Okay, here's the actual discussion about it. And you know, Chrome's kind of leading V8. Okay, lots of talk by really great people. Y'all want to read it. But basically, don't want to break the web, right? Integer keys, then string keys, then symbol keys. And you look at that. Assign own keys. So all of them follow the order. I'm trying to see if there's a cheat to get his actual insertion order. I'm not seeing it. Yeah, there's no cheat to iterate in insertion order. I mean, let's take a look at this. Get own property names. See how this one looks pretty. So if we're just like, hey, counts a lot, we're gonna be like, counts. Let's see if that looks. We're just gonna see if it looks good. 1, 2, 3. Great sadness. Reflect own keys. Oh, that's not gonna be accessible. Own property keys. I can't get that. Okay, so yeah, it looks like you already figured out, Bull. The solution is map, which I imagine is what my old solution was. So using a map, which does guarantee insertion order, we just gotta swip our syntax out for a set car equals the old value. So I have to say get car from counts, and then we get rid of that order object. Then we do want to do object entries, but I imagine it's actually, is it object.entries or is it counts.entries? I think it's counts.entries. You're right. Yeah, so it's return counts entries. So it exposes its own little entries method. That needs to be an array, so spread that. And there we go. So this is the officially recommended way of doing it, I believe it. Creating a map and then assigning and updating that. Let's see what I did in past. Oh, okay. So past me was like, we ain't gonna learn about maps. We're going to literally keep an order. So if the character was not already counted, then I set it to 0 and set the order to the current index. Ooh, and then I would sort the counts by this order. Wow. So I have to, this is why you look at your old solutions, and this is why it's worth doing old Code Wars, folks. You get to see your improvements over time. And just for funsies, yeah, we're totally gonna attempt this because I am proud, even though I didn't figure that out. Yeah, real Scotty. It's always fun. See, this is why some people ask, "Oh, there are no Code Wars to do." It's like you did a bunch of Code Wars 4 months ago that you don't remember. I mean, unless you all got super memories, you don't really remember the solution. So if you don't look, it's basically a new Code War. Besides, there's enough similarities between them that you won't remember the solution exactly. Let's see what the actual solution was. Ah, so they well, hold on. Yeah, this is using let syntax. This is ES5. Even they didn't use a map, so I guess this wasn't some kind of teaching solution. Array from split, reduce, set. Okay, they got the fun one-liners around here. I would like to visualize this though. Cause I found something recently, a cool visualizer, and I didn't do it in the leak code because my brain was dying there. But, oh my goodness, where is it? I'm looking at my history, which is why y'all can't look. Visualizing JS execution. Here it is. It's a cool little thing that this is kind of a cool thing. That it basically visualizes what happens when you run. It's a JavaScript. I'm just going to run on one of these examples really quickly. I'll run on this one, I suppose. Paste, and then we get to call it with an example. Let's call it with, what are the actual cases? We'll call it this one, and we'll just spit out the output. So we're like, console log. I just realized I never gave you the link to this website. Here it do be. I don't know who, I just kind of found it. Now, sometimes it doesn't run, like it gets a little stuck, like it is just now. My solution, refresh the page. Uh-oh, okay, it doesn't work on all code. Big unfortunate. Okay, we're gonna go to the other visualization site. I thought this would be easy. It's like, haha, you're not visualizing nothing. And now Spectrum wants to say hello. There we go. Visualize me. Maybe I'm using too fancy of syntax. Is that it? There we go. Hopefully this actually gives a visualization. There we go. So we can see we create. None of these tools support this is the syntax. Well, glad to see that. And so I tried to do it with just let me show you my solutions. I tried to do it with just the so I ended up using the map. I couldn't find a way to use any other thing to iterate over the object without keeping an order, which once we looked at my past solution, I did keep an order, though I did it in kind of a janky way. I kept an order of all the character indexes, so I've gotten a lot more better than this, although I kind of knew it was a map, but even the modern one, I implemented the order as an array and then iterated over the array, pulling the value out instead of doing this expensive sort. Yeah, new map, set the count to the old count, and then spread the entries into an array. I assume that's probably what you went to. Yeah, I mean, it's a little cleaner because I one-lined this, but besides that, it's shows growth, ain't that right? It'd be nice if this thing showed a date, like when did I do this solution? That'd be nice. Got any dates here? Any dates? Nope, no dates. It does show dates on other pages. I know they have it. They're just not showing to me. And yeah, and then we got all the other code warriors basically doing the same thing, converting it to a set. Oh, because sets. Wait a minute. I didn't realize sets were ordered, but I guess they maintain the insertion order. Submit that as a PR. Well, the thing is that they have it, like, if you go to your profile, like, they have all this information, and you go to your completed katas, you can see, wait, where is it? No, if you go to your solutions page, you can see the exact date when you did it. So it's in the database, so if you're a logged in user, I used a set, okay, yeah, and I guess sets, much like maps, maintain insertion order. For some reason, my brain thought they were independent of order, but I guess not. Yeah, but he says, see, dates are here. They're just all hidden away. Oh, that was 4 months ago. Look at that. Yeah, that was a good one. I tried to run this through some cool visualizers I found. None of them are, like, good with the syntax for of, apparently, so much for that. Text iterator, right? Nah, no way of doing that. Yeah, for sure, Dimble, yeah. I mean, as you can see, past me was just like, I will manually order the entire thing. I'll keep track of an order, which obviously inefficient way, but it worked. It did work. Oh, great. So I broke some code recently. Let's. So this is awkward. There's a code words to do, but I can't do it as this is all currently broken. So we gotta fix this code before we do more code wars. So we have to undelete that. So yeah, bring that back. What did we do here? Don't think we did anything. We do here. We added our username. That's good. What did we do here? Now this is something that's not broken. Goldfish memory. We getting there. Hope that file needs some fixing. Thank you, GitHub. Oh, I don't want to change all that. There we go. We added the middleware and put that back. Okay, I think that's enough for me to get to this page. Ironically, I want to use the site, but I broke the site. Waiting for a debugger. Okay, I think we made it. There we go. And here are all my, so what I did, I found a bunch of code words, and this is how I've been keeping track of them actually in the order of what I want to do. Put them in a list. And the list is in order of most relevant to do. So we're going to do this code word next, and then probably one more after, and then we'll take another break. So 30 minutes for 2 code words should be enough. T for 2. And here is the next one for those who want to rush ahead. So, given a string or a number, write a function t42 that takes as input a string or a number and returns a string where every 2 character or digit has been replaced with a t character. Here are the examples. The word coffee is returned as coffee. T is returned as T. 2EA is returned as T. 9022 is returned as 90TT as a string, and on and on. So I believe that our parameters are pretty clear. We're going to receive a string or a number. We should always return a string. It should contain all the characters of the original thing as a string, but with 2's replaced with t's. Now, in the honor of doing string code wars, we will not be using regex. It's there, it's easy, we ain't doing it. So our pseudocode for this is going to be create array of characters for car and array if car, that's not how you do indentation, is a 2, set car and array to t. Yeah, I'm gonna do a regex. Don't worry, Dambo. I just gonna go full prep. Make sure to fully do it out. Turn array as string, because I can see the regex already in my mind. But it's good to keep practice. I mean, it's what they call practice for. You're not gonna get good if you keep skipping the easy way. Plus, the interview would be like, yeah, let's not do regex. Yeah, looping. It's much more not expressive, and easy to read. So create array of characters, so as input, but as a string, because remember, input can be a string or a number. So if it's not a number, or if it's not a string, then spreading it will catch it on fire. So we're going to do a little bit of spreading here of our characters. Now we have a character array. We're going to loop through it. And we're going to loop with the index, so we need to reassign based on the index. And then what we're going to do, we're going to say cars, or do the logic. I wrote the instructions. I should probably follow them. If cars I triple equals a 2, then set the character and array to t. So set cars I to equal the letter t. Then finally return the array as a string. That can be done with the join method. I'm sorry, Driftwood. I'm my bad. I can try to explain this one straightforward though. So, we're gonna give that visualizer one more freaking try, because the whole point of that visualizer was I'd be able to visually explain what's going on. Where is the visualizer? There we go. This one, I'm still gonna explain it normally, but yeah. I go here and I'm like, these are great tools. I'm glad I don't have to make one my own, and then it doesn't work. And I'm like, please just work. I don't want to make one. Let's say 102. That's a great example. Console log T42. We pass the argument. And we refresh because it caught on fire. And then Spectrum's like, you want to wait? Okay, here we go. So this is a visualizer I found. I think I already put it in chat, but I'll put the whole one in chat later. You can step through this token by token, and it says what it does. So console log T102 becomes 102. Now here comes the interesting part. I hope this thing works. I haven't really used it that much. Input becomes 102. Let me go back. So you see it says input here is 102. You have to look down here to see what it turns into. You can also see scope, but we're not looking at scope. Now when I go to the next step and bring this arrow key, it turns this part of it is 102 the string. Ain't that neat? And if you go to the next step, It says this thing spread open is the array 1, 0, and 2. See, this is why I like this tool. Well, it doesn't work with all syntax apparently. You can actually play around with that thing. Going to the next step, we are assigning that to cars, variable declaration, whatever. And we go to the next thing, so our for loop. Setting I to 0. We have to scroll to read some of this, unfortunately, but it's down there. Then evaluating I less than cars length. I is 0. Cars is an array. Cars.length is 3. The entire expression is evaluated to true. Ain't that nice? So I like this to understand complicated code, though you just gotta write it in old syntax. And then we're doing an if statement. Cars is 102 the array. I is 0. Cars I is the string 1. And then we're comparing. 2 becomes 2. Some of these are kind of funny. And then does cars I equal to false? We do thing. We increment I by 1. Well, first we have to get I. Then we increment it by 1. See down here. It changes. Then we do through the whole thing again. We grab the I. We grab cars length. It's still true. We do the if statement. I don't think we have an example, so I'm going to go for it to the T. Here we go. So cars I, where I is 2, results in the string 2, which is equal to the string 2. Value is 2 true. I keep saying T words. I can feel it. Then we're about to execute this statement, where I is 2, T is the string. So you can see, like, the order of execution, maybe, I don't know if this tool is accurate. We are doing the assignment, and we can see before it's 102 down here, after it's 10T. And then I think the for loop's done. Yes, Driftwood, the template literal is another way of making the number a string. Then we do cars join, which takes 10T, makes it 10T. Alternatively, you don't have to do this template literal trickery. Again, this is a little bit of Code Wars wackadoodle. You can also do to string. Well, trust me, you can do to string. It's just being angry right now. But this is why I like tools like this. At least this particular tool, when it does want to work, because you can zoom back to the value and be like, okay, so input is 102. The template literal do magicry is 102 as a string. We'll look down here bottom left. 102. 102 is a string. It does this token by token, which I think is the cool thing about this tool. Because this Python tutor, or JavaScript tutor, which I have used in the past, I don't think goes token by token, which is a cool thing because it's the tokens that are confusing, right, folks? There we go. So let's step on through. Let's see. For const cars, it was like, oh, it's just line by line. Boop, it skipped right over, and it's like, okay, cars is an array. We'll live with it. Yeah, Driftwood, that's like when I found this, because, I've been visualizing Express apps recently. Like, I'm in the graphs. I'm in the world of graphs. So I'm like, well, there's got to be something for JavaScript to do that too. And I'm just like, I did find it, though as we can see, it's got some syntax limitations. And yeah, with JavaScript Tutor, you get this more graphy kind of feel to it. But you can see, all the things are just a little bit more. This isn't giving you token by token changes, but you can see it does change the 2 to a T. So not as granular, but I think it works with a little more syntax. I'm glad it's been helpful. And yeah, with that is our solution. Hey, Jack Tree Coding, yeah. Thanks for coming on by. And yeah, it's a tool I found, when I was trying to find JavaScript engine visualizer things. I'll drop the link in chat because I don't think. There you go. And then here's the Python tutor one, which, it's less granular, but it's still pretty useful. I love these tools. They don't work on all syntax, like with certain for loops, but aside from that, it's pretty good on simple code, which is probably what you need to use it on most. Hope your Sunday's been going well. Yeah, for sure. And I mean, even those who aren't visual learners, it's basically a step-by-step debugger, so it's useful for all those involved, for sure. Oh yeah, Jack Tree. It's looking pretty well. This thing here that I've been working on. It's working like this proof of concept. I'm looking forward to this working like fully polished. I'm not looking forward to the amount of time this is gonna take to finish my, because it's another project that I really like and I know I'm gonna spend time on it. But yeah, this is the Express Visualizer, for those who haven't seen it. Tool I'm working on, you put it in your Express app, it generates cool chart for every request you make. You can step through it middleware by middleware, and it tells you what file it did it in. I add cool animations, because that's what we do. Tells you what files, you see it does all this cool stuff, and then eventually it gets to the end. I think this code's currently broken, so it ends right here, unfortunately. But the cool thing is that on the tooltip, you can click on them to be like, oh, when did this happen? And it's like, this is the line it happened, or this is the line it happened. See, it took you straight to the line. So between that and the visualization, I'm really liking this. Nah, Driftwood, I spent some time figuring this out. It is complicated. You don't want to look at the code for this, which is why I'm going to show it to you anyway. Ah, you will, you will. Besides, this is not exactly what we're doing anyway, right? This isn't a full stack app. This is some crazy on fire. Look at all these files I have. Look at how many script tags I got. You can't even show them all on one page. This is such a just get it. This is what Leon means when just get it working, right? So just shove it all together just to get it working. And this is very much a just shoved it all together and now it's working. Working for the most part. Lots of improvements to be made. And as we've seen literally today, the errors, like when errors happen, it my thing eats errors, so it needs to not eat errors. And we all have different levels of experience and different availability of time. So I mean, I still struggle too. That's y'all have seen me struggle firsthand. So yeah, I still struggle. Yeah, this is what this saying. Yeah, we are. Since for those who came in recently, we're working on this. Well, we're working on this and using this to debug it, so I can get a good experience with it. And then, actually, we're doing code wars right now. You see, Driftwood. If D and Bull can't, it feels like they can't code, yet they're still doing it. There's hope for all of us, you know. Like that imposter syndrome, it feels like it never really goes away. It just changes shape. Well, wow, D and Bull, that's my process. I was Googling like, man, how am I gonna do this? And I looked at 5 different libraries and I'm like, interesting, I don't know how to do any of that. And then I was like, this one looks good. And I was like, I'll take that one. Yeah, first cohort. If you're asking me, just a little. I think you're probably asking Dan. Yeah, with this, we're not going full regex to yet. We're going map. Oh, me, okay. Yeah, I did not, I had a little previous knowledge. It's mainly just I wanted to do a thing and I learned how to do a thing. So nothing, no courses, no guided things. It was just, ooh, this high school class offers 3D modeling and editing using Blender. I want to make games in Blender. You need to know Python to figure that out. So I had to learn Python. So it's stuff like that. That's, just progress based on progress on projects. Yeah, Jack Tree, it's all, you don't know everything and you're never gonna know everything. Even today, I was like, I don't know what that error is. Like we recently figured out that, or DM Bull shared with me, that object.entries orders by numbers and stuff like that. So when you do a for in loop, it orders the numbers for you when you didn't ask it to. So that freaked me out for like a whole 30 minutes. I was freaking out reading the spec, being like, DM Bull, hold me. You're breaking my worldview here. Yeah. hmm So what we're going to do is we want to do all these steps, but with a map. So we want to do all of these, and then we want to map. So we want to say the character. If the character triple equals a 2, make it a T. Otherwise, use the original character, then join it back together with emptiness. And that's not how you use a ternary. Don't worry though, I fix. Nah, DM Bull, I mean, okay, I will say it's probably in my Anki deck about how they are stably sorted in a unique fashion, because I do remember that, but I didn't actually have the sorting of them in there or anywhere at all. It's very much a low, I mean, I guess it's not that low level engine, but it's definitely, your JavaScript, for sure. Yeah, Jack Tree, I mean, it's a balance, right? So here's the map way of doing it. Exact same logic. In the honor of the code weenies, we will look at a regex solution though. So if we stringify the input, you say dot replace the number 2 globally with the letter T. There we go. Okay, there's your regex solution, folks. It was to replace the 2 with the T. The G is to make the regex global, so it replaces all 2's with T's. And yeah, I'm not going to submit that though. I'm going to go full map because that is more logical. And yeah, I know first one's going to be regex. They use toString, which actually I think mine is a little more resilient because you can't say null toString, but you can toString a null variable. So this is why I usually do the template literal trick. It's also like it makes it shorter and all code weenie-ish, but it guarantees that your thing's gonna be a string. Now you could go with the string constructor and be like, pass a null to string, but like, oh, look at all them characters. Am I right? This is 2022. We don't use the string constructor anymore. It's dead, right? Yeah, for sure. It's about the process to the solution, not the solution, DM boy, yeah. That is one of the reasons I did the whole streaming thing. Okay, so that's one code war down. Woohoo! Now if we just delete that, so well, how do I delete things from the list? Oh, I first gotta log in. Well, this ain't right. Okay, so we were gonna do stuff like log in, but I mean, I guess it's not wrong. It's just missing all of my OAuths. We gotta go pixel view while I look at my environment variables. Heavy debugger is launching. Pew pew pew. Ah, come on, stop launching, debuggers. Oh, that's great. Okay, so I guess there's an error. I didn't even get to my environment variables. I will go read them. Yep, they're still there. Okay, let's bring it back. We are in error. I was like, let's look at something. It's dead. And they happen to everyone, right? DM Bullet. No matter your level of experience, there's always going to be mistakes from I can't understand all this complicated data to simple things like that. So, yeah. And when they saw it, they were probably like, ah, I remember the time I did that, or like I just did that last time. So it's all never really goes away. So list user, this is index, so this is broken. Let's delete a lot of these files. Close all the things. Why don't we? Oh, this is actually a great time for the tool to be useful. A useful tool. Yeah, it happens. Okay, so let's figure out why this thing broke. I really need to turn that animation off. Yeah, for sure. Or even just your own fresh set of eyes. Step away, take a break, come back to it, right? That's what breaks are for. Okay, so view index. Who called this? You did. Hello, you. Now, why are your list users down? List populate owner. So I'm doing this. I mean, let's look at our list, I suppose, right? And put a lovely breakpoint there, and we come on down. So looking at lists, we have multiple. I'll look at the actual sidebar. And in them, we have a owner. Correct, Amundo? Out in this list, do you have an owner? You're making me feel crazy now. Ooh, a swagger expert. Yeah, get that open AI magic. Fancy. Oh, okay, that's some magic there, whoa, dude. I don't know about that. I mean, yeah, that's the experience, right? You get to move from things that you love to things that you might not love, but the advantage is that it'll all average itself out, right, Damble? Populate owner, so that works. It's the username it's angry at. I get a breakpoint inside there? I never even tried to put a breakpoint inside of the views. We're about to though. Absolute craziness. Oh, JSX, so cool. Nice, nice. All nothing but good things. List owner username. So it's there. They're both there. What particular line is this angry about? Angry about 35. List owner. Ah, it's owner, not user. There you go. Gotta love them typos, folks. I mean, that was a whole 5-letter typo. Maybe it wasn't a typo. Oh, I'm modifying a view, so it's not gonna. There we go. I think I have too many of these open. Too many times. What was an extension you were able to see my payload in VS Code? Okay, Deamble. So I was setting a breakpoint here, and then I had a breakpoint set here. I see what it feels like I'm seeing a payload. This is not React. This is JSX. So I think I see why that felt that way. So over here, it's just, this is still server side. I'm rendering this JSX to HTML server side. So main prompts is the result of calling response.render. So these are the props of the component. And then I kind of treat it like a React component and extract them out, having access to basically all the JavaScripty stuff. As for the extension, I'm using a debugger. Maybe you didn't mean extension? Sorry, I'm not sure. That's wild. Yeah, stuff's fun, you know? It's fun to mess around with. Honestly, I've never tried this in EJS. I mean, I was just like, could I? No, surely I couldn't. And then those cool libraries people built was like, I got you. Pretty cool for sure. Watch, I can even step in. Nope, don't step into that. Yikes. Yeah, I mean, it's not the best debugging experience, but it does work, which, I mean, it would help if I read the error message in the beginning, but yeah, you can debug server-side views. Now, what I want to do is log in. What I would love to do is log in with Google, but apparently that's not here anymore. A little worried about that, but we're here now. Here we go, and now we are here. T for 2, and since we have finished that, we will delete it from our list. Ta-da, and the sorting has broken, but wow. See, that's what happens when you delete things. Yeah, Bull, it's, it happens, right? You gotta make that money. Okay, we're about to see how long this sorting is going to take, because I do not want to spend forever on this. Oh, this might take a moment. We'll do playing with sets. Yeah, that's the next one we'll do. I did not realize. I don't really delete things from that too much. Yeah, playing with sets. This is the next one we'll... Wait, didn't I already drop to one? Yeah, whoa, dude. That's the reality of it now, ain't it? Let me try to scroll up through chat. I added another one in here. Yeah, I already had one. There we go. Yeah, this is the one I said y'all to get a head start on. So we'll do this one. Middle me. I believe my current list for replacements is Railway's pretty good. I have to actually go to the list, but Railway's pretty up there. Cycle SH is pretty cool, though it's technically serverless on our WebSockets. Render.com's pretty good. But I believe Railway is going to get most people. Nice, Dimble. Yeah, the only thing is, like, I mean, it's the same as the, whatchamacallit, Heroku, right? You have only 500 hours when a month is 750, so it's basically a straight trade. Plus, it does give you, a little better experience. Besides from that, it's that hour bit. Don't know if I'm on the list. No. Oh, code. GitHub. Rascal 2. Oh, come on. Data. Okay, there we go. Yeah, Heroku. Yeah, so also Replit is an option for those who are wondering. It's just quite low speeds, but it does work. Full stack, the whole thing. Render, pretty good. Render does give you 750 hours a month, though it has a 15-minute downtime, like Heroku, so pretty equivalent. Kiob, it's hard to say the word, so I'll just type it. Yeah, Vercel's pretty good. Vercel is pretty good, though it is serverless, so people are gonna have to change their app if they just want to throw Express on there. But also, Koyeb, I don't know how to really pronounce this, but this website is pretty good. You get one app, I think. So, another option. And I couldn't get Fly.io even working. Also, Porter, no, not all these bad people on the list. Yeah, and those are all the ones that are credit cardless. I'd be able to get working. Yeah, that's right, Dimble. It's the future. It's still fun to mess around with the past, though. And we all ain't gonna be in bleeding tech, right? More bleeding edge tech. Okay, so we have this code war. And a function that would take a key of x and place it in the middle of y repeated n times. So first we're naming variables letters. You'll love to see it. A intelligence, thanks for coming on by. Hope your Sunday is going well. I think everyone already knows here, but intelligence over there does some pretty cool chill streams. Co-working Pomodoros, yeah, I think that was there for that one. Glad to see you're doing well. We're over here doing Code Wars before our break. Then we're going to jump back into working on my Pairwise Sorter, adding user pages, stuff like that. And we're going to be debugging it with my Express Visualizer, which you give it an Express application, and for every request, it logs and shows where your code is being executed. It's not ready yet, but it'll eventually be ready for public usage. It's going good. Let's knock out this Code Wars then. Came just in time for the prep. So what parameters are we receiving? A key. So X, Y, and N. Very great names. Yeah, Deanville, it does feel like that, but it's like if your solution is being solved, then sure, something might solve it better, but it's being solved. Time to go on to the next problem and solve that one, right? Let's see. A star 10. X is in the middle of Y repeated n times. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. So what we're doing is we're building a string. We're taking Y, we're repeating it n times, and then we're inserting X in the middle index. You're right, whoa dude, that thing did pick off pretty quick. Maybe it's actually fast on older computers now. I haven't tried it since that one stream at which it ran like 6 times slower. So what we're going to do is we're going to write pseudocode first. Create output array. Loop through loop n times and times add y to output array. Again, this is the most basic version. We will optimize this real quick pretty soon. Oh wow, Dean So you're saying it's not just a fad, it's gonna go away? But thankfully, unlike Dino, it's very compatible with the existing ecosystem, so I can definitely see why it's staying along. Splice insert x at n divided 2. Return output array as a string. Yeah, Dean it does look like a pretty good solution for sure. Yeah, as I've heard, it's like, because you have like the translation layer between your front end and back, and there's always some form of translation. But TRPC is basically like, hey, there is no layer. It's all magically just smushed together, so it looks good. Haven't given it a shot yet, but it seems to solve the issue of having to type front and back end, get the payload across, all that logic. Well, it makes it simpler, like it was already solved before, just tedious and manually outputted. So here comes our loop. We're going to loop n times I equals 0, I less than n, I plus plus. And for each of those, we're going to push to output r, y. After that, we're going to splice insert x at n divided by 2. So output splice. We're not deleting anything. Oh, we were inserting at n divided by 2. We're deleting 0 elements, and we are adding x. Then we'll return output array as a string with the join method. Now, dividing by 2 can result in something 0.5. So we would like to math.floor, or it's going to be math.ceil, Schrodinger's code. Expected z to equal, well, I did that wrong. Middle me 19z. Oh, so if it is uneven, then I was supposed to have some logic there to return just the z's. So if n modulo 2 triple equals 1, return the x. There we go, which means I don't need to do a math floor because it's always guaranteed to not 0.5. And there is the solution, folks. Nothing too crazy, all manually done. The second test case is confusing. It is confusing, Deamble. I was able to interpret the understanding. Yeah, basically, if you can't insert it evenly, so if you were doing to be like, oh, I want 0, 0, 1, 0, 0. But if it was uneven, then one of the sides would have more zeros. I thought, oh, this was an acceptable output. One of the sides will have more zeros. The Code Wars, which I don't remember. Here it is. If X cannot be placed in the middle. So if it's impossible to center it, because there's no center, then you're supposed to just return the X. Hey, whoa, dude, I'm glad to hear it. After I finish this, we'll take a look at your solution. Thanks for sharing. Yeah, this is the brute way of doing it. We would like to see if there's another way. So, my other way of thinking is returning the string divided by 2 repeated plus the middle plus the string divided by 2 repeated. So this is going to be const, or there could also be a padding. Let's just create it by here, n divided by 2. This would be repeating y dot repeat this. So if we return padding plus x plus padding, that might be it. Yeah, whoa, dude, always gotta love that practice, you know. This is a little bit using the inbuilt repeat method, so it's a little bit better. Yeah, Dean, well, that's kind of the challenge, for better or for worse, is you gotta decipher what they mean. I'd like to try one more, in which we are doing padding. So this is y.pad start n divided by 2. Character is, I lied, we are padding x by y, and then by this we are pad n, and the character is y. So let's see if we can do some crazy padding. Nope. We have too many on the left. Interesting. That looks really close, though. VS Code doesn't have great string diffs, so gotta do this manually. Oh, let's get rid of them. So I have too many on the left. +1. Because padding includes the length of the current character, or the current string, which is 1. Nope, never mind. Expected this to equal what it's supposed to be. Oh, +1 on... Well, then I have to +1 on this too also, huh? Haven't seen pad end in a minute. Yeah, I mean, there are a bunch of different ways to do it, right? I was like, ooh, a repeat, that's the straightforward method, or just the building was straightforward. Repeat, also an option. Pad end, don't think this is going to get any better, because there's no pad center. I know I've written that function a number of times. Now to go full code warrior. We're going to one-line it. And see what y'all solutions were. Yep, so this is what I did for iteration 2. Create the padding from repeating the character half the amount of time. If it's even, X. If it's odd, build the string. Looks like most people did a similar thing. Okay, getting some weird funky stuff there. Yeah, that appears to be the common solution. Let us delete this one, which is middle. Oh, where is it? 3. Middle me. Yep. Goodbye. You were a good code one. And with that, folks, we will be taking a break. So I will catch you after the break, and then we'll jump back in to our project, finishing. I don't know what we're going to do about this. Might fix this, and then finishing adding user pages. Proper user pages. I will see you at the end of the break. Hey, Driftwood, congratulations! Is off conditional EJS in the house? I knew you would. Yeah, you are. You gotta be a little stubborn to get this code to do what we want, don't we? Okay, let's jump back into the project. Mm-hmm. Computer will do as you tell it to do. You just gotta figure out the way to translate your thoughts, right? Okay, here we go. So, what we're supposed to be doing is adding a user info on the list page. We've done that, and it takes us to this broken page. You don't tell me what to do, computer. Yeah, that's right, Driftwood. Okay, now this error, list sorter is not defined. It's an amazing error. What do we think about this error? We love this error. Error is amazing. But this error is showing up because we got rid of my tool. So what happens is my tool, it shows up and it's like, I love your error, and it eats it. It eats the error for lunch. See, look, the error, it's gone. It ate the error. That's not what we want it to do. We want it to pass forward errors. Again, this is one of them weird async await using it with Express. Again, the very last thing this thing should do is break your code. So we're gonna fix my tool. So we're not working on the user page that much. We're working on my debugger tool. So don't get lost. Don't freak out. But we gotta figure it. Well, at least I'm gonna try to figure this out. If it takes more than 14 minutes, we're gonna move on. So this is the way it works. We tell the thing to stop being annoying and hit the endpoint, and then we go through the handlers. Where is handler? Goldfish memory is telling me we want the server's pause, so we're not going to see anything, but so we know it's in this router, well, we know it's in this controller, rather. We head on down here, we know it's in render username, so this is the one we care about. So we go back to the code, and we're like, hey, I want you to stop only if the handler name equals render username. I don't care about the rest of the people. I care about that one. Here we go. So we have stopped on that one. And we gotta step in to figure out when the error happens. Not there. We care about the next. There we go. Because there's all kinds of weird wrapping stuff. Here we go. Okay, so we're doing the thing. We don't actually care what happens because there's an error. Surprise, surprise. Boom, here we go. So we have a return result. We are return to promise. Okay, so what we want to do is when we get the value, and then when we get the error. So this is supposed to be handling the error. It's not. Surprise. So we want to put a breakpoint in all of these things because we want to be inside here. I'm hoping I've clicked all the right things, so when we hit next, we're inside. Let's also go next off. Let's go here. Let's put all the break. Everyone gets a breakpoint. Boom. Okay, we are on this line. So we're gonna call dot then on our lovely promise. We love calling then on promises. And then, okay, we are, where did we go? Next after real end ret this. Ah. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Handler became render, so it's still render user. You're gonna show me the next thing, darn you. Use. Okay, something went wrong. Something was already going wrong. Let's figure out where it went wrong. Oh, all these cleanups. Let's get rid of that. Go to the actual cleanup. Okay. Okay, maybe I don't care about that line. I don't care about that one either. Oh, here we go. We finally had an asynchronous call. Here it is. Here is our error. So there's the error. We found it. It's here. It's here. We didn't do the right thing, though. So we then called next after with the error, which is what we're supposed to do. Pass it the error. So now we do want a breakpoint here. Yep, there's the error. Now we're going to step on through to this part where we have the error. Good error. Who's a good error? You are. Then I guess we're just going to step on through all this logic to find out. It's not ignored. I'll love to hear it. Should I have... I do have that defined. Then we do lots of stuff, and then we say next error. Okay. So we have the error. We're calling next. What's this piece of code? Aha! Oh, I just hit the backspace key. Okay, well, I might as well step through it now. Ta-da! I replaced the next with a no-op, which doesn't do anything. That was obviously the wrong move. So, delete all these breakpoints. Go. Be out of here. So when we do receive an error, I want to pass it to real next. So I guess that's the next variable, I suppose. There was a reason past me wrote it this way, though I'm going to assume I'm smarter than they are. I hope that's not going to bite me. Boom. Okay, so we're getting the error. It's what we wanted, right? I don't know. There's a reason I wrote it that way. Maybe I was wrong, but... Okay, we're doing all the things. Ping, pong. I really gotta fix this duration. 5, 6, and 17. Render user is the last endpoint, at which point we got an error. I'm not logging any of that, because I've never gotten an error before. So yeah, I probably should. Because technically this takes me to a error handler. Yeah, again. Haven't gotten all that, so at the very minimum, we're just going to be like, hey, did you get an error? Tell me. Tell me if you got an error. That's about it. This is going to be a stringified version of the error. I just want this back, because that gives me a good string. This might be undefined, so I have to say optional chaining. There we go. That looks like all the needy. And we technically want this on there before or after. I don't add any, so yeah, I don't actually add anything to here. Yeah, so I don't want it on before. I want it exclusively on after. I always want it on after. Now with this, it should be working. We can get back to the real project. Just feels like enough time to me. There we go. We have lovely error, and when I refresh and we wait, let's restore to the cool view. There we go, and let's zoom all the way on. Yep. Pew, pew, pew. We should see an error at the very minimum in the console. Yeah, we got lots of stuff here, and here is the error. Reference error is not defined, and yeah, we get the error, we get the actual lines, we get basically the exact amount of information we want to see, and it's here. This is where it's failing. Ooh, we actually get the line number, line 130. This is some good information. Should totally be clickable. Okay, yeah, so I know I said we'd move on, but I got through this very quickly. What I'm gonna do is whenever there's an error, we're going to be like, find the error and put it on a clickable thing. So that's user.js line 30, right? Which is literally right here. Wouldn't it be cool if you're just like, click, takes you straight to the error? So cool, that's what I'm adding next. So, when there's an error, we're going to look at the graph. It's the one that matters. URLs equal, all of these lovely things. Again, the very bad, not good code here. So error stack, it's technically the entire stack. I would need to do some filtering to get the lines I care about. I mean, this is technically a good looking string, right? If I'm just like, log, this looks good, right? Well, it looks good when you got the necessary width. Right. So then what I want this to be, you say it's not always going to be the first line. Again. Aha. Error lines is what I do. So this is good here. So I do need to send the actual error. I need to do additional processing though. I'm currently just shoving that in here. Ignore my all caps yelling. So if event, this is happening literally everywhere. So let's do it back in the original. Hold on. I'm doing this technically in two places. So error is going to be an object. It's going to have a stack and it's going to have project lines. Project lines, it's going to have lines, right? And those are going to be the filtered ones only about the project. So it's going to contain this line, and not these lines. So we don't care about, actually we do care about that one. We don't care about no anonymous array map because people can't click on that. It's just going to be these two right here. And those, I will make the first one clickable. No one cares about the second one. 129, 130. No one cares about the second one. Okay, so this logic here, we're doing it twice, means it becomes a function. Which is going to be a cool function called error to info. I love that. It's the best name I could come up with. Now we go right the cool function error to info. Roll up again. The spaghetti code lives. Function to info error. So first thing, if you're not in an error, then we're returning undefined, which will in JSON terms be non-existent. Otherwise, we are returning stack, which is stack. I could get all the things. That stack's the only guaranteed one. And lines. Now this is where I do get project lines. It's a cool function I have. I mean, it's kind of janky, but what it does is it creates an error out of nowhere. It looks at the stack, and it basically does what I just described. It gets only the ones that are pointing to your code out of it. Now, specifically, this does this by ignoring stuff, so it's not scalable yet, but I think it works. And with error to info, I should have error information, which on the front end, I get to say URLs equals an additional URL. This is an additional URL that we're going to render, not one that we're going to point the file to. This is a very complicated distinction about what we point things at and what we just look at. And it does need a fixing, but we'll get there later. Error. So that's going to be event.error. Basically, if it exists, then we create a cool little link. Oh, this is assuming the lines has a length. So question mark colon lines length, because there might not be one in my project. So if there's a line in the errors that is mine, then we use it like so. Otherwise, we are undefined, right? Feels right. Now, I think I'm kind of just dynamically spitting all these out. It looks like I'm dynamically spitting all these out. There was a reason I had to do those. Ask me knew what they were doing. Okay, so I've written it. That was front end. I don't think I have a request because the server got restarted. I have no request, so make a request. This is actually one with an error, so how topical. Did it die? Nope. Okay, so we're restoring our cool view, and we have to step through this, and the last one should be the important one. Almost there. Lots of bouncing. No, render user added in sources. That's all we got. But there is an error right here with a stack and an empty array of lines. Great sadness. Okay. Because I'm supposed to parse it from the stack, not calling get project thing. Okay, that was on me. Get project lines. Yes, however I called that, I was not supposed to do that again. So this does the creation of the error. What if I'm just like, you know what? You can take an error as an argument. Then I'll optionally take an error instead of using an error. So it's like, hey, and then we'll default it to new error. And I think putting a constructor in a thing should work because this is evaluated every time. So now we can reference it via variable. And once this all restarts, we run it again and we should see our lovely error. Well, a few times we want the error, hey folks. MongoDB is like, you made too many connections. There we go. Wrong page. This is the page. There we go. We got the error, and wow, we were. Okay, I don't think it got all the endpoints. That's 1 out of 14. I don't. Then there's more than that. 17. There we go. And let's skippity-doo-dah-day. Let's do the cool view. Down the router, back to the user router, and error. At this point, I'm going to start console logging you if you don't behave. We have lines right here. It's okay, so we got a little formatting. Yikes. Whose fault is that, though? Either way, that should be rendering. Why won't you render? This is where we do the rendering. Say all the URLs. Again, this is a very big and bad line, so keep the URL if it's a URL, and it's not node modules, and it's not you. Error lines 0, so first we got some cool formatting things to deal with, which I guess we can solve with .trim. Again, we shouldn't have that issue, but this is bandage .trim. There we go. That bandage has been applied. Now this is on the front end, not rendering the thing. Yeah, because we got lines and we got stacks. So lines 0. So my conditional has to be failing us. So event singular error. Man, what I wouldn't give. I love me some TypeScript. There we go. We have another error and 17 more steps to go through. Might have been too quick. Nope, we made all of them. I probably should do the cool view to keep forgetting to restore. Hey, and there it is, folks. We have a little, it's hard to read, but we have a little hyperlink, and if you click it, well, it's undefined, because I also made the same typo in the other part. Errors. Thankfully, this one doesn't require a whole server restart, just a front-end refresh. That's 17 more steps, but we'll get there. Probably do the cool view again. I keep forgetting that. And 17. Now when you click error, ka-chow, it takes you exactly to the line of the error. Now I'm not displaying it, but there's so much UI that needs to be improved on this. Even puts your cursor just like right there. Now I know the problem here. We didn't do the import, we didn't do the other stuff. So our helpers, I'm doing this elsewhere, so I'm just gonna go copy from one of them. There we go. List sorter, calculate progress. Boop. Looks good to me. LGTM. And now with that, this page should actually work. I went too fast, didn't I? I did. I did. List comparisons has not functioned because we went lean with it. So if we don't lean it out, it will be cool. Now, why did I lean? I'm not sure, but we will do this by saying to object to get our lean version. And now we'll put this to object back. So we remove that specifically due to the leanness. But now we're not lean anymore. Okay, yeah, we're back on the feature now, actually, so there we go. We can see these are all of my lists. I'm the only one here, but you can see we're not the home page because my name is not here. And if we do a little refresh, we'll see how before helper was only being referenced by one file, but now, or two files, we can see helper is an awfully popular file. Look at that. Let's see if we can actually look. We see two more steps too. Let's see if that will visually take me to the helper. Yeah, come on, get through all these boring ones. Render user takes to that one. Views user. Hold on. Oh yeah, so it's not tracking the call of the function. It's tracking. Okay, yeah. So we didn't get to see it go to helper, but pretty good so far. Yeah, I need to go full. I'm not really caring to go every function. Just the ones that matter. Yeah, we can see it worked. We sent and got out. All good. Now with that out of the way, we actually get back to the feature in question, which is rendering these little pages. Again, that's working, but we want to make this merge with our profile page. So have a profile page just over here that's kind of doing a lot what we're doing here now. So we have like, this takes your current profile, which is now going to be an anchor to that page there. And then these external accounts will all be listed here at the top if you are logged in. So I'm just going to rename this to render user, that to profile. It's going to be angry because it's already a render profile. Come on, cursor. And we will fix that by saying old render profile, you are boring. New render profile, you are the cool one. So chop chop, and we will replace you with literally this since you weren't really doing anything anyway. With that is good. I will go to the profile terminology. So the view is now going to be called profile. Should be a update to the view name. Profile already exists, of course, so this is where we got to start doing the merging. Actually, we don't need to change this at all because so things do need to be changed, but we need to kind of keep a bit from both of them. So on the profile page, you're seeing all existing external accounts. And this is the logic that only exists on a matchy match. What kind of matchy match? If visiting user equals main props username. This will be done. Where were you doing it? Just in the wild. Just in the wild. There we go. So conditional time. So main props dot user dot username triple equals, since they are guaranteed to be unique, visiting user dot username. So if you're the same, I gotta do a React fragment. Otherwise, output null. Control Shift I. Document with something else. Well, it tried really hard. Yeah, again, I don't know why trying prettier when it fails. Okay, it's really not trying at all. Which one of you would work? Ooh, prettier. You made a lot of changes, though. I did not consent to all of that. I will manually put this where I want it to be. Do not worry. There we go. A little bit. Oh, nope. Bring back. There we go. Beautiful. If it's you, then you do that. Otherwise, you're gone, which means profile. It's deleted in favor of this profile. And now we just got to fix our little anchor to now point to the current user username. Profile, here we go. So this will be users. Comes that typo again. It's user. There we go. It's user. This is a JSX, so I'm going to bring in the curlies to evaluate our lovely expression. User, and then might as well bring in the template for user username. Okay. That should be the entire feature done. So let's go home first. And then profile should take us to our lovely link. This thing's on fire. Ah, our router is still pointing at the old names. Yeah, these runtime things, not something my tool's even going to be able to help you with. Not the list, the user one. Why did I go there? There we go, render profile. You are, I'm keeping that, but your route is changed. There we go, we're listening, and, well, I'm not going to the home page anymore, but it's okay. Boom, we have all of our accounts that'll smush together. Nothing a BR2 can't resolve. Ka-chow. There you go. There, that works a little better. I can make this a details now I'm thinking about it. So, take this entire thing's a details. Then you will be a summary. And you're just going to be whatever you were before. Means we can drop the BR, I think. Details might have some existing stylings. There we go. External accounts. We didn't add that BR, turns out. And with that, I should be good. If we head on home and click on profile, we will go there. And there we go. Now, if we're not logged in as this person, still go to home, still click the link. We will not be shown all their OAuth things. Lovely. Okay, that is the user profile page. Basically completely done. So we're looking forward to our commit. Now, I know that there's more code to write, but we're just going to use our good old diff viewer to traverse us through this. You know what, we're going to look at our graph too, because we touched a few views. Make sure things are still MVC-atized. So let's see. So we are controllers, helper. Yeah, everyone's touching the helper at this point. It's part of life. Our views are still pointing directly to those. Model hasn't changed. Routes hasn't changed. Okay, yeah, it still looks good. We're not seeing any like rule breaking. We're not seeing any routes pointing to models or any routes pointing to views. So they're all kind of segregated. Like they're all the separation of concerns is separating them. That middleware up there, with controls being the only one that kind of touches everything. Again, this helper file, not the best name, but it's just a quick visual sanity check that it is what we want it to be. And for that, that page is good. We add the user thing. Might as well update our package JSON while we're here, because we got a whole new feature. So 4 and 0. What's the next thing we touched? We touched the user's controller. What did we do here? We made all our cool changes. So first, an auto formatter got involved. So I'm not gonna make formatting changes on a non-formatting thing. Render profile, get the username, populate, do the things, yield 404. Again, wet code can always be made better later. Okay, that is good there. Now let's go to the next change file. We gotta scroll through all these, but okay. The user, we added a virtual populator to the list when the current underscore ID equals their owner. That is how you do those. We open up that that's not okay. I don't think the routers had any more work to do except the user one, at which point we added the bottom half. So we want to the wrong button. Stage selected ranges. And there it was working. Now we close all these tabs just to make sure. Oh, there's a change there. See, that's why I close them all, because there could be hidden changes. Oh, we got some views here too. Can't forget about the views. That's one of the 3 of MVC. Yeah, we added that and we merged that again. Wet code. Okay, this is where we start drawing out some code here, folks. So technically I already messed that up with my user controller, but let us fix that. So this is an array of lists. I want to transform you into, or I just want to map you, right? To say, populate with progress, something like that. And I suppose these are raw maps. So I wanted to find a method on the instance of the list document. To document. I think that's what I want to do. That's going to return progress and let's see everywhere I do this. So I don't think I do this for every time. So yeah, I create a sorter here. I do stuff on it. I do. Yeah, it's like this one's a little bit different. It's more information. Sort. So this is going to be a method on it called sort or sorter that will return the actual sorter, at which point you can do whatever you want with it. I feel like. Oh. Yeah, this is always the thing if you do helper files. They get everywhere. And model instance methods. Here it be. Instance of models documents. Find similar types. We're not doing that. So this is how we do it. We like methods. Da 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 da. I'm loving that. Let's give it a shot. Guess we're doing multi-line at this point. We have timestamps, and then we have methods. Get sorter. We're not going to do callback. It's going to return. This is where my imports show up to play. List sorter. I'm trying to think, what does calculate progress do, and why is it its own function? Nope, I skipped past that. Helper. So calculate progress. That's literally just doing math. Okay, we're gonna inline that on the actual sorter. That is kinda, again, I just did that just to get it working. That can be made better. So back to our list model. So I have the import. Go up to here, bring it in, list sorter. Now I'm thinking about it. This entire method belongs in here. This is the only time it should be used. So yoink. Get sorter, paste. The only difference is that instead of taking in list as a parameter, a list is this, right? This. Yep, it is this. So all instances of list become this. Exactly, and we return the sorter. Now I can add a virtual. It's a virtual instead, so it's dot sorter. Or is it a getter? Virtuals are getters. So they call it virtuals here because they're based on the data, right? So I would call this actually a virtual. I'm literally just gonna swap out methods for virtuals, full name, and yeah, we're not allowing you to set it. So this, then colon get, or curly for indentation. Okay, I did something wrong there. Can we get an auto format? Yes, we can. I'm not seeing what's angry here. I believe VS Code is just out of sync. There we go. We're back in sync. So we're just going to call this sorter. Well, we can call this sorted, but yeah, sorter seems to be an accurate name. If that's where you're supposed to put it. Now, everywhere in the helper, using this for our breadcrumbs. Okay, now for progress, let us yoink that out of here and add that to the actual sorter. So this is actually to the sorter, and we're going to update progress accordingly, or at least it'll be a getter. Get progress. Yeah, this getter is going to be easier to write because we already have the code. So all references of sorter become this. Save, there we go, which means that entire helper file gets deleted. Well, let me look at it real quick. Okay, yep, it's good. It is gone. Which means now we're kind of just going to follow the arrows to fix all the things. Oh, that's an old error. We're going to follow the new errors to fix all the things. That's why I want all refactors. If you can break your code, you can follow your broken code and fix it. Yep, so the list is using a sorter. Goodbye there. You do need to get the actual sorter though. So let us. Oh, that import is gone, unfortunately. So cost pair sorter equals. Poor thing doesn't know how to do it. So out of the model to the sorter.js. For now, that's where it is, shall, and will ever live. Give us a little more vertical real estate. Controller's index, you're asking for sorter. Now you're using it. So let's get all of this. progress. Calculate progress is on the sorter, so that can be sorter.progress. And sorter.get. Okay, I just realized this should not be a actual getter because I've already written get order. I want to keep it somewhat consistent. Get progress. There we go. So let's close all that. Is there any additional information? So I am using it elsewhere. Sort states, progress, or okay, so basically it's these three things that this can resolve to. So my helper function will say to object with, or how's that work? To object will not include virtuals by default. Virtuals true to either to object or to JSON. Only non-virtuals. Thing is, I don't always need it. I would like to specify which virtuals come in. I'm not seeing that as an option though. So I guess what I would call this, we're not looking at users, you can go, we are looking here, but on the list schema, I guess it would be a method called sort info. Yeah, we're going to make another virtual. Sort info, and make another, oh, that's not how you do that. Make another get. It's going to be essentially these two pieces of information. What was the other one? So we have progress, order, and states. I guess you will make this, so this isn't going to be a getter anymore. It could be. The three pieces of information, so yes, it's going to be a getter. We'll drop these in here, and then state. So you are no longer a virtual. Congratulations, you got updated to a method. Methods and congratulations. Get sort info. You are a function, and you're going to return all three of them for now. There will be flags to say which ones you don't want. So it's going to be progress. Well, it's going to be false, so you're going to have to ask for each one. Equals false. States equals false. Yep, so for all the things. And now we're going to say, just for a little caching, sorter equals this sorter. Do virtuals cache? Do mongoose? I don't imagine they do, to be honest. Set the result calculation of property. It's not safe, so you can cache, but I ain't about to do all that. Sorter equals this dot sorter term. Then we have the objects. Progress will be basically the same for all three of these. Progress or undefined, which when sent through JSON does not exist. So there. I think this one can be swapped out easily because it is. We can even do a replacement for order. There we go. And then for states. States. But if we go to this code to find out where that exists. And this is very much a data-driven function, so into the model it goes. This isn't, it's kind of constructing a thing. Let's drop this function down here to sort to live. So it takes the list and it creates a new sorter going through it slowly. Eventually does resolve for sorter though. So I have a sorter. This is a sorted sorter. I need an unsorted sorter. So dot sorter might not be enough anymore, because sorter will sometimes need to return its states. This was internally tracking, I wouldn't worry about it, but it's not. So this just became a method. Yeah, everyone's getting upgrades, folks, so that's not how I want to select things. Goodbye. Mouse was like, hey, you want to stop clicking? This is get sorter. Reason we're making it a method is so we can pass it arguments and it can return things for us. So the argument is states, basically. So optionally it will return states or it will not return states, which is going to influence whether we actually record states. So let's put this there. Give me an auto format. There we go. That's not what I want. So we're just going to say false. So we don't want states. You can't argue with a sorter. You're getting the sorter no matter what. Return states equals get states. If it's get states, then states, otherwise it is undefined. Might as well be empty when JSON gets to it. So I'm just going to rename this to get states. Now for here, I can be like, okay, now we really want to do all these things if get states, which is going to be a little tedious, but not the worst. It's a little tedious. Or it's a little kind of mashing these two different things together with all these options. It could be worse. Could be a little worse. No, I am referencing this here, but not everywhere else. So list, here we go. All these needs to be thisified. Now with that, I believe states is declared but values never read. That's because I renamed it to get states, did I not? I think VS Code's a little lost. Drop a semicolon there, save this, tell VS Code to wake up. Never mind, I'm the wrong one. Oh, if states, then setting the variable. Right. So that'll be a ternary, actually. It's going to be get states, then doing all this stuff, which is creating a copy of an object and not a free move. Otherwise, undefined. There we go. So yeah, that's one more variable of memory, but it's going to be undefined, so fine in my book, never mind. Okay, so now we're just doing helper stuff. With that, back down to tracking down the things. So, cannot find helpers here. Yep, this is the old code. What we want here is list.map list. We want progress and order. So we will be creating a new list like this, but then we're going to be spreading. Let's not delete that until we're ready with it. List. Look at our model now. Not get sorter, get sort info. Then we're going to ask for progress and order. Yeah, it's a little bit verbose, but don't think it's too bad. If this, we don't need to do that. Which means we can one-line it like this. But that's not where those curlies are supposed to go from. So what I'm going to do here is make another helper func. Something's wrong. Too many curly, so we have opening. There we go. Drop that one. Looking good. I wonder if we can do something mongoose method on array of documents. I don't think mongoose gives us that much cool stuff to do. Yeah, so it's a map. Okay, nothing too fancy. Understood. Now, where'd my curlies go? Oh, I was missing both of them. That's what the problem was. Gotcha. Now, with this save, I should be happy. This file's on fire, but one file at a time. What is wrong? Okay, so not found. Good. Took you a moment, VSK, but you got there. Now to go even further, we're gonna make another method called so it's like toObject with sort info, or something along those lines. Actually, I can just override toObject, can I not? There we go. Or is it toJSON, which is the one? Only applies when the document's toJSON. It's called, what's the difference? It converts it to a plain. Set the virtuals to true. Yeah, we don't want that. Exactly the same as toObject, but only applies when the document's toJSON method is called. I do believe that's getting called in this instance because we are passing it like this. The thing is, I want to map each one to my own. So let's look at toObject. We will override this cool stuff. Be really sad if I couldn't. toObject transfer One of these gotta be it. No, I'm not asking for the craziest thing. Methods to JSON async. Oh, so is it just schema.methods, which means it would be right in my declaration like this. Not like this, like this. So I'm not going to do it now because the code's broken. I need to get it to a testable point. Add to object with progress info options. Sort info options. There we go. So yeah, we ain't doing that right now, but one file at a time. Looking here, it looks good. Clean up this file down to this file. Yeah, goodbye pairwise sorter, goodbye list sorter, calculate progress. Goodbye. Create render list to sorter. What do we need this sorter for? We need this sorter specifically for list progress and order. So goodbye there. It's gonna be ... list get sort info progress true, order true. I am seeing a change here because we all went from list progress to progress. That's not gonna like that. So in addition, it's no longer a member of the list, but that's another refactor coming not right now. Hey, thanks for the follow there. I am staring at you. Love the name. Hope your Sunday's been going well. We're over here going, I guess we're going a bit MVC-ish now, moving all of our sorted logic around for our pairwise sorter stuff. Hope your day is going well. Also got to rename sort states to states. So lots of renames, folks. All of the renames. Hopefully these big replaces aren't biting me in the butt. And with that, those things are all in there. Okay, down to the next instance. We only need the sorter to do that, so we don't need the sorter. And the next comparison. Okay, so we do need the sorter here. Then we need to be like, give me your question. Here we got list get sort info progress true. Here's the thing, I already have a sorter, so I'll pass that as a last argument just to make caching that much friendlier. Okay, now we do need the question list. We do like get sorter. Yeah, we're keeping it twice for good old caching reasons. That could be internalized at one time, but not. It might be easier to cache it inside the model. Every change to it will require the sorter to be gotten anew. Yeah, I don't change it and get the sorter. Okay, so mongoose cache virtual. See what their examples are. To cache a virtual. So we technically just wanted this for the question. And then, yeah, we'll let caching deal with that. So if there's no question, do the thing. Otherwise, move on. Which is making me realize, again, as you can tell, I'm very decisive about this. Yeah, we do need the sorter because it requires that logic there. Well, let's move on to this caching. Set the result of the calculation as a property that's not saved in the database. You have to invalidate the cache to find setters to do this for you. I'm about to do all that. Okay, so it's basically just storing it as a thing. I like that. If this dot underscore sorter, return this dot underscore sorter. Otherwise, do all the stuff. Here's the thing, if you're asking for states, then you gotta not do this. So if this dot sorter and you're not asking for states, well, actually states is a completely different logic entirely. If it states and this dot sorter states and this, I mean, if that much is there, then it's already returned, right? So it is sorter this dot sorter states this dot sorter states, and yeah, we should be. I got real Python happy there. So if you're asking for it and it exists, return all the stuff. Otherwise, if you're just asking for the sorter, then you're going to get just the sorter. And nothing else. Lovely. Now for this, we're going to save the thing. So if it states, this states, or sorter states, sorter states equals states, this dot sorter equals sorter. There we go. Love this caching. Hey, I'm glad to hear it, because Savannah, yeah, something copying small chunks of code. It's a small phone book. That's how it all works, right? You're rarely ever writing things from scratch. It's putting all the Legos together and figuring out how you can take them apart. Not to the molecular level, of course. But you don't want to do that. But take them apart and make them do what you want. So I'm glad to hear you got it. And hey, thanks for the follow there. Falcon HD10. What happened to HD 1 through 9? We will never know. It's just experience and time because of Casavannah. Don't you worry about it. Just experience and time. No, I'm trying to think now. We don't need. We'll say this to get source. So I had some broken code there, but now we're looking good. I will say, well, all this code was broken, wasn't it? Got states. There you go. And if you ask for states, it gets states. Okay, lots of logic here. Already taken. Oh, really? Wow. Okay, then. I'm glad you got it then. I mean, hey, of any of the numbers to have, 10's a pretty solid number. It's even. It's the first one that's 2 digits. Wouldn't complain too much about it. Hope your Sunday's been going well. We're over here just working on my. We're kind of turned this into a database refactor where we are refactoring all of our data logic into the model of our mongoose schema. And yeah, it's making our controllers much cleaner. It's always a fun thing to do. As we do this, we're gonna get this working, then we'll. Oh my goodness, I just realized I made a lot of changes. I was just adding a user page. Oof. Okay, try to tear these two commits apart now. Oh no. Oh, another formatter out of control. Actually, I think I do have them all. I did manage to get them in there. Oh, we got no changes to the views. Ouch. Okay, so we're just going to slowly start staging these back into where they should be. That was a oopsie on my bad. List order. You know, I guess this is. Trying to think. I do want to keep this kind of preserved, but I already made a bunch of changes. Order. List. Order. So we can look at the other one, see what changes were made over there. So that is on the home page. But it's just .org. Okay, good. So that means profile is good. Okay, one file at a time. And main. Yeah, we improved that, and technically we didn't need this. Just did that for the testing. Okay, I'll put the username there. Save that. Get the list endpoint. List view. Here's things start changing. Don't care about those. Add a little anchor. We love little anchors. And comparisons, I think, again, got hit by the big change. Ooh, lots of changes. Okay, we're going to assume that's good. And this was... Oh, there we go. Yep, it's renaming of stuff. Okay. Add user profile page. Public user profile page. And one last feature before we commit this that I forgot. So when it is you who are logged in, we want to see all of them. So this is in the controllers. Won't be able to test this, unfortunately, because I decided to break our code. But that's okay. Provider, here it is. All this good stuff here. We only want to find public if request.userid is not equal to this user ID. So that will be an optional match. Public true, so match how do I want to say this? So it's technically our optional match. So what's in my clipboard? Nothing important. So const. I think I can ternary this with like this. So this will be quest.user.id triple equals. Oh no. Oh no. Okay, so this is gonna be a tough one. Long goose match. Populate match. Populate mass. Function based on root document. So we're checking if the requests to user ID is equal to visiting user ID, but visiting user hasn't been defined till we got that working. Let's see what options we can do. I might just be like, you know what, we're gonna do an after filter. Look at population dynamic references. Might be what I want. Query conditions, this is what I really want though. Yeah, rename, not equal, populate. Yeah, I'm not seeing this as an option, which is fine. I was asking for something a little too much. So we will not do it. We're just going to get all of your documents, and then we will filter them based on publicity. No. We can populate after the fact, can't we? This will require 2 database requests, but I think it'll be... Nope, here it is. So we check if... Again, this is the process, folks. Had to step through the logic. If request user username equals asking for a username, then it's ourself. We'll populate our own list. Otherwise, it's someone else. So let's put that back. Don't go forward now. There we go. So if request user.user name triple equals request.params.username, then request.user. We found it. It's you already. Otherwise, we do the cool populate. Can't test this again because I broke the code, but I'm confident this works. If it doesn't, we'll fix it by the end. Hey, Instinct. How's your Sundays going well? Some additional logic. Nope, no additional logic. How do we populate after that? So we await the population. So yeah, we will do this. Say else wait. Hey, I'm glad to hear it. There aren't many. Yeah. You're not wrong about that. Man, this is quite the ternary. Let's make this more readable. How about that? How about that? I'll put the complicated one up front, simple one on the back. So it's gonna be if it's not equal, then do complex. You know what? I changed my mind. I like it this way. Complicated one on the back, simple one on the front. Was working on my pairwise sorter here and messing around with testing my visualizer on it, which kind of get lost in a big data whoosh, but we are progressing. To make a commit and take ourselves a break. Git commit. Oh wait, the staging? Yeah, it did. Add public. Your profile page is controllers, views, routers, as expected. Good. And with that, we will be taking our break after we go ahead and find the next code war we will do when we return, the next string-based code war. So we all love with the strings. You gotta go to the production version because I broke my version. Thankfully, Roku is still up. Also, my sorting out broke, so we're living life on the edge. Numbers to letters. That might be a good one. Need to decipher a string. That might be a good one. That's an easier one. Query string creation. Array sorting. I might have to do that. That's a weird logic one. Oh, and we're into the tough ones. Okay, so what we're gonna do when we return is, sorry, thinking thoughts. We are going to do numbers to letters. So I'm gonna grab this one link. Sorry, given an array, return the string numbers corresponding to alphabet in reverse, 26 to 1, 7, 28 to 9. Okay, yeah, so this is what we'll do when we return. I'll also be doing this one. With that, it do be break time. I will catch you near the break. Be sure to stretch, hydrate, and relax if you can. Welcome on back, folks. Let us jump back into it with two code wars, string-related code wars. So that should be enough time for both of them. And let's jump right onto it. We're doing with the even and odds one because that one's a little easier. So this kata is about converting numbers to binary or hexadecimal representation. If it's even, convert to binary. If it's odd, convert to hex. Numbers will be positive. The hexadecimal string should be lowercase. So we are given the parameter of a number. It is always a number. It is always a positive number. We are also expected to return a string. The string, it depends on the divisibility, the even and oddness of the number. If it is even, we want a binary representation of the number. Otherwise, we want a hexadecimal representation of the number. Our examples, I don't think it's really going to help much because just digits. So 2 is 1, 0. 13 is D. Yeah, very much symbols. I can understand some of these. Okay, with that, start writing the code. I think we can use toString and pass the right base to simplify this after we check if it's even or odd. Turn num divisible by 2 triple equals 0. This is checking if there is any remainder after dividing by 2. If there is 0, then this will be even. Conversion tricks, yeah, we're going to do it. So it's num to string, this is for the even one, the number 2. Otherwise, num to string, the number 16. This represents the base of the string you want it to convert to. So the magic is toString 2 and toString 16. And actually, I think this is a good one to visualize as long as the code base can handle it. So let's pull up history. Where's the visualizer at? There not be any here. Nope, it's not in here. We gotta. I should have this thing bookmarked, but my history on my bookmark sometimes. There we go. Visualizing JS execution. Depixelate. We'll come on back. Let's grab yoink. No, it's actually formatted here. Since we can. Evens are odds. Console log evens or odds. And the result. Is there a situation where you want to actually do this, Woe Dude? When you want code wars points, that's one. More seriously, though, I suppose, you don't find it that you need to do it too often. One situation which you might want to do it is, say, if you have a bunch of different booleans, and it's like, oh, this is true, this is false, this is true, this is false, this is true, this is true. Like, there are a bunch of settings and stuff. And someone on your team is like, we want to minimize the amount of data we send with this. What they will do is they will represent this as a bunch of zeros and ones. So, like 1, 0, 1, 0, 1, 1. But they won't leave them as ones or zeros. They'll convert this to a number. So, that number I just spat out there is 101011 dot, what is it, parseInt. Loving these console logs, by the way. The worker is dying, apparently. So they'll send you the number 43, and that will be the representation of all these booleans. And you would be expected to take 43, and on somewhere on the client side, maybe, you want to convert this back to a string, in the case of 2, to extract all of the values. Maybe, or maybe you just want to work with binary numbers. That's the only case that I'd think you'd be expected to want to know how to do that. As you can tell, it's not a realistic case, like at all. Definitely not one that we're going to encounter too often, ever. Let's take a look here at this logic. Ooh, spacing just got real bad. Thankfully, yes, thankfully. There we go. Okay, so let's go ahead and step through just a few of them to show basically how it works. So we have a number, which is the number 2, of the other number 2, which is 2. 2 modulus 2 results as 0, which compared to 0 is true. Therefore, num 2 string 2 becomes 10 when we return 10. Otherwise, we do 13, which is 13 modulo 2 results in 1, which is not equal to 0, which goes to num 2 string 16, the letter D. This is not too exciting of something to visualize, but there it was. And I probably should submit this, because that is the best I'm going to make it. I could go full Code Warrior, but, oh, you know what? We're going full Code Warrior. Since we're always calling num to string, the conditional logic is what base we're doing it at. Boom, I was like, we can't get better. And then I took 1 minute to look away from it. Better we did. Ta-da! Yep, and that's what they did too. That's what everyone did, some variation of it. Wrote some cool helpers. Oh, 2 string. Oh, they went even further. They beat me. They created an array, and then they used the remainder of dividing by 2 as the index. So it's only going to be 0 or 1. Okay, so that seems about it for that code war. Let's do our numbers to letters code war. So, we are given an array of numbers in string format, and we must return a string. The numbers correspond to letters of the alphabet in reverse order. A is 26, 0 is 1. Should count for punctuation. Oh, what's this? Oh, that's white space, represented by 27, 28, and 29 respectively. All inputs are valid. So we're going to be given a string of numbers, an array of numbers in string format. This is why I always ask for the full prep, folks. I set the wrong way. We should convert each of these back to their character, but kind of inverted. A pseudocode for this, like taking WC for example, is going to say, so this is a little bit of a mathy one, so I'm not good at it, so it's 26 minus 4, and then it's 22. String from car code 22 plus 97. There we go. So I mathed that out successfully. Let's scroll down you. Now I got this by doing 26 minus 4. Okay, that math still works out. How does an exclamation point work? So 4, 5, 3, 2, 1, 0. Okay, so we have to do some hard coding, I suppose. So 27, 28, and 29 are going to be hard-coded. The rest of them will be this, unless these characters are beside each other in the numbers char code at. Yeah, the other way yesterday. Doing char code at. Or character code at. What is it? I'm typing all the wrong characters. Nope, they are very much not near each other, so the hard coding thing we want. But yeah, a lot of these string ones, car code at, char code at. Ooh, yeah, that is the normal one that you usually see. The AZ, A1, Z26. Yeah, we've done a few of those. This one, just had to get a little fancy. We're like, we're gonna make you do math, so we're gonna flip it upside down. Yeah, it usually is the A or A0 Z25. Yeah, that's usually how these code words like to math you. Turn. So we want to map over the array. Map code, and we want to say, okay, we have the code right here. we want to convert the code to a number, so unary plus, then get our new code. This is only if the code is not 27, 28, or 29. So, suppose I can do some hard coding. Const static. I'll just say 27, which is this one. 28, which is question mark, and 29, which is space. So first we're going to try to get the static character out. Be like, hey, static, whatever code you are, or whatever string hard code is going to give me. And it wants it returned as a string, so we call the join method. Uh-oh. Oh, never mind. That's just a big test. So I will hard code that. Run it again with the submission. And there we go. Now I do think this one might actually be interesting to visualize, so we shall. I have a few good test cases to go with it. Copy and paste. We're not doing any certs aside from that. This is a fun. Oh, we gotta clean up quite a bit. Where's my curly or my parenthesis? Wrong one. That's the right one. Now we bring on the actual function. Hopefully I'm not using too many fancy features. So because these are numbers, something like that. Again, this software or this little thing isn't the coolest. Doesn't really handle all the things that it should, like inline objects. I know, the weirdest thing. Static 27 equals exclamation point. Then we get to do this 2 more times. Thankfully, it's only 2 more times. 8 and 9 for space and question. Now if we drop this, dedent a fair amount of this, and gotta refresh because it's dead. There we go. We can visualize the magic. First, we're just building our static object. Very much love to see that. Awesome, cool stuff. And now we're evaluating an array. Here comes our map. So we're going for the easier array. There we go. So we are given X, which is an array of strings, and we are mapping over that. For each of our maps, we are getting access to the current code. When the code is 4, it looks in static for the code, and it gets undefined. Therefore, it goes to the right side. String from character code 26 minus code, but with the unary plus operator, see it's turning to a number before 26 or 97 can do anything. And then next, left to right, since they're all plus and minuses here, order of operations, 26 minus 4, 22, then 22 plus 97, 119, quick math, and that all evaluates to a W. And the next one is 24. Yeah, I'm gonna keep going until we find an exclamation point. Wait, do we have any? 27, 28, 29. We don't have any. Okay, let's add one. 27. 27. 27. It's now dead again, so okay. Here we go. Let's zoom on by, get ourselves to 27. Just the last example. Oh, I think I passed it. Here we go. So we have, watch code change. Code is now 27. We go through the loop. We try to access it out of static. We get an exclamation point, and then we're done. See, because of the OR operator, since this thing was truthy, we didn't even run any of that. And yeah, that was the entire thing. WC exclamation point, join empty, Becomes a whole string. With that, let's see what the code warriors came up with. Ooh, almost right on time. There must be a large test case in here. I assume that's why it's so slow. So it just exits. That's right, Driftwood. When you have the OR operator, it's called short circuiting, right? So before, we usually go through all of these things, right? So we go to the right side of the OR and we start running this code. We do all the things on the right side. But when we have something on the left that evaluates a truthy, it skips to the right side. So it's basically if this left side is truthy, it will skip the other part. Because when you're asking, oh, it's like, are you two conditions? Are you 18 and are you human? If you're 18, then the answer is yes. You don't need to check if you're human. Like the answer was, it was an or. So once any of them are true, the entire thing is just considered true. Now it is left to right because that's the way it's written, but very much could have been right to left. They went left to right. So if any of these become true, then we don't need to check this because the entire thing is going to be true anyway. What's it called? I know it's on the MDM. There we go. Short circuit evaluation. To write it out, because I think that'll also help. So this is what it looks like all smushed together. Let's go ahead and write it out though. What we're going to write out is if static code return static code, or else, like it's not really else, let's return this string here. So okay, I kind of broke it, but we'll fix it. There we go. So here is the equivalent logic. Yeah, tie 9 to 54. It's pretty cool. So I broke it into an if and then a return. This is basically what it's doing. Let's go and step through it again. So we have 4. That's going to first check if we found it. We didn't find it. So we have to run this code. You can see we're stepping through each little bit of it. Then we're going to try for 24. We didn't find it hard code. So we're going to run through all of this code. And here comes the next one. 29. Or 27 rather. It finds it. So it runs this code. And it didn't, so you see how it went down this path and it did not go down here because it short-circuited. This is the exact behavior that the OR operator is giving us. It's checking if this thing's truthy, then if so, we only do the left half. Otherwise, we also do the right half. There we go. Yeah, they do call it short circuit evaluation. Yeah, that's the term for this. Hopefully that made a bit of sense. Yeah, it's pretty cool. Sometimes it's like abused to like make conditional logic, like without writing an if statement, but usually it's used wholeheartedly or properly. Okay, with that, Code Wars is done. Looks like they also did some hard coding and swapping it out. Here's the fancy way. Just write a reverse alphabet and use the index. That is smarter, isn't it? Yeah. Reverse alphabet and an index. Okay, so people were hard coding the alphabet, and oh wow, okay, we got a super hard coded one there. Put the whole Bible in a dictionary. Well, Aphil and Carl, thanks for coming on by. That is well, it depends on what it is. Currently, that was how much time we had planned to do the Code Wars. Went like 4 minutes over. Usually it's how long we have until break. So, since we just came back from break, it's not for break. But now, you go ahead and mention it. Now it is how long we have until we take our next break. So we try, well, I don't know, we try to be healthy by taking breaks and stuff. Because all this sitting is not good for folks and such. By the way, I hope your Sunday is going well. We are working on my Pairwise Sorter, which all I can show you is the visualization because it's currently dead, but yeah, of course, always happy to help. Yeah, right now we're working on my Pairwise Sorter, which is basically a thing that allows you to sort lists of items by making comparisons between two different questions in a efficient binary order method. Blah blah blah. You sort lists good by user preference. So if you have like a bunch of restaurants and you're like, which place do you want to go eat? You can't numerically really rate them, but if you ask a few questions, do you like this one or this one? Choose your preference. The algorithm will rank them 1 to 5 for you, or 1 to whatever. Right now, though, we're making a lot of data changes because I decided to be crazy and make a migration while we were still in the middle of another feature. So I guess we're tracking down errors actually. npm run dev because the errors they tell us where to go. Where should we go, errors? There, error, tell me. Oh, so this is the one. Poof, there we go. Which means... I could have swore I've already done that elsewhere. Let's look for all list sorter. Oh, this is the last file. Wow. Okay. List sorter. So I've already done this. So list.map. Let's go and find where we did that. Oh, apparently this is it. There it is. I was like, that can't be it. Here's the new shiny code. Look at the new shiny code this is. Chow. Look at that. What progress and info? Yes, we do. Ooh, fancy. Yeah, mine's not no fancy recommendation algorithm. It's just sorting things kind of binary style, but that definitely sounds interesting. Yeah. I can't actually show you this site. It's just the local version instead. There we go. Job matches. Yeah, I mean that's obviously a bit more complicated. This is just a list of things basically. Yeah, so you got ye old unsorted lists. I also have some dynamic HTML generation, which is mostly secure. And then you have all the comparisons. Again, the styling is kind of on fire here. But eventually, 26% sorted, the list is, by the left and right comparisons. And when you enter sort mode, it gives you two options, and you choose which is higher on the list. So, and these are code wars in this particular thing. I'm going to order them in range of which is easiest. So I choose left, so that is higher on the list. Then, you get compared to the next thing. And the way it does it is that like you have a bunch of items, you have all the sorted items, and then it chooses, hey, I have this one, let's compare it to this one. If you say, like, depending on which one you say is higher, it will say, okay, my position has to be, can't be over here, because you said this is a less than, so it's got to be over here. Then it will sort with the next thing, cut your area in half again, sort to the next one. You'll just keep cutting your area in half until finally you're basically comparing between two different items and plops you right in the middle there. Basically binary insertion sort, something like that. Ask as few questions as possible, basically. Look, as you get one sorted, the percentage goes up. Yeah, not too crazy, but it's been fun to mess around with and actually useful. Just migrating all the data around now because Well, I don't know why. I'm just doing it. So I'm making all this a little bit more clean code. That's broken. Oh, app crash. There it is. Okay. Save file. There we go. I was like, why aren't you running? There we go. The result is not defined. Ah, this is optional, or it's not always in existence. Well, it should be in existence. Oh, it's out of scope. Well, that's it. So I do need to put this outside here, then like that. Yeah, you're basically right. Binary search or binary sort on a multi-dimensional field. Yeah, I appreciate it. Okay, let's see if we didn't break that now. Lovely. Cannot read undefined slice. So list.order did not get the thing. So this is this is why I made the graph. Let's see where it crashed and walk our way back. It was a bit of, practice, just to get some practice with EJS and stuff. So plus I like had a bunch of list of items. Like for example, like I have a bunch of lists of code wars. I need to sort them. I have a bunch of like all of the people I follow on Twitch. I like to sort them. And I'm currently doing with like a command line version of this, but like this is obviously better once I get it finished. And like I have a bunch of VS Code extensions. I have 150, 180 VS Code extensions. I'm like, it would be nice to sort them too. So it's kind of abstract, but it's also a somewhat of a learning project because I'm a member of 100 devs. It's a agency with a web development agency with a training program on it. So I'm part of that, and MERN stack is what we're really learning. So I figure I need something to really practice messing around with. List get sort info. So obviously didn't do the thing I wanted it to do. Ah, because I didn't ask for it. Why didn't it do what I wanted? Because I didn't tell it to do what I wanted. Order true. Not that graph. This one. There we go. That actually rendered. Hey, thanks there for the follow there. Paula Relay or Relay. Hope your day's been going well. I appreciate it there, Carl. Yeah. Or a flying Carl. Yeah, I just got a bunch of varied experience, just got a little bit more time than most, so I can spend it learning and messing around like this. Okay, so we got one page working. That's real good. I love the home page. I'm just right now realizing info isn't a thing, so delay tell that. It's probably everywhere I said info, I meant order. Boop. Okay, that should be what I'm looking for. After we wait for this to load. And work. Again, this is where all those tests I don't have written would really be useful, but make it our way. I'm glad to see this one's working. Would also help if I were to log in. Google Earth. Come on, Google. The Goog. There we go. Let's look at this endpoint. I haven't touched this one in a hot minute. Glad they're all here. Profile. Profile looks... so there's no JavaScript here. It looks good enough, though. Let's look at all the cats. Server died. Dead server. Big sad. Oh, what? Okay, let's find some real code. Okay, so express handler tracker. The U caught it. Pairwise mongoose. Ah, completely crashed. Well, this is why I have my little, nope, everything crashed. Yikes. So line 49 here, clone but ignore. Ooh, oh no, oh no. You went to do a clone and you caught... Uh-oh. Okay, this is a problem with my thing. My little tool that's supposed to help me see things absolutely just crashed when cloning. The whole point of using another library that already did this was that I wouldn't make this kind of error. Oh, now it's working. Okay, it seems to be a one-off. No, it's gonna happen again, but for some reason, it just decided to do its thing. That was kind of suck too, because I was going through all the views. It's okay, let's delete that one comparison. Hit up the edit page, or the rename page rather. Glad to see that's still working. And finally, let's hit up the comparison page to make our full round trip. Ah, there we go. Cannot get states. So let us love that error. Means we didn't get the things from 49. Undefined reading states. Don't know why that line's angry. Get sorter is not being passed an object. Yeah, flying car. I do like TypeScript, and I have used it before. And you're right, undetermined, not writing what happens during an exception. Yeah. It's very fresh project, not fully built out at all with all the error handling and such. But yeah, I have used TypeScript before. And I do like it generally over JavaScript, but I didn't want to go off and like write in too crazy things outside of 100 devs, say with most of the groups, because it's a live learning experience. So if I'm off learning some TypeScript or stuff, which everyone does like say good things about it, or if I'm using it, then it's gonna be difficult to, when it does go wrong, ask the community questions. Yeah, basically, we ain't there in 100 devs yet. You said in 5 words what I said in 20. I'll just set this as a default value to empty object. Yeah, right, also don't cover it. I mean, we will be touching on React, which I imagine we'll dabble like, look, there's TypeScript over there. See if this page wants to work now. Nope, get sorter, get question is not a function. Of course it's not. Again, I can very much see TypeScript saving the day here. Yeah, yeah, it's all live. I mean, it's also like you can do catch up. Like you don't have to watch it live. All the material is on YouTube and the Discord. Like it's all there forever. It ain't going nowhere. But there's also the live experience, go through it with the community and such. Everyone asking the same questions, getting the same answers. Quite easier. But you're right. Things like that, types would help. Once more. Yeah, types would help, tests would help, so many things would help, but it's all for fun, you know? Yeah, yeah, an instructor leads it. Well, it's instructor and, kind of community taught. Where Leon, I learned with Leon, it was in the link there. They're the one leading it. They do an equivalent, but shortened version. I only get the one command. I'll need two of them. 100 devs. There we go. I'll get that second one for sure. Yeah, Leon Noel. Their name's a palindrome, which is hilarious. They're the primary instructor there. They go through it live here on Twitch twice a week, Tuesday and Thursday. And they also do like Q&A style streams Sunday. Not today though. It was life stuff. And yeah, they go through all the questions, all the materials, and it's really mainly like really good for like getting you the job because a lot of the paid boot camps. I don't think I mentioned this. It's free, by the way. I probably should have led with that, but yeah, it's not a paid experience, which is why there's so many people in it. And I mean, I haven't taken too many what's this called? Sorry, goldfish memory. Learning experience, basically. Guided learning experience, like classes. I had one semester of CS in college, which I paid for, literally, before the whole pandemic. Yeah, yeah, they definitely, we don't know what the idea was there of Leon Noel. It was a great name. Great name, yeah. Some people are like, ha, that's not their real name. That's a stage name, but I'm pretty sure it's their real name. There we go. Okay, this is all working. Did it just break? I say the word it's working and it catches on fire. Okay, this weird deep clone thing. What are you doing? What do you think you're doing? So yeah, I gotta catch uncaught exceptions. So you like breaking. So the next time you do that, I'ma get you. Get you, get you, get you. What line is this one on? Yes, whatever it is, some promisey thing. Ooh, am I returning a list? So return. Ha. Searching for the word return. That's really gonna help me out. Yeah, returning the done user save then, because I'm returning among these documents exactly what's happening. Of course, Driftwood, yeah, and I'm glad you got that is authenticated EJS stuff working out. Turn account, let's render. I can't believe this return pattern of mine has failed me. Trying to say, I mean, there aren't that. There are quite a few overturns actually. There's nothing that's gonna help me. I just need to hit that breakpoint again in real life, IRL. Of course, yeah. I wish you luck. Oh, there it is. Wow, we got lucky. The error straight up. Let's. This is the saddest stack trace I've ever seen. Okay, what am I messing on then? Um, there's the call stack. Okay, it was taking a moment like, show me your goods. Show me what you got. Okay, so we're doing all these clones. And here is my thing of what it is we're cloning. I love that overlay. We're cloning the request. Okay, so that should be fine. Cloning the request. Well, is this the request or response actually? Request, yeah, so it is specifically the request. Let's figure out what we're cloning now. So parent I user. Okay, so it's current user populated virtuals. Ah, here it is. List. So we're cloning our populated virtual list, the zeroth one underscore doc underscore items, zeroth item, item name. Okay, so I see what's happening. When I called populate on the current user, it is not liking this because Mongoose has overridden all this stuff here. So what I would like to do is ignore this Mongoose population. Okay, wherever it is, it's where I'm saying dot populate. That's where I gotta clean this out. There we go. Request user populate. So Mongoose. I want to make a copy of the document, then populate it. Might just be better to get a new one. But the fact that this is broken is bringing me great sadness. Which means what I would do is try catch my cloning. To at least give this, allow it to go forward. Because if I ran into it, other people will. So I'm going to need this done for both, technically. Might as well select on that. Let's see. So we'll make this a let. Then it'll be a try for all of this. Then catch E, console error E just for the funs. And for now, we're gonna ignore these. But we'll say response diff equals object. I'd be able to catch all uncaught exceptions. That way you can see the stack without crashing your server. Yeah, there's a good point there, Flying Carl. Wouldn't crash the server. Yeah, it's definitely something I probably would want to do in production. Yeah, it's a good point. I'll add it to my lovely list. Thanks for that. Add in production. Hey, thanks for the follow there, Merczerny. Your Sunday's been going well. Let's see where we want to do that. Probably do that right after this. I closed it. Well, too late now. Yeah, RJ, that's 100 devs. Free full stack, free web agency with a training program. I think this is good now. Yeah, that seems right. So now if I do cause this error, it's gonna be all transparent. Nope. Cannot convert null or undefined. Okay, 241. Whoops, daisy. I didn't assign it back, did I? No, I didn't. So, click. Whoa. Come on, mousey. And this one is response diff. I also didn't assign it up there, so all the names are wrong. There we go. Once this reloads, we would be happy. Should have been enough time. Okay, I'm impatient. Don't mind me. Boom, and the error has silently gone away. Absolutely loving that. Close call stack, close all this stuff. And that was actually the last page to test. So this is this commit done. I would like to one more step just through the pages at least. So home page, collection page, list page, and profile page should be that's technically more. You know what, we're gonna look at them all. So let's look at the queued code wars enter sort mode. We're looking at all the endpoints. Except for the, oh, we'll look at the login and sign out pages too. Might as well. The most exciting pages of them all. They look basic, they basically are identical, it's just the path name that changes. And with that, it's graphing time. Graphing time. There we go. Now if we restore, we get the old one, but I didn't need the new one. So we're gonna have to reshuffle all this about. Index, let's hit there's our new profile, or I guess it's not that new, but there it is. There's our sorter. There we go, and you can see all of the controllers accessing the list. There we go. So basically, we eliminated the entire helper file. And now you can see that sorter is specifically for the list model. Yeah, I'm liking this. Let's try to figure out a best preset to start with, because these things never really sort the best way. So you kind of just gotta pick one and manipulate it to your desires. As you can tell, I'm going with the pattern I had last time. Aren't we missing something? Hit restore. Database. Yeah, we're missing something. Huh. Is there no... Did that get lost? Database. Huh, okay, it's not happening anymore. I mean, there very much is a require from index to database. I can go look at it. Not that one. Index. Yeah, I found it right there. Recompute. Oh, there. What is happening? It wasn't there, and now it is. Don't make me start questioning reality, JavaScript. And now it's gone. Oh, because restore sets the elements, and then you can do a recomputation with them. Okay, I understand why that's doing that. Server, oh wait, index is completely gone. Oh, I know it's happening. I had to change that to work on another project. It's not dynamic yet. Oh, yeah. Why isn't it looking at the file? Because I didn't tell it to. Which is gonna be a little sad because I just got all of those requests. I would like to save these requests without effort. Because no one likes effort. Thanks for flying, Carl. I'm actually still building it. But basically, so this is actually like all this express handler tracker. It's me making it in progress. At a high level though, because you asked for high level, for every usage of a middleware in Express, I capture a before and after state. So I replace every call in a middleware with a before middleware, in which point I basically track information about it. So I'm like, okay, this is your ID, so I can reference it to a single request, all this other stuff, the initial state of request. I also have some custom overrides for redirects, renders, sends, and stuff. And then keep the original, and then after the middleware is done doing whatever it does, I then record the after state. So before and after. In addition, I'm also recording the function lines. So the line, the evaluation, source, all that stuff. Then for the graph, I'm using Cytoscape. It's a network graphing library with a whole bunch of plugins. And finally, for the files, so to know what file links to another, I'm using Dependency Cruiser, which is a node module. You can point at JavaScript files and it will basically give you the information, usually in a graph viz format, but I am taking it as JSON. So yeah, here's how it normally spits it out. This is using the dot graphing format. I'm not sure if you're familiar with it. Kind of a textual thing, and then graph viz turns that into this, but this is static, very static. I want it to be dynamic, so Cytoscape joins the day, and then all the information I'm tracking ends up as tooltips currently that you can step through to see what your request app is actually doing. And the cool thing is that, you can click on these, and at least for VS Code, it opens and takes you straight to the line. There's a lot more work to be done, but it's getting there. It's useful for me, at least. If that's not it, trying to cache my data. There it is. Copy value. Okay, I want the response has been truncated. Oh, I know, buddy. Yeah, Flying Carl, that is the goal. And also, I'm technically capturing a lot more information. This is very much proof of concept. This didn't exist Thursday kind of stuff. So I'm also capturing the sent data and all of this other information, which I'm eventually going to shove on the UI. The more cooler stuff is the differences. So I'm not doing anything with them yet, but you can see the difference, like what has changed because of this middleware. And eventually this is going to be, rendered something on like a thing somewhere being like, oh, this middleware added a property to your request, or it changed something in your session, so you can see all the changes happening to your application. Yeah, a lot more to go. Try to think. This layout is good. It's files that's wrong. Try to think thoughts. Yeah, there's no way getting by it. Yep, just gonna hit it with a save, and if we save this, store that. Too late. I don't want to do that because I'm about to I'll lose all my information, because it is unfortunately not a static tool. That would be way too much effort and not really solve what I want to do. So the views do not exist until you touch them. Hence views being a lovely empty node. Yeah, for sure, Flying Carl. None of the diffs are generated until requests are made. And as you can see, like the views themselves don't exist until requests are made. So it's not a static tool. You have to run your code, preferably you run your test on this. So you'd start this up, then you'd run your test, your automated test or whatever, and it would kind of fill it out with enough information. Again, this isn't mainly as a visualization slash debugging slash curiosity tool, just seeing the architecture of the program. It's like if you open up the program for the first time, someone will set these positions manually, obviously, and you can see like, oh, okay, so we have these models, like kind of MVC style, though technically it can work for any layout. Yeah, so we're gonna see. I'm gonna go to the home page, and eventually this is gonna be live WebSocket refreshing and all that. But again, so many things need doing. See, I refresh, and now we have our index view. Okay. Not a static tool. My mind would melt if I even attempted it. But yeah, with that, I do. The reason I was clicking on all the things, not just to make sure it was working, but also to populate it, because I have not written. I've written like 2 tests for this application, so I gotta finish this out, fill out the graph, basically. I think I hit all the endpoints. Again, that's why you write tools. What's right here? That's what you write tests for, right, folks? Queued. Then we have the rename and the endpoint. Oh yeah, that's what you were mentioning, the staleness of it. My bad. I didn't make the connection, but yeah, it's definitely going to be a thing where for every new request you'll get sent the new information, and I mean it's not going to be efficient on the first try. It's just going to be like takes the JSON, shoves you JSON, re-renders it, but eventually it'll be incremental. So like it'll add a new thing for everything, smoothly and responsively and all those good words. But right now, very much proof of concept. I mean, this entire visualization lives in one HTML file, so lots to improve on. Okay, and I believe this is the last view to look at. And here we go. I've personally been finding the most use out of it, like debugging code, because on the 100 devs, there's like a whole bunch of help channels and stuff where people can ask questions and like share their repos and stuff of like their code and stuff. So the thing about picking up a new project is that there are a lot of files and it's hard to track down why the request caught on fire, where all the things went. But with a tool like this, I've personally been finding it easier. Here comes the fun part. We get to play artist by dragging the boxes out around to an actually viewable state. But I want this one to go. As you can tell, I am the best chooser of colors. I choose the best colors. Passport, database, yeah, and constants. Yep, everyone loves a constant. Should have moved that around. You can live in the middle. Congratulations. And list. Of course, yeah, appreciate it. Appreciate the follow, yeah. Yeah, I wish you the best too. I appreciate, yeah, I have an idea. How would I define webhooks versus WebSockets? Well, they both have webs in the name, DM Bull, but I say they're not wildly different, but webhooks is so WebSockets, that is a single connection established between client and server that is real time in nature, a duplex connection. You want to get fancy, so you make the connection, it stays open forever until it dies, and you can send data back and forth with very little overhead. A webhook, on the other hand, is a endpoint listening for a response from a server. I guess I don't really know the definition of that too well, but common webhook is that you will basically, it's somewhere that you will listen for data to be sent, and something else will be sending that data. So, for example, is Discord has webhooks that you can create for a channel, and then it's just a URL that you make a post request to, or you make a request to, and it does something. It mostly posts a message. So that is a webhook that you would make requests to. Alternatively, there is a webhook you create to be the receiver of information. Twitch, for example, allows you to subscribe via webhooks. So you give them a URL they can send data to, and they will send you information, like when somebody subscribes, or when somebody rates, or all kinds of event-based information, and they will send it to you when it happens. So you wouldn't have to keep a constantly open connection. I believe that's the main advantage of webhooks, is that if you're only listening, like you only want to know when something happens live, you're not talking back to them. It's not a duplex bi-directional thing. Then webhooks are a good option. It's also webhooks are usually server to server. They're not client to server, which is what WebSockets generally are. Though technically, you can WebSocket between anything except clients. Clients, you can use WebRTC, and that's not really webhooks. That's not WebSockets, I mean. So that wasn't a short definition. My bad. Different things for different solutions: WebSockets, real-time, duplex, webhooks, mailbox. Ah, nice. Webhooks with Stripe. Yeah. So I imagine you're probably subscribing to information, or I mean, I guess you could be sending them information, but I imagine it's probably subscription and what you're like, oh, I just got paid, or subscribe, like when someone pays you. I mean, I could ask you, but I could also Google. I have Google it when it's Stripe. What is Strike? What did I just Google there? Incoming to get real-time updates. Yep, so you're subscribing with web. Oh, you can actually do both. Ah, you can trigger and subscribe. Nice. I'm actually curious what that would be. Like, what events would you listen for? Yeah, where are the list of events? Yeah, handle event objects. Yeah, show me what's an event. Ah, okay, Bill, I appreciate that. I mean, you might be able to beat my internet speed, you know? Hey, thanks for the follow there. 003N. Wonder where 007 is. Yeah, I know, but because I use WebSockets, real-time games, and then webhooks for the my Twitch. So always lurking, use webhooks to listen for when people subscribe. Is this where all the events are? Here's an event. Like what kind of event is it? List all events. There we go. Created, delivery, ending. Huh. Oh, here are the types. Update the account. Count. Okay, so balance available. Ooh, this is a cool one. Whenever your balance updates. Yeah. That's a pretty good one. Of course, I mean, it's the first time I've ever seen it, DM Bull. I'm not gonna know where all the things at. But, I mean, they seem pretty good. They got a good dark mode. All the stuff's hot linkable. Gotta love live docs. Why? You can listen for a lot of, I mean, there's a lot of things. Oh my gosh. Oh my, okay, I was about to be like, is this entire page? But no, okay, it's cool. Yeah. Actually, I do like that. So I like, oh, they overrode Control F. I don't know how much I like that, but, oh, Control F again to use native. Oh, they allow you to drop. Okay, I'm liking these docs. So one thing I like about docs is when it's all, efficiency be darned, it's all on one page. So if I'm like, okay, I just need to search for the word files, and boom, I can see all instances of files. I'm loving that. I've never seen them. I mean, overwriting is not a new thing, but I love one-page docs because makes that searching easy. Yeah, I mean, eventually I'm gonna have to work. Yeah, I think there's a little latency, DM Bull. I figured that out. Yeah, I mean, eventually I'm gonna work directly with payments and stuff, not middle person to so. And Stripe's pretty much the name I hear to go to about it. So yeah, it's probably definitely on my what do you say? My roadmap, my journey. Yeah, it's definitely something to Stripe for VS Code. Oh, that's nice. Wow, hmm, that's nice. Oh, you don't have to. All good, all good. Yeah, welcome to the future. That was only like 30, 20 seconds over. But yeah, yeah, latency happens. Yeah, I was just looking at the extension. I was like, they built a whole extension for their API. Like, dang, that's nice. Oof, Dimble. That's a little tough. Let me check my latency. Da da do. Hmm. Yeah, it might actually be me. I got like 10 seconds of latency to my own stream, so um there you go. It's not a break, but this break in our conversation rather. Yeah. So I made sure like I'm only like doing 720 now, so it's definitely not my computer being slow. It's the network, unfortunately. But yeah, I think it might have jumped out. Stripe's definitely on my roadmap because when you hear about payment processors, they are the one you hear about. Hey, thanks for the follow there. Hey, thanks for the follow there. My Demilakawa. You know what? I'm not gonna try that again. Hmm. Yeah, I'm glad to hear it for sure. Majima Kawaii. Or not Kawaii. Majima Kawaii. Oh, thanks for coming on by. Hope your Sunday's been going well. Mm. Yeah, DN Bull, like I said, I haven't gotten engrossed at it, but just from an outsider's perspective, there's nothing missing, and there's nothing like, nothing I would really have any demands on it. There are no code smells, as you would say, Just seems to do exactly what it's meant to do. I really gotta get this lasso plugin. For now, though, ooh. Oh. See, this is kind of like why I like this visualization. Look how evenly defined the MVC controller things are. It's like, satisfying. I know it means like absolutely maybe nothing for code quality, but look how cool this looks, right? It's kind of like, it just looks cool. I like cool looking things. Yeah, there we go. I'm trying to organize this a little better. More readable. There we go. Just make sure all the lines don't overlap too badly. Boop, you get to live there now. Wow, it's actually... Oh, user should be on the left. Look at this line right here. Look how much crossage that line has. That's not cool. Well, index doesn't really matter where it goes. Well, list definitely goes in the middle. So yeah, you go over there, you go over there, you go over there, you go over there. You know the same way you subscribe. You didn't subscribe to Drawing Simulator, but don't worry, it's only a little bit drawing left. Gotta make the graph pretty. Well, I clicked the node and opened the file. That sometimes happens. And there we... Oh, I forgot one. And there we go. Okay, it's looking better in my book. Let's bring all of this in a bunch more. Yes, bring it in more. There we go. No one wants to read the text anyway. Don't you worry about it. Boop, there it is. And the word views exist over there. Again, there's not much we can do about some overlaps, but I think this is pretty good. If I were to bring users down, list will do a lot of overlapping, so we're staying up. List is in the middle. You have one crossover from the left. Not much we can do about. Yeah, I think this is, at least for me, good enough layout. Let's save it. Yeah, we're not going to look through every single file. Let's make sure that actually saved. The riskiest refresh on the land. There we go. It's saved. Gotta love it. Let's look at one before we take our break. Override all the middleware. Every middleware. Passport does the dance. Index router. Your home page. And I couldn't ask for anything better. Okay, with that we have. That's not what we did. We packaged JSON. It's technically a data swapping doohickey. Great name, ain't it? Moved data. Oh, this is the disadvantage of being in debug mode. You make a change, every VS Code's like, you want to see the debug view. I don't, though. Data into list model. Moved we did into list model. Yeah, I suppose that's right. Into, and now we get to change all the commits or make all the changes. I'm honestly surprised that my Control-Shift-F renaming of all the things did not catch anything on fire. Okay, yep, we dropped that. Drop that. Again, something to do later. Did we touch the server? Well, nope, nothing from normal. Look at all this code getting out of our controller. We still got some. We manipulate the data specifically for the view. That's the trick. We're not crafting it. We're just getting it to pass it. Feels MVC to me. We're keeping those. Also got rid of that wet code. Aw, thanks for the anonymous cheer there. Appreciate support always. Thanks for the bit. Wow, there are a lot more files down here. Hey, of course, Dean Bull. Yeah, I appreciate you coming on by, and I appreciate you educating me about the absolute unintuitive way that key iteration or key enumeration works in JavaScript. That shocked my world. You think you know a language, and then that happens. And yeah, I'll probably gonna be off. I mean, I might be going offline in an hour, so either way, I'll catch you then, or I'll catch you next time. Yeah, you have a great week too, and good luck on finding whatever new project you're gonna get involved in. It's always fun. A little scary, but it's always fun. Ooh, get rid of that too. Oh, look at this dead code. I just love deleting dead code. Chef's kiss. Oh, okay. VS Code. Don't freak out. No, wrong file. Wrong file. Oh, these are all my renames we're about to see. Well, we were gonna see. Here they go. From states to source states. It's also a good rename in my book. Oh, the router. I don't know. Get that one change we gotta avoid like the plague. Well, VS Code would have done that, but we're not looking at files right now, apparently. Time to do it manual. With a good old git diff. Good job. Okay, yeah, so that's those good ones, the injector. Yeah, so it looks like we updated the comparison view. Yeah, lots of renames. Okay, literally all renames. Love to see it. Love to see it actually work too. So all the views get an update, and then I would make a commit with VS Code, but VS Code ain't really in the mood at the moment. Git commit move data. Whoa! I almost made the worst typo you ever could have saw. Info data model. It's into. I just made it again. Into the list model. There we go. And with that, we will most definitely be taking our break. But before we do so, we gotta find ourselves a code war first. And then we got to open up our lovely list to figure out what we're doing next, yo. Hmm. Hmm. You know what? It's probably only gonna be like maybe an hour at 2 at most left in the stream. So depends if I find something good for the list, or we will rock out with Code Warathon. Okay, I think VS Code's having a little too much pain at the moment. Oh, it's because of all this stuff is not cached. It's kind of a big feature. It's like the next feature for this, the next big feature is all this dynamic stuff should not be fetching every time. It should be cached in local storage. So that's the next thing there. Trying to see if we can get VS Code to open my lovely list though. I think I have a manual version of it. Ah, I have to read all this though, and about to do all that. So I would like to write some Cypress tests. So yeah, when we come back, we will find ourselves a Code Wars. Okay, that one looks fun. Consecutive letters. Again, we're keeping it string themed. Decipher this. I love me a good deciphery thing. Ooh, a 6 Caillou. Do we even dare read it? JavaScript.extension.filename.dir Oh, we are definitely hitting up this one. Oh, thanks for the good input there, Matakawi. You should use X as it modifies the file. It changes have been made, then quits. While if no changes have been made, the file will be modified. Ah, I've never. I mean, I've always just WQ. That's kind of like not the meme, but the thing. VI. That's interesting. So let me actually test that out. So we have to do modified August 16th, 9:35. Oh, look at that. Yeah, it messed with the date. Now, if I wait, well, let's touch another file. VI sorter :X. Oh, would you look at that? Ain't that neat? I never really thought I needed that. So it's kind of like save only if changes. Ain't that neat? I'm just gonna look that up, see what it's actually called. But yeah, thanks for sharing that. I am definitely gonna be using that in the future. Save a file, and okay, well, that doc didn't really tell me. Well, okay. I'm trying to read the documentation on this cool new feature. I ain't getting nowhere. Same as WQ, but less typing. Yeah, I know that. But tell me about the coolness. Oh, so I guess most people are just using it as a shorter. Oh, here it is. Write only basically what you described. Okay, I guess we're not really gonna learn anything more about it. It's as simple as that. There's no fancy backstory to it. But yeah, thanks for following and thanks for sharing that good tip there. I wasn't in them for long, so you had a good eye there for sure. Now let's see. These are the code words we will be conquering when we return. Maybe drop some in the chat if y'all wanna go ahead and take a at them early. At the top of my list, which means the descriptions must have been good. And with that, we will take a break. Catch you on the other side, folks. Be sure to stretch, hydrate, and relax if you can. Welcome on back, folks. That is the end of our break. Us knock out some of these code wars. I swap the screen back. There we go, folks. So, first one, consecutive letters. Letters. We're doing string-based code wars. These are not numbers. There are 3 code words here. One of them is a little tougher than the other one, though. So I'm gonna give myself not that much. Hold on, I gotta think math. There we go, 30 minutes. So should basically 5, 5, and 10. It should be enough for 3 code wars. So in this kata, we check if a string contains consecutive letters as they appear in the English alphabet, and if each letter occurs only once. So ABC contains A, B, and C. ABD is not consecutive in the alphabet. DABC. Ooh, there's a wraparound. Interesting. Hey, welcome back, Nerd and Nerd. How did your stream go? Hope you're having some fun. You came back just as the break was coming to an end. We are doing some stringy code wars. And we finished refactoring, and we finished. Oh wait, what did we do to this thing? Oh, we finished the user profile. So, well, it's dead right now. But you can go to a user page and see all the lists that they own. And also clean the data up like a lot. So it looks great now. I think I actually can show that part. Ah, yeah, those connectivity issues. I know them well. My first stream was like 50% dropped frames, so it happens. But yeah, we made some pretty good improvements to this. We added the new pages, all that stuff. In addition, we got, oh, actually, I just thought of a better layout for this. Yeah, it looks so much better. Cool. And playing with lines over here. Oh, drag that up and drag that a little bit away and save that. And yeah, so now we have a lot of less. The helper file completely gone. Now list only depends on sorter, so all the data logic is inside this one file, like all of it, which is where it's supposed to be. It's where it should have been, and it's where it is now. So yeah, looking great, and now we're doing some code wars. So this one looks weird though. I'm not sure what this one is about. It must contain. Oh, so it's a set, not an ordered set. How much time did we save? Time saved. We made the code base a lot cleaner, which is going to save time adding features to it. We also made it more MVC, which is going to save time reading the code base. It's going to save time for others to read the code base. We didn't really make it I mean, we added a whole new feature, which is going to save time for those who want to look at list of users individually. I guess. I don't know. I guess this wasn't a time. We also improved my visualizer a fair amount because it's only I need to use it in order to see what's broken about it. So it fixed a lot of errors in this thing. Yeah, mainly, it's a marathon, not a race, right? We don't make giant leaps and bounds every day. There you go, right? There you go. That's the way to brand it. Cleaner is faster, faster user, faster data. Everything's faster. You join the marketing team on that one there, Nerd and Iron. Nord and Iron. It is nerd 9. Sorry, my eyes were like, is that an O or an 8? Yeah, code worsification. So we're going to give it a string. We're supposed to return true or false if all the characters appear once and are consecutive in the alphabet. So the way we're going to do this is, well, the length is 1, then we're basically 1. Otherwise, we're going to traverse through this and keep a list of all the counts. And then also, I'm trying to think, there's a math way of doing this. I know there's a math way of doing this. So it is 1 plus 2 plus 3 minus 1 minus 3 is 2 should equal 1 minus 3. So I need to change this example to 4. So 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4 should equal minus 1 minus 4. I know there's a math way of doing this. Basically summing them all, converting them to numbers, summing them together, and getting the differences between the end, because what we do is we calculate sum of all numbers between these two values. Let's figure out the way to do that. JS, because there's an algorithm. Oh, I don't know if the algorithm is arbitrary, because my thing was, oh, there's the formula. There we go. Ooh, and I can't flatten it to A, because it might not always start at A. Sum all max, min, max. Okay, so this appears to be the algo. I don't need to mess around with it. Sum all 0 to 10, 55. So I'm just going to assume that one's truthy. As we go 5 to 10. Yeah, 55 minus 1, minus 2, minus 3, 4, 5. Because we don't inclusive, exclusive. Okay, this is a great algorithm. So I need to figure that out and then make sure it equals what I have. This is going to be good. It's also going to be watching for duplicates. So const scene equals new set, or const car of s. We have to go ahead and say let sum equals 0. Scene. Well, first we're going to check if it's been seen. If scene that has car, you have failed. We're not allowing duplicates. Otherwise, join the club. Scene.add car. Sum plus equal. Then I want the character as a number. Car code at 0. And here comes the minimum and maximum. So min, max. I need to keep track of these. Pass to my magic method. I think I need to keep that, and then we'll do this here. So, you know what? I don't need them as characters. I'm perfectly fine having them all as digits. So, that would require a map and all that extra stuff. It's not worth it. Const value equals, there we go. We'll use this single variable. All the cool things. Oh, multi-cursor magic. Out of control. That is not where my keyboard wanted to place that. There we go. Sum to value always. Get my semis in there. And now what we want to do is we want to set basically min and max to these values if they are less than or greater than. So if min less than or greater than value, or min equals value, else if max less than value, max equals value. Nice little trick there. It gives you one less comparisons thanks to the else if magic. Now we do need these to be the first character S0 or S car code at 0. Because they do need to exist, can't just assume 0. Although we could go negative and positive infinity. Don't know how it's going to work for empty strings. Either way, we're going to return triple equals sum. Now, this is going to break if my inclusive exclusive are wrong. Ooh. Oh, first try. Don't you love that, folks? First try. I am going to swap these out for the infinities. So minimum is infinity, maximum is negative infinity. Just so I can support empty strings. Yeah, so we got that logic there. I want to separate that a bit. I never need the character, so we could map over this. Let's actually make it look like I didn't just yoink this from Stack Overflow. Had some spaces or something. And swap these around for funsies. With that, we are submitting. Oh, nope. I broke it. Order of operations. I just broke them entirely. Oh, glad they don't put me in charge of math. It's supposed to be over there. Min max divide 2's on the divide 2 is supposed to come with it. Order of operations. I think it's fine. It's not. Because the division of 2 is on the whole equation. Don't worry, folks. I know how math. Oh, does my infinity stuff really mix it up? Okay, that shouldn't be the case. Console log. Oh, it didn't work at all. Or I mean, that wasn't the problem at all, rather. Save that. Nope. Not gonna question it. Infinity is not a cool value, apparently. Again, here we go fighting with math again. I refuse. I am that stubborn. There we go. Looks a little better now, and let's go back to making it pretty. So first we're going to say an if not length. I don't know what it would be if it was empty, though. See, it's never empty. And that is the best this one's going to get. There we go. Let's see what the Code Warriors came up with. Wow. That was a lot simpler than I was expecting. So checking if the... Wow. Oh my goodness. That is atrocious. So let me explain what's happening here. So they take a string, blah, blah, blah. Well, it has to be consecutive, so D, E, F, G, H, I. You know, it's all messed up. Then what they do is they convert it to an array. Then they sort that. So now this is a sorted string of the characters. And they join that back into this. And now you have sorted the alphabetized text. Now, if it is all the characters, you can easily just check that D, E, F, G, H, I literally exists in the alphabet. As you can tell, I've been streaming 6 hours because I pulled out math. I mean, Leah might be proud of me, but my goodness. I went to math for such a simple solution. Ooh, looks like everyone. Was I the only one who was like doing math? Wow. I've changed. Okay, let us decipher this. Okay, so you are given a secret message and you need to decipher it. But for each word, the second and last letter is switched. E.g., hello becomes Holly. Okay. first letter is replaced by its character code. H becomes 72. There are no special characters, only letters and spaces. That doesn't make things easier. Okay, so these are examples. Second and last are swap. First is character coded. We're supposed to return the normal version of these strings. Understandable. So those are our parameters. Always a string, always normal letters and spaces, varying capitalization. Now, we are meant to, so our return is the decoded version of the string. My pseudocode is going to be splitting by spaces. So for each word in a string, via a split by spaces. The way to parse out the numbers, because I do note here we have 3-digit and we have 2-digit numbers. So we're going to use parse int to get car code, place parse int as string with character with actual character, right? And the next step is going to be swapping length and length minus length characters. And then finally, we're going to return words. Kind of a little bit like conversions and stuff, but this is my pseudocode. So, it should be a straight return. So str.split. Ooh, and I'm going to do the code war thing. Split on a template, literal. Absolutely crazy. Then we're going to map a word. Then we're going to say parse int word. It's going to give us the number. The reason we use parse int and not number or unary plus operator, because parse int, once it hits a character that is not part of the number, it takes the characters that it has and makes that an integer or a float or whatever. But if you use the number, once it hits a non-numeric character, it explodes. It returns not a number. Same for the unary plus operator. So that's why parse int ain't dead, folks. It can do cool stuff like this. So I want to put this in a variable. Const code equals chow. Then I want to return, well, I do need to do the swapping. I could do some slicing. Hold on, I gotta think of which easy way I want to do this. So letters equals, so first I want to do a replacement, which will be code or word dot replace. What am I replacing? The code to string with string from car code. Then I want to split this into an array, which I could just use, since I'm not using the value of split in any meaningful way, with the spread operator. Now here comes the swapping. We're going to use array we're not going to use array destruction. We do it normally. So const temp equals letters 1 equals letters dot length -1, so the last one, and then letters dot length -1 equals 10. So it's not exactly classic usage of it, but this is the classic way to essentially swap two values or two variables. Is that you have to put one in a memory, like a little section to keep it, then you swap the second of the first, then you assign to the second what was originally in the first. So a little shell game, but not too crazy. Now I want to return letters joined back together, and all of these joined with a space. Now it's not going to work first try, but give it a run. Oh no. On a roll tonight. Okay, let's drop this pseudocode out and make it just that much better. Kind of going to need that code, but this swapping can be done in one operation using JavaScript array destructuring. I'll try to do this in the visualizer, but I don't know if it'll work, so I'm going to explain it. Letters 1, letters 1 minus 1 equals the exact same thing, but in reverse. If y'all have seen Python, y'all have already seen this basically. Oh, that's not how the cut is supposed to go. And if we comment this old out, we can see it still do be working. Well, don't know why that was on fire, because that's not how you write comments. Letters is not defined. Well, that's not true. Letters. Oh, gotta have a semicolon when you're doing this weird, wacky. Hold up. What's up? What is happening? Okay, let's ditch that line. Okay, this is the line doing the problem. Letters 1, letters equals, letters. I've done this before. Oh, here we go. Semicolon on this line. There we go. Okay, so I want to explain why that happened. When I didn't have a semicolon here, what JavaScript was doing was shoving all of this on one line like so. So it's taking the result, this array, and indexing it with letters 1 and then a comma, very much explosion-y stuff. That's why letters was not defined. But with a semicolon, it's a different statement. And it works. And I'm using these, code warrior backticks so I can avoid using 2 extra parentheses. It's always fun to mess around with. Now, this should be good. I would like to look at the visualizer though. Okay, we're looking. Bada boom, bada bing. I'm not sure if it's gonna work with this particular syntax, but we're gonna try it, darn it. I hope if I actually caught it with code. So tag templates, not something this supports. Easily removable though. Let's swap this out, grab me a test case. We have one test case, absolutely lovely. So we're gonna call, wow, I have to type words now. With this loveless string, it was already in quotes. And now we're going to de-tag template all the things, because it does not support it. Okay, let's see. This doesn't work because, the worker was overworked, you could say. With a refresh. Please work. I'm using the array destructuring, which is it's the expression that needs the explaining, so I'd be really okay. Well, I can't really explain it, but the way it works is that before anything happens on this side, all of this is evaluated and put into the array. So it's basically creating 2 objects in memory. Unlike the previous, we were making 1 thing in memory. This creates 2 things in memory, and then they're in memory, safe and sound. So when we do the double assignment like this, it is assigning to those things in memory, not actually these locations. Oh, let me do that. I would visualize it, but we ain't doing that apparently. Anything better to do? Nope, not in my book. Well, we might be able to drop this, because I think replace stringifies things automatically. There we go. So we didn't need to stringify the number, because replace always stringifies contents. And there we go. We got a crazy regex. And there's always a crazy regex. It's replacing all digits with the string from Caraco. That part's cool. And then we're replacing 1, 2, 3, anything with at least 4 characters with 1, 4, 3. My goodness. See, I just swapped them around, which I suppose is more expensive because I converted it to an array and then back. But yeah, you can also just slice and all this fun stuff to your heart's desire. And the craziest regex you've ever seen. Okay, it's time for the next one, folks. File path operations. And we're not Python users, so glad we can ignore that. Write an object that receives a file path and does operations on it. So in JavaScript, we are to be given a string. When we say dot extension for house PNG, we return dot PNG. For file name, the word house, and for dir path, all the stuff before the word house. Okay, give us a shot. So prep is a little different here because it's not a single function, but we're receiving a string, and we are meant to return the extension, file, and directory path when that string is called. So for constructor, we're just gonna, save the things. Unless they give us a constructor here. To save the things. An extension, basically everything after the last dot. So it will be saying this dot file path split dot. We want the last one, so slice -1. Slice returns an array, so 0. File name, it's going to be this minus the directory and minus the extension, so this dot file path dot split. Want the current file name or whole file name now, so same trick as before. Get the last of the array and then subtract it out of its array. Then another split with a dot character. Here's the thing. If your file name has dots in it, we want to get all of them but the last one. So it's sliced from 0 to -1, meaning we get all of them except the -1th, the last one. Then we want to put the dots back. Finally, dir path is this dot file path split all the slashes except for the last one. Then we want to join back with slashes and add a slash to the end for the trailing goodness. 0 to 1 is 0 to -1. I almost had a first try there, folks. So close. Okay. I mean, I'll consider that closely first try because that was a typo. Now what this is doing is every execution it is evaluating to this. If we wanted to, we could cache it all, so simply by caching these values. Additionally, what we could do is on the construction just assign all 3 of these extracted values. But if you were, for example, using this and then you only wanted the file path or the extension, it would also be executing both of this logic to extract out things you didn't want. So this is the better pattern, although caching could be helpful. Beside that, I don't think gonna get. Well, we could have went regex. I didn't attempt any regex. Oh, that's cursed. That's impressive. My brain is melting looking at that regex. Nope, nope, I want to keep my brain. Okay, everyone went regex, huh, folks? Oh, you cheated. You imported the file thing. Okay, then people, memorize the split name, which is useful for 2 of them. 4 each. Don't see that too often. Well, let's do a few good solutions here. Let us jump back into the project after those 3 great code wars. 34 minutes, and I got my lovely list here. We are going to bring this one over. Move common template values into request locals. What in tarnation do I mean by that? Well, we're gonna look at all of our render calls. Dot render. And let's just go through them one by one. So we have render URL user list. Render URL user list. Render URL user is loner list, a bunch of other stuff. Hey, yeah, those of them be the code word. Yeah, it's actually a good point out there, Ryan. We should probably take a look at it. See how much we gained today. And it's dead. RIP. Okay, it was just fetching new data. It's been a while, I guess. Let's see. Oops, yep, we got 32 this lovely day. Absolutely amazing. Let's take a peek at what M. Williams are doing. Because I know they did something cool, probably. Ooh, a 2 Caillou, huh? Back and forward and reverse. Regex parser. What's this one? Generate reverse. Okay, I'm not about to do that one. It's an interesting one. Let's take a look at this 2 Caillou just to see what Williams is up to. Oh, we got some science. Oh, wow. When the description is this long to read, goodbye. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, let's take a peek, see what everyone's doing. Williams taking away as always, winning everything. Technically, Williams would be here, but it's not. My graph doesn't work well for new people. Oh, yeah, motherboard. Let's see what they were doing of recent. We're just peruse. It's not stalking. It's networking. No, this is stalking almost. Ooh, a filter. I think I've done that one. Come on, extension. Load for me. Have I not done any of these? I've done that one. Oh, wow. Look at that. Okay, they've done a lot I haven't touched. Ah, we've done enough code wars, folks. We've done 3 of them. Yeah, I'm looking at all of our renders. We can see URL and user are almost consistently, I think almost might be an exaggeration, are literally passed to every single request. Which means that code is wet. That is the wettest code you've ever seen in your life. So what we should do is we should try it by adding this to locals. Now, what is locals in Express? It is all coming together. You're right, nerd and iron. It is all coming together. So in Express, locals is basically all the stuff that is available to your view engine. It's also other stuff, but it's for the view engine perspective, it's all the things available to it. When you pass it options, you're adding to locals. So you are like, here's some extra stuff I want you to see for this specific request. But usually they're all consistent. And we can add to that by saying request or response.locals, blah, blah, blah. Which we're going to do right here. So one's the URL and one is the user. So I'm probably going to do this in the server since literally every request needs it. When do I want to do this? So I like to do it before the routers. So app.use request response and next. Yeah, I heard it went pretty well. I'll let them answer. So we're gonna say response dot yikes, not in all caps. Response dot locals dot URL equals requests, basically just extracting the data, moving it to local so it is accessible. Then we can say next right here. The VS Code's taking a moment to load. Yeah, internet intermittent or unreliable internet palace, huh? I know a thing or two about that, don't I, Ryan? I have the experience. Look at all these replacements. Yeah, it is. It is. 50% drop rate. Glad that's over with. Yep, so I want some cool rejects. Can you do the cool rejects? There you go. So replacing all of these with nothing. There's the button. There's the button. Whoa, we're replacing it with nothing. Ka-chow. Uh-oh, we did some bad formatting there. Okay, so we're gonna have to fix user request user, right? Okay, formatting is gonna be bad, but take it or leave it. I guess this is time for ESLint to do its job, right? It's been a while since I ran ESLint. And we'll run a lint. Okay, it's I know how to type. Don't worry, I know typing. Oh, ESLint's just dead. Oh, environment key Cypress globals is undefined. I know why that is. I recently did an npm CI to test why it was breaking when I was pushing to one of the Heroku alternatives. That's why that global's missing. Never mind, I'm done. We're gonna move on, not get lost in the sauce there. But an easy way to find all of our changes is with git, or source control in general. Oh, not that one. I don't think I did it to any of these routers. Absolutely loving this. Yes, let's fix that spacing. Hold on. Oh, that one didn't get replaced. Delete. How cleaner that got. Almost so much we don't need this to be a full function. Render login. I want to see if it's possible. Const render login. So we're going to experiment both with this line and my library in general. Yeah, so lovely, one line. Chef's kiss, all the goodness. See if this still runs. I assume it's going to still run. I want to see if this still reports, because this function is anonymous, but I assigned it to a constant. So how does JavaScript name that? If I knew, I wouldn't need to do this test, but I don't know, so I have to do this test. Okay, so render login, right? That's the thing we're doing. A lovely login page. Look at this graph. Come on, graphy. I love me a good graph. Okay, yep, we have... Oh, and which one am I looking at? Get a login. There we go. 19 requests. Let's restore it to the coolness. The great thing about saving this is that it's persisting all my views without having to visit all of them. Render login. Hey, would you look at that? Render login. It's right there, folks. So it kept the function name. Not trusting that. I did a restore, which I don't think got me the right thing. So get login. Let's manually go through this. Router, render, router, redirect, render login, use login, and evaluate. Okay, that's good. That is working. Woo, success. Yeah, it is successful. Let me just go back and be paranoid about this. So the source of this function is right here. Glad to see it. And it was added right here. Okay. Okay, so yeah, arrow function naming works fine as long as it's assigned to a variable. Again, all the JavaScript experts in the crowd are all like, well, obviously. I didn't remember though, so. Let us continue with these changes. So yeah, all the routers basically untouched. This controller got real slim real quick. We even dropped off the request. That's how slim that got. Now some people may be saying, oh, well, this is such a short line. You can easily put it inside of your controller. You can. Lots of people do. I don't like to because that violates the whole separation of, model view controllers. So a little bit, and it doesn't make the cool visualization. If I put it in the different file, I get no cool graphs. So at this point, I'm doing it for the graph. Boop. There we go. I think we got like one more. Ooh, this one has a message. If existing, I can one-line this. Not sure why I didn't one-line it. Yeah, I guess we're doing a general touch-up. Boop. And kadoosh. Yeah, message already exists. Blah-dee-dee-da. Yeah, we do need this one, so no cleanup for you there. Whole shebang. For those of you like, wait, was that good? Was that bad? Absolutely loving it. Okay, so this file looks beautiful. Let's go to the next one. Chop, 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 chop. His owner might also be some, well, that has to be accessing a list, so I wouldn't have access to that on all the routes. Could do that as a middleware there, but that needs access to lists, not spending an extra database. The extra database requests, I mean. Here we go. Let's clean up them lines. Absolutely loving that file. And the last one. I think we're going to have a lot of clean ones here. Because they're... Nope, never mind. Thought we were going to have some cool one-lininess. Okay, and with that... That has been... lovely. Apparently package lock JSON did something. We're gonna throw it away, whatever that is, because it didn't help us. And with that, we did add a middleware to server. Now I will do a thing right now. I will look for all of the things that are basically... I don't want regex on this. I want all my arrow functions that I don't have a name for, because they're the ones kind of making things ugly at the moment. Here it is, nameless arrow function. I name you function. Now this is the hard part now. We gotta give this thing a good name. Create anonymous. I know how to spell anonymous. Don't worry about it. I totally know how to... my brain. Been going for 7 hours. There we go. Create anonymous user. You know what? I'm gonna really separate these out. It's gonna cost an extra millisecond for the middleware. And I like this. So, see, we need that there. User has only OAuth. Do I do this otherwhere? Like, do I need that really? I do it a lot of places. I can make this a virtual. So again, information that is in this file is data. It shouldn't be here. It should be in the model. Hold on, that also needs to be here. It's only OAuth false, so it's gonna be a virtual getter, but gotta have that. And then this is a virtual, so we have to go define the virtual on the user model. I don't think I have any virtuals here, so we get to add it. Virtuals, that's the one, has only OAuth. Only OAuth, then define the get method. Return, instead of saying request user, we're like, it's a me, a this. So return if you don't have a username and you have a created app, which is basically, since this is actually here, it's if you don't have a username. That actually does simplify this quite a bit. I like that. I like it very much. I'm loving that. Yeah, so that function does its job. Move on with your life. Again, I'm going to keep separating these out into the smallest units possible. App.use function track track, old, session, ID, request. Wait, what do I need for this? I do need a request. Request, nothing, next, then next. Just to make these names very obvious. Function, expose URL, and user to view. I guess this isn't expose, this is, what do we call adding to? I guess we call it adding to. User and URL to locals. Ah, man, these are great names, aren't they, folks? Which do exactly what they say on the tin. There we go. I'm trying to think, do I need any of this logic above us? I do not. You know what? We're gonna go full MVC. I got myself a middlewares folder. You're all joining it. So let's see if I can do some multi-cursor magic on this. So what is it? No. Control K, open curly. There we go. So if I copy these, I can now. So I think I want to actually delete some of this. Can I do this multi-line? Yes, I can. Now we'll expose this as middlewares for funsies. Boom, boom, boom. Look at that multi-cursor magic. You gotta love it, folks. So I am making changes to my, what you call it, const, my server, so it's gonna be fun adding all these on. Middlewares, index.js. I don't know if I've given it a good name. Because all my middlewares are in one file. Because I don't know what to do. I don't know how you do multi-file middlewares. I guess ones that are specific to different things. I think I do have one middleware that is actually unique to a view. I just have to find the folder. There we go. Add. There we go. Okay, we do get to make a non-generic middleware. Don't you love to see it? Okay, now you select all three functions and not do that. Export them as so. It's gonna mess up formatting, but it's okay. Boom. Exported. Give these things some lines real quick. Yeah, very much cool beans. Okay, so I'm seeing we have this double locals thing. Expose your user and URL to view. Yeah, that's what we're gonna call this. Function expose available, OAuth available to use. Yeah, just so that these things have names. That's the main reason I'm doing this. I'm thinking about this. This can be one-lined, since we are returning a function anyway. That one can't be one-lined because it's not being assigned to a variable. Oof. It looks weird. I know. I agree it looks weird, but I've already done that. I gotta update that name. Ka-chow, ka-chow. Now I got one middleware that doesn't belong in here. And this middleware is called user. Let's look at my routes, where it's used. It's used in user. Yes, I'll call this the user middleware. Amazing names, I know. Chop and chow module exports equals. These names aren't really good working that well, but as long as they got names, right, folks? Name them whatever you want, just name them something. Ooh, I don't want to make that many changes. I will come back with a format later. I'm already making changes. Why not? Did drop that one off, which means this is nice and clean. So my server import should be absolutely happy. Yeah, I'm trying to think. Do I need to name more stuff? I don't. End user. So let's rename you to, what is it? Expose. Yeah. Don't you just love good looking middlewares? Okay, now for my routers. One of y'all just got really broken up. Middlewares. User. There you go. Wait a minute. Okay, you're right. I went to the wrong one. I said the thing, but I typed the wrong box. Redirect partial. Oh, and we also need this one. So you gotta direct from two of them. I'm trying to think logic on this. So everywhere I'm using redirect partial. We umbrella this thing already. So we're using it here for all of these routes. We're using it here for all of these routes. You're using it here for only two of these routes, because if you are OAuth, then you need to partially OAuth, you need to be able to log out. And this fact that you're the weird one out has resulted in everyone else having to live like this. You're saying, I can solve this with code. It's not a difficult solution. But it would require breaking MVC. Trying to think of a way I can pull this off. Server. So I'm already calling use. I can bring the middleware out here, but that still results in duplication of middleware. That's not a solution. Okay, I don't think there's a solution. Yeah, it is what it is. Now we need the other middleware. Const equals require dot middle user.js. And yeah, I'm fine. Just giving them two different things. It's fine. That should be all the errors solved. Oh, it's rendering. I gotta love a good render. I'll just go to this page, right? Okay, and for our graph, we should see a new middleware living its bestest life. Boy, well, we're just gonna stay on this page forever then. Did we be okay? How we doing? Yeah, CDN started to fail me there. Huh, great sadness. Oh no. The CDN's failing, then the stream is failing. Ah, stagnant. Okay, yeah, I see what's going on. Well, dropping all of the frames at the moment. Fortunately, there's literally nothing I can do about this. I'm glad we made a lot of progress, though, and we're basically at the end of this cleanup, because... Wow, I'm dropping literally every single frame. And do I have an internet? Oh, I do have an internet. Twitch. Well, what's Twitch done? Twitch.tv, what is going on? Oh, that one's dead. Why am I getting pings working but not actual internet? What great pain. Ha, darn it. Well, I guess that's the end of the stream if I just drop every single frame. It's not even jittering, folks. It is every single frame. Nope, still down. Okay, so I guess this is just for the VOD people, I guess. Can't actually see the graph though, so that is a to do on me. Um, so add this to the top. DCDN all resources, because this is a bad experience. Oh, it turned orange. I'm still dropping every single frame. So hello YouTube. We are going to be adding these changes because it is working. Stage selected regions. Then we're going to be finishing. So I was going to do more Code Wars, but obviously I can't connect to the internet to reach the Code Wars. Go and close that file over here. Did I look at that one? I didn't. Okay. Then we have this logic here. We're just going to assume it works. Yeah, because it's technically a thing like that. All good. This is a lovely whole new file just for you. I would love to look at you on the graph, but we are not having access to the graph. And this lovely new middlewares. I added all these middlewares to look at the graph. My graph is literally dependent on the internet. How could I make such an error? Oh, we made access. We reached the internet. Yes. Is the stream doing? How is the stream doing? Stream, can ya hear me? So I'm seeing, why, I'm back on the internet. I'm seeing a lack of frames coming back to me. So now that I'm actually here at Twitch Inspector. Oh, come on, internet, I believe in you. Believe in the heart of the cards. Yeah, we know it's bad. Tell me something good. Wow, it's actually been bad. Wow, look at that. Okay, let me turn dark mode off, because that is turning... The dark mode is off. Huh. Oh, those are hourlies, yeah. Looks like it's been going bad since 10 minutes ago, which actually does line up with my inability to stream at later hours, so. Yeah, I have internet. I'm not gonna get stream, it feels like. So, again, hello VOD people. As we can see, we have cool thing now. Let's see if the names show up. Initialize passport, authenticate. Ooh, create anonymous user. Oh, well, that was bad. That's not where the lines go. So there needs to be a line. Whoop, and then whoop. That's a fun fact I get to add. Back old session ID. And to the router. Okay, so all my lines, like some of these, are missing half of their stuff. But hey, they're all here. And we got that one weird error about that. But yeah, I can add more. Basically, I add for every, whatchamacallit, thing. I add a, what do you call it? Ooh, it's an inside and then an out. So I fold in, then I fold out. Which basically means if I have three things, so 1, 2, 3, then what I do is I go count 1, 2, 3, then I go back to 2, then back to 1. So I'll traverse them in that order. I'm going to definitely have to speed up my thing though, because it's going to quite literally 5 times, like octuple or quadruple my number of requests. But that'll work, that's for sure. Let's see if internet's coming back. If internet's not back by the time I finish this commit, I'm just gonna raid some cool folks. Actually, I don't know if my chat's even working. Again, hello VOD people, I'm typing to chat people. I don't even know if that message actually made it out, so people are gonna be like, man, this is, and then poof, they're gonna get raided away. Let me click all these things on to go find someone to raid while I make these last commits. Can't even push the code either, because actually I might be able to push the code if we're lucky. Oh, you feeling lucky? With that. Now VS Code. Now what are you doing, VS? Oh, no, it got staged. I was like, VS Code. They were staging that, and hold on, my eyes are hurting me. My brain's refusing to look at the words. Okay, let's see. We have the server. We're going from. Don't you start now, VS Code. Don't you do it. There we go. So we have all that staged. Lovely. Okay, here we go. So this is improve middlewares and package JSON for the funsies. Yeah, it ain't coming up. Well, it's been a great stream either way, folks. I know only the VOD people are here on this, but if you are one of the people here, appreciate you coming by and appreciate you listening to this VOD or YouTube only little bit here. Yeah, we improved our middlewares, got all kinds of stuff going. I got more work ahead of me now with this, these things. Yeah, folks, we did that. We were gonna do more and Code Wars, but is the end of stream impromptu. Gotcha on GitHub though. Remote V, there do be the code rascal2 / Pairwise Sorter. With that, internet's not getting better, so we're gonna find someone to raid from my lovely list. There aren't that many people on. We got CM Griffin, Whistleface. Oh, I might as well open up Discord because someone's name on here I swore was 100 Dever. But they're not on the list as 100 Dever. So I gotta do a little searchy search. Yeah, my computer's like, you're opening Discord now? What do you think you're doing? Okay, yeah, they're not 100 Dever. I figure out goldfish memory. Let's see if I can load CM Griffin's stream. Otherwise, I'm gonna have to be like, raid and crash. Oh, that looks like it's it was working. Yeah, I think CM Griffin. Oh, come on, move. Move, internet. Okay, well, we're almost there, VOD people. There's nothing new coming, by the way. If you're looking for the VOD, no more new coding. We're just gonna raid CM Griffin and a hot moment. Hold on, where is... Hold on, we gotta... One... Hold on. I mean, I'm telling y'all to hold on. There's no one here, so... This is awkward. So I have someone added on the list, but I'm not sure why. Oh, that's a video game. Okay, so for those who are still around, I don't even know if this is gonna work. If y'all are gone, I won't do it. Ah, that's cool, man. I'm glad. You can just head over. Oh wow, y'all are still here. Appreciate y'all who are still here.